it's not a very persuasive argument for me. Like, my opinion, because I think so first of all, like, the data that it's trying to explain, like, I don't think the puzzle, the phenomenon, and I do think, so first of all, like, even, and so that, and right, and so there, like, you look at, like, the argument that physics, but I think if there is something to explain there, there's much simpler explanations based on things like, I don't know, like, well, like, I think the most likely explanation is like selection effects, right? That these values that are fixed for the universe that we observe actually vary across like some sort of metaphysical spaces of universes or like bubble universes and so on. And we just happen to like inhabit the one that's like suitable for life. So basically, I'm saying like I think an anthropic kind of explanation is the most likely one. And there's independent reasons to believe that that's true. And then finally, like, if you think that's not possible, right? If you like ignore that possibility, then I would say that, look, I think all these sort of stalking horse kind of universe has some mystery. There must be some principle explaining why the universe tends towards complexity, right? Over and above just the laws of physics. But that's a long way short of like being a God hypothesis. So,
what's the stalking horse objections? What does that mean?
And then there's this additional sort of metaphysical principle saying something like, the universe just has a tendency or a disposition to have like complex
principle. Hold on. God is the fundamental principle. 1 second, let me out.
Yeah, but you're responding to
not theism because God can make life and humans in any universe because he's omnipotent. So the fact that we only find ourselves in the tiny sliver of universes where only natural law could do it, where there's like quadrillions of possibilities of everywhere else where God could do it, is pretty strong evidence that we're in the naturalist world. And then the other question is, how can we even be very confident that the constants are very fine-tuned if we've never tweaked them, so we don't know how they interrelate to each other, and like what would actually happen if they changed? So those would be like,
okay, let me answer the second one first. Like, I think the idea is that we have we're thinking about we're sort of reasoning about the possible values the constants can have epistemically, right? Like, even if the constants are like brute facts that can't be changed in any metaphysical sense, right? Those brute facts could have been otherwise, right? And so you like search around for an explanation for why they have exactly those values, right? And then you should prefer explanations, right, that have like sort of simpler hypotheses, right? Like that God intended it to be that way, or like there's like some simpler metaphysical principle on which like you can actually derive the value of those constants, things like that. You don't need to necessarily like tinker with the constants to know whether they can be changed or not.
And then what about the other point about that actually they're fine-tuned, it would be evidence of naturalism?
Yeah, I've heard like this is like there's this divine fine tuning or like electrons and love argument. I mean, I think that it does do something, right, to defeat the likelihood of theism being the best explanation, right? Because you can't say that, why this universe? Why not like idealism? Seems like.
Well, no. That's not the point of that. The point is like, okay, well. Suppose God does make a physical universe, like make any physical universe, and he could instantiate life in any universe regardless of its constants and parameters, right? So the idea is like, the sorts of universes you might find yourself in on theism, right? It's actually pretty unlikely that you're going to end up in the one that looks just like naturalism could be true, right? Whereas like on naturalism, yeah, that is the one we strongly expect yourself to be in if you exist.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of, I was trying to, I thought I was addressing it, but like, I mean, I think, I don't know, that seems to prove too much. If you're saying actually literally that actually strongly, I mean, I just think then you're restating the case for naturalism, right? Which is that it's the best explanation for the data is the one that like just explains
the point is that it seems kind of implausible that God would put us in a universe where it's like, it just happens to look like naturalism might still be the case, right? Given there's all these other universes he could have put us in where we would almost like immediately know that like our existence is a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, there's like one thing. I think I mostly agree with that, but I will say that there is like this epistemic distance objection, right? That I think actually sort of makes sense. So the idea is that like God's intentions are to like create life and so on, but He doesn't necessarily want life to like want living things to
be obvious. No, I've heard this too, and in fact, like I go through like all this stuff in that blog post. Although I'm not strictly making this argument in that blog post, but like I go through that where it's like, okay, well maybe there's like this epistemic value or aesthetic value or whatever. The point is that like even though we would have evidence for a miracle if we were in a quote unquote non-life permitting universe, it wouldn't like entail theism. It could be some other kind of supernatural metaphysics that explains that, right? So it's like, even if God wants there to be like some epistemic distance or something, he can still have that. It's still going to be strange that he achieves epistemic distance by making the world look like naturalism specifically might be true. You see what I'm saying? So it's like naturalism isn't the only other option from theism.
I think it depends on what other options are and whether like obviously you can have different laws of physics, right? You can even have things like a dual substance that obeys some sort of regularities, and we can sort of empirically investigate, and okay, so dualism ends up being true, but like that's just in that world, that's just what we would end up calling quote unquote naturalism, right? But
I'm not quite sure what that's doing.
I think
the point is what I'm saying is like we could get like what you're saying is, hey, if we were in a non-life permitting universe, that would like be really, really good evidence against naturalism. Right? And what I'm saying is that like, yeah, it would, but if God is just trying to maintain epistemic distance so that like theism isn't obvious, right? Naturalism isn't the only alternative, right? You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's still kind of odd that he would make it look like naturalism might be true, right? You see, like he could make it obvious that naturalism is false without making it obvious that God exists.
Well, yeah, but like I'm saying, there's no real difference between a world where like naturalism is false in the sense of like okay, there's like some dualism about the mind. Like the only kind of like symmetry breakers are between worlds where like there are phenomena where the only possible explanation is like intentional like some intentional agent like intervening, right? If like there are things happening,
but that's still not enough for theism. Even if that were true, it's not enough for theism. But it just has to be like, okay, so if we were in a non-life permitting universe, then we would know naturalism was false, or at least we would strongly disconfirm naturalism, right? But that doesn't mean that theism or classical theism is therefore obvious.
Sure, but at least there is at least in those worlds, there is like a stronger inference to God, right? Than in the comic book.
Yeah, exactly. And that is exactly why finding ourselves in a life permitting universe is not evidence for God.
Well, no, but like, so I'm going to get to the thread of this. So like, yes, I think I agree with you, like your general principle. But I'm just saying like that's only with respect to like worlds where there are like clear inferences to intention explanation. Like not to like worlds that are different in the sense of just other laws of physics or like metaphysical laws that have regularities that don't like seem to warrant intentional intervention. Yeah, I think I have to go over.
Yeah, but with fine tuning, we're just talking about like life permitting constants and parameters, given the form of the laws and stuff. Like that's what we're considering. Is we're like just theism make that more likely, no.
Hello, I've come to contribute to this cancerous storm of repetition and redundancy. People repeating their assumptions for years. It's like Sully says the same shit every room over and over and over again. So I've come to help make it even more toxic, more cancerous, more revolting by simply saying the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're gonna get. Hello?
John Kitover.
So,
Rich and John Kitover are different people.
would you like to propose a new topic, universe?
Talk about Mortal Kombat universe.
I'm just saying, if you've never jerked off and taken a nap or eaten a cheese pizza or had a beer or smoked a joint, well, you haven't lived yet till you read a book. And then you come on Clubhouse and you waste all your time talking and repeating your assumptions over and over again. It's the same show every time. Don't you guys see it? I don't think you see it because I record it all and I observe it. Some of you don't even have ears anymore. Did your ears fall off, Sully? Did your ears fall off from your... Oh, they did fall off. Okay. Well...
Hello. How are you?
Hey,
Oh, that was a bit much. Anyone got a non-schizophrenic point to make?
Well, for the record, he was kind of telling the truth, man. Like, it is kind of boring. You can be talking about the same stuff over and over again.
Wow.
Got them good. Got them real good. Got them real good.
All of our discussions here might in some way prove what's going on in the world today. Don't think they do.
Of course you don't, Frenchie, because you're a dumb twat. And everybody actually hates you. The fact that you're a fucking mod is impossible. Well, it's not, because it's indicative of the world that we live in today. Retards run the world. Ours run the world. Hello? Hello?
Oh, he got out, man.
Just taking one of his, 3-day naps. He naps every 3 days and then comes back.
Hey, Sully, what gamer tag? What's your gamer tag? Like the Xbox?
Quantum 9. Same as my Discord party.
You get on Discord? See, I got a Discord. So I'm gonna hop on Call of Duty Warzone. And I'm gonna play Warzone. You wanna join? We're going to Nuketown. Bro, we saw, I was talking about you guys that follow Jacob Frank followers and shit.
Jacob Frank?
Yeah, that's really that's really our orders. Jacob Frank and that little Zebby guy.
I don't know who those people are.
You don't know the whole Jewish history. Jacob
I
Frank.
don't know every Jew that ever lived.
No, these are the people that consider the Turkish people arrested his ass and made him convert to Islam. They asked him, either we kill you or you convert to Islam. He converted to Islam. He was like a Jewish Messiah, and all the people believed him, and he had the most taboo beliefs and satanic bullshit, and all these people followed him. That's what they made him.
I'm reading about it now.
Yeah, they made him convert to Islam. It was 1666, and then they made him convert to Islam. Then a century later, Jacob Frank comes along and say, "I'm the reincarnation of that nigga."
Yeah.
And basically, these are Jewish people, and then
Yeah. So, about Jacob Frank, the religious authorities, the Jewish community excommunicated Frank and his followers due to his heretical doctrines. There you go.
Now, see, so they had to do that because he had followers, and that's when you get why we say this shit. Because these followers, they didn't just stop believing him; they just kept on doing shit in secret.
I can't believe it.
People just stop believing their fucking leader. You said, what was your Discord again? Mine is just to have the time go by. Hold on, why did I get kicked? Because I'm documenting all the.
Because we don't hear you play recordings. That's
So
why.
y'all don't
bring them up. Oh my god, you have no desire to talk to intelligent people. Did you know what?
No, I'm
Why would you not want to talk to smarter people?
She's silent.
I would kick half the people off this.
Can I have a same mod? Can I have a same mod that has integrity? Yo, Sully, can I talk to you real quick? Let me ask you a question, Sully, and I'll leave the room after this. So, if I make it
Move on immediately.
Sully, if I make it clear,
You're a fucking retard,
and
bro.
I just grab the sources to prove this claim,
Alright, I'm just gonna ask you random.
the reverse of what the true teachings of Judaism is and all of that, right? So he was telling people to have sex, eat a lot, the taboo shit. Now, what did they do? They just climbed up the rankings and they got kicked out of a lot of places, right? Because nobody was fucking with that evil shit. Nobody was fucking with that shit. So that's why we tell y'all
Okay.
some of these Jewish people.
Yeah, okay. I'm actually tired of this.
It's as simple as Mein Kampf.
Yeah. You know, Jews bad is not very.
Oh, now you're tired of it. Oh, I'm glad. Oh my god.
Come on, let's hear him out.
I'm so fucking.
Not really at all. You thought you had to find
Stop doing
It's like a child act. It's boring.
fucking playing the refs. It's really.
Yeah, I'm a father. I also can board man. You're catching child act.
Do you think we should give fucking next time? Okay, so you'd rather.
Both of you.
Which is more annoying? A Nazi spreading libel or my petulant child?
You want to go like
More annoying for Nazi by being the petulant child. Yes, I am. But that means I'm trying to stop the annoying than the Nazi. So you should support it. Because it's a lesser evil. So shut the fuck up and say.
Hello, moderators. I just want to say that anti-Semite you
Thank you, Sully. They meant to move me down. But Sully, all I'm doing is sharing. Really,
You've been given, Mike. We all know what is said, which is Jews bad. Right?
No, it's
Here's
the thing.
maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
You're cutting me
That's
off.
not deeper than that. You're actually quite a shallow person. Actually, thinking on the right idea. And I just don't know a lot of people want to hear that. If anyone does, please say something.
It's just an opinion.
That's just opinion. Your opinion sucks.
You have.
Cat, just shut the fuck up, you worthless retard. Goes away. Go away.
Look at the Jewish man.
Look at the stutters.
On three. Yeah, there's all kinds of bad people all around the world. You know, they say about the Christians' crusade, they're killing a lot of people. So, in the name of Christianity, you know, I used to hear that a lot from the Black Hebrew Israelites. So they say, if you are a Christian, you are a bad person because that happened. So, I mean, people do.
Does anyone know what the debate is tonight between Gavin, John, Erleman, and Piper?
No way.
The one debate I refer Piper in.
That's tonight. Or it could be tonight.
I think so. It's supposed to be Thursday, 8 p.m. Central Time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gavin.
Tomorrow I'm kind of. Hey, isn't it Wednesday?
I don't know why Piper's debating someone with brain damage. But
No,
Thursday.
Why the heck would you debate Gavin?
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, they're debating Gavin? Gavin's hilarious. I love Gavin.
Just to give you guys
Why the heck Reggie feels about it?
Piper's got brain
just to
damage.
give you guys heads up, the Piper is a brain damage. So this was legally.
Yeah, just think how embarrassing it is.
Yeah, Piper loses to that. This is a win-win for
That would be embarrassing.
How embarrassing it feels even for Piper.
What's the topic? What's the topic?
Besides, it wasn't true. video game.
This guy seems like he knows a lot more than Gavin about physical.
Oh, right.
Something.
Yeah, you don't even know what the holographic principle is, so that shows how much you know.
Well, that doesn't change the fact that that's the thing Gavin talks about all the time, which was my claim.
Holographic principle just says we're wrong that there's a physical universe which exists, right? Physicalism can't be true if the holographic principle is correct.
Yeah.
Well,
The problem is that Gavin just reads from like a 10-page rather than explain it in his own words. Which I
oh
don't.
my god. Well, what about the rebuttal? Do they have like a back and forth?
I think it's going to be 15-minute opening statement, 20 minutes of cross-exam, and then opening dialogue for like half an hour, and then 5-minute closing statements.
Mark, did you hear? Formal debate between Gavin and Congressman.
It will be blood.
It might also just be really boring.
Yeah, probably.
Bikers and mice will vibes.
You know, they're remaking another Street Fighter
See, that sounds
movie,
interesting.
and it looks a lot better.
Are you good?
Yeah, like I was confused. Like back in the '90s, I thought Ryu was a American guy. I didn't know he was Japanese. Yeah,
Because the trailer came out.
Oh my god.
yes, man, and they got some.
Looks good. They're competing with Mortal Kombat. It's Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter. The 90s all over again.
Oh, yeah, freaking. I don't know what happened, but freaking.
How did it go Ryu?
But like the finish him, get him over here, all that stuff is like, what's that famous thing from Hadouken?
They didn't necessarily have the best card, but like they had iconic
Hadouken.
And they got Hayuken. Everyone knows Hayuken. Hadouken.
Hadouken.
Yeah,
And Chun-Li with the crazy thing. Like they have good visuals. They have
They're, popular.
And Blanca, did you see in the trailer they had a freaking Blanca? You gotta see how they pull off a Blanca. That's ridiculous.
Sonic.
Another one.
How about they had the Indian guy with the long arms?
Yeah, that's Street Fighter too. Street Fighter had iconic characters. Yeah, with the blades and the
yeah. But I saw the effects inside the you don't gotta jump all the way up in the air and then try to quit.
Listen, if it looks good, then all's good.
I'm counting on it to be better than the last Street Fighter. The last
Right, that one's kind of an embarrassment. It's got campy charm to it.
I can't believe they put Robin Shaw in there, man. I'm like, why would they do? Oh my goodness, man. They making this one look more, see, that's the thing about the video game adaptation films. Like, a lot of these games back in the '90s didn't have no story to them. So,
Right.
that's why it's so hard.
They're different art forms. That's why there's like a bit of a stereotype of cinema failing to adapt video games. They're good with books or novels or articles or history or old plays. They're good with plays, but like video games, it doesn't translate well yet. And most times they try.
Yeah, because I know the the first Mortal Kombat movie they did was like, I think it was like in the early 1992. Yeah, around 1992 or 98. I might be wrong. Nope, it was 1999. Yeah, it was the late.
Oh, 99. I didn't realize it was that late. So it came out the same year as The Matrix? Really? You sure?
No, because the
That
Matrix.
feels wrong.
Yeah, the Matrix came out in like 2000.
The Matrix one came out in '99.
Was it?
That one I know came out in 99.
No, the Matrix came out in 2000. No, the Matrix came out in 2000.
Oh, it's 99. It's cool to see it. I remember it vividly.
The thing is, you probably remember in 2000 because it wasn't really popular. It didn't take off for a while.
99.
No, because the freaking they didn't have HD in the 90s.
Came out 99. I would bet money.
In 99, they didn't have high definition. They got high definition like in what 2000. 2000, yeah.
I don't know where all our minds are. Super came out 99. I have the answers to all of our questions.
Oh yeah, that's time. You could just look it up. I'm looking at it.
Vita, do you think it's terrible that Muslims will kick you out of the room for saying that a woman's deficient in mind, even though it's in their scripture? Because you're deficient in mind. Just kick me out. Like, literally quote your shit to you.
It's not in the scripture.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the hadith chain of narration, and you have to accept it, so yes.
Yeah, but whoever
Equivalent to scripture.
said it was in the scripture, and it's not in the scripture.
It is scripture. It's scripture when it's equivalent to scripture when Muhammad said, you accept the words of Sahaba.
True. I agree with you.
Yes, I know.
As a woman,
Yes, the women are deficient in minds. You could at least just say women are like the bell curve says otherwise. I mean, there's more outliers on the left and right for men, but like you can say women are more emotional, and that's like it.
not
Feeling
feelings.
to anger is an
You can say when a woman's on her racks and she's bleeding out of her vag,
Matter.
they're more
You
emotional,
might not.
they're rational, neurotic.
Yeah, men
What
are
else can I say about women?
angrier than women, therefore they're more emotional. Because
Have you heard
anger is
anger?
an emotion.
Wait, I'm only talking about biological women who can have their periods.
Yeah, and I'm
Don't
talking
be
about. Do you
trans
think
women,
anger
that's
is
not
an
real women.
emotion? Do you think anger is an emotion?
Like Sasha and Piper are not real women.
Jasmine, do you think anger is an
I
emotion?
didn't mean it, bitch.
What'd you say?
So mean, bro.
Who the hell's you mean? Darkest is accurate. I can't wait till like Sasha and fucking Piper die, and then they excavate their bones, and they're like, "Oh, this is a biological."
Do you think they think that? Oh, Scott. Right. Alright.
Thank you. Thank you. She's a lunatic.
There's a lot. We've had a lot of lunatics today.
I know. What did I get up to? Who's
I
rude?
didn't think it was a full moon.
You guys let Agamemnon get away with saying some bullshit about the holographic crystal.
Why? What is he saying?
Full moon's not for another 9 days.
I know. So why are all the crazies out now, Rabbi?
That is
How the hell do I know?
physicalism.
It's people.
Well, I don't know. At least there's some order in this room. Like when it was really bad when I got in here.
Did you figure out what objective means, Sam?
Independent of minds.
Yeah, I think that's a stupid answer. I think that's a dumb answer.
I don't have enough.
Hey, when humans made that definition, it's not objective.
No, I would say
Politics are a subjective definition of objectivity, no?
yeah, that's exactly right. We decide what's objective. Right?
We don't decide what's objective. We make a definition and then see
Who decides what's objective then? Who's the judge?
My God, Caleb, you don't
Here's what I think actually, Sam. Right? I think it's like this. When I'm talking about look, a mountain exists whether or not anyone sees it, right? That we might say is objective. But the way we describe it is stance dependent, right? And requires an agreement and so therefore the agreement will be what we call objective in that sense.
That's wrong.
No.
There are certain things
wild that
whether they're true or false depends on people's attitudes about whether they're true or false, right? And those are subjective or stance-dependent propositions, right? And that's it's kind of this like stance-dependence, mind independence, whatever. Those definitions are confusing.
Try this sentence. Let's see if you agree with this. Even if objective truths are stance independent in themselves, we might say like metaphysically, our ability to identify, describe, and understand them is always stance dependent. You might call that epistemically.
No, I wouldn't say it that way.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, but it's just kind of I think it ends up confusing the concept.
It's all how he's using it. You know, Caleb, who else had a huge problem with objectivity and subjectivity? Normal. Because he was arguing for beauty is objective. It took a few hours, but he kept to himself.
No, I mean, again, like if you want to say that there are some kind of standards of beauty, those would be decided upon.
No, Etu, not you. You can't be doing this, Caleb. This has to be a Jewish thing.
Duh.
Wouldn't you say that like Citizen Kane is objectively more beautiful than Dude, Where's My Car?
Dude, Where's My movie I ever walked out of?
I prefer the novel. It's a lot better.
It's very sad.
Yeah, this
No
starting
worries.
sounds like you talk about trans or gay people so much, you must be secretly gay or trans loving.
But that's not a new generation.
That's what this is starting to sound
No. It's starting to sound like that from I would say.
Did you guys talk about how
Flag verse R on the highway. Thank you.
No, that's not. Wait, I have something to add. It's important, okay? There was this chick, she caught her man on Grindr, talking to trannies, okay? And so she asked the man what he was doing, and he said he was going to rob them. And so my question is, what's worse? Your man's robbing the trannies or meeting up with them to sleep with them?
I think it's worse that you believe that he was on a rob them. That doesn't make sense. There's so many people you can rob, but you choosing to rob the chain that you're flirting with to get that man is interested in cheating. That's what somebody said. Yeah, and to what somebody said earlier, I definitely think you have a point. There's this two types of people. There's ones that are going out and trying to look like these images of men that men are pushing forward like that. And then there's the people that see this and are like, fuck you. But at the end of the day, it's the reality that the woman body, and I think this is a real thing, the woman's body naturally as it is the 80s women with the proper curves, not the ridiculously created curves. Like it's to that is oh my god, the ant bodies is Are you cleaning them too? We got guys out here that are saying they don't literally, when you say, how do we know? Because, like, they say it. At this point, women, we have such power. We can sit on our ass, sit back, and listen. Why? Because they're going to tell you. They're telling you they don't like women.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know
They're telling you.
what you were doing. We can't say it like that because he knows he's prescribed to nut.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
What are you making, an omelet this morning?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to someone on Clubhouse?
No, I just had to turn the volume down on the other phone.
Oh, I was covering some more stories and some more advice and Alicia Forrest and all that kind of stuff. But the reason I'm calling you is, you actually believe the elections are real?
What was that?
You actually believe the elections are real?
No, I think that the database somehow is using the registration roll. Like you said, it's programmatic. It's they're using software. Yeah.
I think it's a centralized program, and just because it's the art of fraud. Because you have to kind of make it look cool, and it doesn't look natural if you get 0 votes, right? Because you would have voted for yourself. And so I think it's just a total computer election program.
I don't know. My numbers seem real to me though, and Joe's at 900. Because, well, actually, if you look,
It could be more or less, and that's just a guess. I think it's my 100. No one. I only told 5 people I was running. How the fuck did I get 126 votes? I didn't tell I was running. I tweeted about it after the election.
yeah, you got thousands of followers though. That's
what?
You got thousands of followers in Cook County.
9% vote.
But the
Almost
one
50% of those were Democrat Party.
The Max Solomon one is the giveaway though. There's no
That's what I'm
way.
saying.
No way. No
No
way.
freaking way. No, but I just know from because I used to cook numbers when I was a Democrat operative in 2007, and statute of limitations, I could talk about it. But that's kind of the art. Is we were faking polls, and you gotta you can't if we're faking a poll for Dan Seals in this case, and I want to show that he was running in a primary against blank on the girl's name, Julie Amos. He wants to show that he's up by 6%. If I said the polling says he's up 90 to 10, that doesn't look believable. Everyone's like, what the heck? It's it's reverse. And so you intentionally try to get it close. And if you show that in the Max Solomon case that 20,000 people were smart enough to write in a Max, but none of them chose me, that just looks bad. So I think they threw me 126 to just artistically it makes more sense. And same with you and Jolly. I think your write-in is to prove that Jolly are legit. And we might have gotten somewhere the way I think the program works is here's the number, because you can do this electronically. And you say here's what we want the results to be. If the result, because you're feeding the shit into the machine, if the results are too far out of bounds, it then start doing voter switch. That's a very easy thing to program. Say, hey, we need the outcome to be 55-45, margin of error 3%. If your tabulations are too far out of bounds, start doing switches. And I think that shit happens out of sight. There's actually hack on election day. You have to have someone at these schoolhouses with a laptop, internet connection, white vans. I don't think that's happening. I do think there is some manual voter fraud. Because when I voted, and when you were an election judge, this time I fucked up when I was doing the write-in. I forgot to write in Joe or something. I forgot. So I asked for another ballot. And they're like, sure. And they're all just kids, lazy, don't care. And I could have grabbed a whole stack. And I could have had someone like you, or me, be an election judge, and just every time someone's not looking, just laundering some ballots. No one would know. But, yeah. But there's an Aaron Delmar blackmail scheme. I'm not sure if we talked about that. That's my next article.
So there's supposedly 600,000 plus voters in the 16 districts. 600,000 plus. Only supposedly 90,000 people voted. So that's it's an 18% turnout.
Yes, that makes sense.
I mean, I think my number at 110, districts that didn't accept me as a
Okay,
write-in
that's
candidate.
that's real. That's a very impressive number. That many people went out of their fucking way, because like most people don't vote for that election. There's 30 different elections going on. So for those 100 whatever people who go out of their way to write in John Kitover is very impressive.
Yeah.
But I think it's a computer number. You could have gotten more or less. You could have gotten 200. You could have gotten 50. You could have gotten. We know you didn't vote for you.
So what they do is, if it's a write-in candidate, it doesn't get scanned in. That means they have to manually look at the ballot, whether it's a printout from the digital or it's a hand paper, and then they have to tabulate and literally hand count 110 across all the counties, collate that, transmit that to the Illinois state. So it's like there's just no credibility. There's no transparency.
There's no trans. How do we know that? Like, I'm really pissed off. I can't prove that one, I voted for me, because I think it says I got 0 votes for U.S. Senate. I voted for me. How is that possible?
We need a ledger. We need like an unbreakable. What? We need an unbreakable ledger. Like this is just
every ballot needs like a receipt. Every fucking thing needs to say I can go back.
Yeah, we need a double accounting entry system.
It's not a Fourth Amendment issue. I want to see my ballot. Be my ballot to make sure that my vote is counted correctly. That's not a Fourth Amendment issue. They can suck my dick. But regardless,
I love how Christine Maxwell and everybody's like the hottest new thing in politics is Max Solomon, a schizophrenic, homeless person.
Just totally bugging out. Were you there when he said he wanted to subpoena me? That was hysterical.
Oh my god.
I was being nice to him, and he's like, why don't you drop your case? I'm like, there's 2 cases on you, like, you know. He's like, oh. I'm like, I'm not even doing it. I just put my name on it. You know, someone else is paying for this. And he's like, I'm gonna subpoena you. I can't talk to you. I'm gonna subpoena you. And I'm like, you are such a fucking clown. Did you hear about his story that he did to poor Ashley Ramos?
Mm-mm.
So he claims he had enough signatures for governor, and Ashley Ramos told me she believes this, that he was carrying her signatures because he was her lawyer, you know, and he was going to submit them to Springfield State. And he claims that his car hit a deer, and all the a bunch of his signatures and her signatures burned up somehow. Isn't that wild? And so Ashley Ramos got kicked off the ballot, and she believes that shit. That he hit a deer and his car blew up. John?
I'm here. So what was your Aaron Del Mar blackmail scandal?
So Dave Pritchard is the guy that ran for Palatine GOP, and has been a long-time Aaron Del Mar hater. Has been a big-time Del Mar record leaker. And he was one of the very few success stories. He beat Aaron Del Mar's guy 2-1, like 70-30. And so he beat Aaron Del Mar's guy. Dave Pritchard was running for the 5th District State Central Committee. And he said he wanted to remove Aaron Del Mar as a stain that must be removed from the Illinois Republican Party, is his quote.
Wow.
And so he's running against Del Mar. It's him, Ken Jokum, a Wheeling guy, and Del Mar running. And so I talked to Ken. Him and Ken made a deal. Say, hey, we'll just vote for one of us will drop out. Del Mar will be gone. We have enough votes. Pritchard had 18% of the vote. Ken Jokum had 15. They had enough votes. And everyone thought it's all over. Aaron Del Mar's going to lose. Then day of, Dave Pritchard decides to vote present, and Del Mar wins. And everyone was like, why? What happened, Dave? What had happened was, after the primary, Dave Pritchard goes to the Palatine office, because Aaron might have been blackmailing had some deal with the Palatine GOP office, because the rent was going to go from 1,000 to 2,800. And he lost the election, so he's like, fuck off, Dave. Pack your shit. And so Dave is going to the office late at night to get his retrieve his stuff. And then the guy, Aaron's puppet, the guy he ran against, this guy named George, who's he's like in his 50s, 60s, but is very strong. And Dave is like a retired, a very tubby, out of shape. You're the one that said he had a deviated septum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you saw the video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the next day so then out of nowhere, the guy that got arrested decided to vote present. And then the allegation is that Aaron called him up and said, hey, we'll drop the charges if you
let me win.
Mm.
Yeah, and then the other one that I'm talking to Shia Kapos later today, because you look at her playbook article she wrote about Aaron. It's the biggest fucking joke. She wrote like a whole she releases a 5 days a week newsletter, Politico, and it's just about everything going on politically. And the title of today's article is like Aaron Delmar the fighter. And it's just like the biggest puff piece about how great a person he is, and he's doing things different from Bailey. And she knows all the bad shit about Aaron, covers up for him all the time. And my other journalist friend says he's working on a expose on Politico in general, because apparently in other states, like the journalists will either work for a staff or get paid and then do favorable press. So I'm trying to see if there's something there too.
Based on those numbers, you could statistically forecast Pritzker's victory. Like they don't stand a numerical chance.
No, of course not. They have to win like every independent and then clone them a couple times. And then get to the independent clones show the vote.
Bro, that video of Aaron Delmar acting as Darren Bailey's
barbecue chicken sandwich, everything on it. Which are we talking about with the slapping the ketchup?
Yeah, dude. Like, could you be any gayer and weirder and like?
Shia Kapos says he's a fighter. He's a fighter.
Like, how the fuck Darren must be being black.
Have you ever done cocaine? I've never done cocaine, so I have no frame of reference.
I don't like cocaine, and I don't like the way
So you've done it before. So you have a frame of reference, though.
I have a frame of reference to association with that chemical.
So I think I was diagnosed to, but I heard it's very similar, Adderall and Coke, but Coke's more intense. Is that correct?
No, actually, I would say that Adderall is far more of a powerful stimulant.
No, quick though. I heard like Coke is like an hour and like Adderall
No. It's pretty instantaneous, but there's different types of Adderall. There's the instant release.
No, I'm talking about the lasting effects, like once it hits your system. Am I wrong? I heard Coke is like it hits you fast, it's out fast, and that's why they're always doing it all the time. I could be wrong. I said never done. Doesn't matter. No point. So point being is that it's a lot of. I think a lot of it is just from my dealing with people that were cokeheads, whatever, got better. And it seems like when you're cocaine, you're delusional, and it's everything is success, and I want more, and I'm a brilliant. And next, I have the funniest joke ever. I have the greatest idea. We're gonna take over the world, like that kind of shit.
Yeah, for sure. It creates euphoria.
But delusion, right?
Yeah,
like you temporarily think it's like a good idea to get in a fight right now, or like more coke.
Yeah, it's definitely like you become like a rabbit bouncing around, uncontrollable. It's because the brain. It's all just chemical enhancement. The brain just starts overacting. Yeah.
But that's how Aaron to me seems. Like he's just like coked out, and like thinking like in his mind, he thinks what he's doing is like brilliant.
I agree.
And that's why he's like, and Shia's a piece of shit. He's like lied about, he said like Christian Mitchell's gay. And then did you see that fake quoting about Brandon Johnson? Brandon, he posted a quote of Brandon Johnson being like, I hate white people, like that kind of thing. He never said it. He just made up a race baiting quote. But to me, that's like some cokey shit where he just saw that and he's like, awesome. And then he doesn't have a team, so he just goes straight to the Facebook or Twitter. But,
yeah. Anyways, they're losers. He's a loser. And it's just so funny how, like, one loser, can control the whole thing because there's just, like, no way to stop somebody's malicious, like, personal activity.
The man with one eye is king.
Yeah, it's like, how does one guy just keep managing to control everything? And it's really just because of his environment. It's the people around him.
No, I think if you or I wanted to do that, we could do the same. We just don't want that. He's like, it's not in the man.
Yeah, I think it's so funny how he's like showing Darren and his wife around. It's like they're the real losers because they don't know they're getting played by this loser who's using them.
I know he's blackmailed them. I don't believe it. They don't know.
Could you imagine?
Most of my negative articles about Darren came from the Darren Bailey shit you were talking about last campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Darren Bailey was the first one to criticize him publicly for the blackjack stuff, showgirl. Because Aaron Del Mar was the lieutenant governor candidate against his opponent, Gary Rabine.
Mm.
So Darren knows, but I think so I wrote a whole article, and then basically there was a huge fight because basically Darren Bailey's team was throwing a party with Aaron's team, and there was like teenagers there, and they were drinking, and DeVore's ex-girlfriend got in a fight with her, and the cops were called, yada yada yada. Anyways, there's a lot of like instances of like drinking and teens. Bailey had two gay young men who are like flamers now, like possibly three. Not even including the Greg Horton guy who like there's rumors on, but not confirmed. But the other two are like just very flamers, and they were Bailey employees. And then there were some party guys.
So that's where the blackmail's coming in, because
you just saw one
so
time.
Bailey, you think Bailey's bisexual and a swinger?
Well, he seems so gay, but like even if he's not gay, it's just reasonable to say that like Aaron could have snapped one picture, get one comment of him saying something off color. You know, I think that Darren's gay. Do you think?
He seems like Liberace gay.
He seems so gay. Like I don't think he's bi.
Oh well, he's got fucking kids. I mean, a lot of gay men get married and have families. You know.
That doesn't. I mean. Just sticking it in.
I'm just saying, like when it comes to Aaron Del Mar even getting the position. Yeah, I mean, but anyways, this is the funniest thing is it's like they know
that I could do the same thing though, cause like you or I, if we were bad people, I could just call Bailey like, hey Bailey, I'm looking to know you're a fag. I want you to give me $5,000.
It's not.
Support my Congress campaign. You would do it.
See, if you're blackmailing somebody, you're basically like on good terms with that person because they've agreed to essentially join your evil conspiracy. Like they're like, fuck it.
It's mostly mutually assured destruction. It's usually not blackmail. It's usually like a wink wink.
Yeah, I would say the MAD theory is more accurate. You know.
That's what I mean. That's the same. It's just kind of like when I say demonic, I mean evil. You know. When I say hate, I have a lot of phrases I use that are catch-alls. But yeah, what I mean is more like implied blackmail. Like imagine if we would have like really did some shit that see if we like really partied hard, you know, and like we stole something.
All right, I gotta get going, but enjoy your sandwich. I'll call you later tonight.
All right, sounds good. Bye.
Okay, bye. Hello.
There's a story, I forgot how it goes, but he was basically going to pray at their grave, you know? And Muhammad told him, no, you're not going to pray towards your... This is for all these pets.
Listen. Dr. Adams has a fair point, which is that we really should limit every 4 legs of animal that you bring to your house. It should be every 1,000 square feet.
Oh.
I happen to agree.
There'd be a huge.
So, like, if you're living in a studio, if you're living in a studio that's like 450, you can have a bird, right? You can have a fish. You can have 40 fish. I don't care. But once you start putting these cats and dogs, you better have 1,000 square feet for each cat and dog you got.
Barry, what's going on with the water from above? Any fix on that?
Oh, it's done. They fixed it. Doesn't happen anymore. They completely fixed it. Fucking finally. I'm very happy to hear about it too.
Good.
I know. Send them a gift basket or something.
Because it's not even just a problem in apartments, right? It's a problem in even my community where there'll be a house with 2,000 square feet and they got 14 dogs and 10 cats. And they just live outside. And I got a problem with that. I don't want to kill them.
Because it's... it's the water runoff from it. Runoff from it is toxic. No, I completely agree with Keegan on that. There's a lot of people that have hoarding problems in general, but once they start throwing animals in there, it can turn it into a neighborhood public health
You do realize when Keegan says he wants to kill innocent animals, that's a Ted Bundy type of statement. That's a sociopathic, psychopathic intention. Congratulations, Keegan. You win Psycho Clubhouse Award of the Day.
Keegan, please don't kill the animals. I hope you don't have a. Listen, I'm not actually going to kill them, but I want to. I want to, but I'm not going to. There's a difference on acting on it or thinking about it, right? These are intrusive thoughts that I'm saying out loud. So.
Hey, let him vent. Let him vent. Let feed therapy come out and act.
Right. You got it. Let it out, sir. Just let it out. Get off that chest, man.
How rabid cat that you Peter.
Don't forget your power, white boy.
Rabbit. Listen, about 2 years ago, I was mowing my lawn, and a little chihuahua ran up on me and started barking at me. Now, was I scared? No. Was I fearful for my life? Did I hurt it? No. But was I annoyed? And did I have to grab it and have it bark at me while I carry it back to I know the house that it came from? Right? I'm not
thought about raising the 2 wheels of that lawnmower.
I thought about it. I truly did. I really thought that this would just be an easy little solution, but I didn't do it. He was probably running for his freedom. Shit. And you're probably right. I probably returned to a bad spot. Next time, let him free like I'm a star. Give us free.
That was the right thing to do, Keegan. Just pick off and return home. That was smart.
I picked it up by the fat of its neck, though, and I carried it like it was like a grocery bag that was leaking. I mean, he was a little mad about it.
The Los Angeles Fleet Week is happening May 22nd through 25th, if anyone's close and cares.
Now, here's a hot take about animals. If you have a cat, now if your cat's already been declawed and you're just like it's a rescue or whatever, I don't care. But if you have a cat and you declaw your cat, you are inhumane and you don't deserve to live, in my opinion.
Of course. That's awful. Don't deserve to live.
Yes, don't deserve to live. We should declaw you.
I mean, maybe that's fair. They should lose the tips of their fingers, but
Yeah, they got little caps now. There's no excuse.
I didn't.
Are you fucking ladies retarded? We kill 2,000 babies in this country a day. Maybe you got your priorities upside down. Cat paws versus baby heads? Hello?
Talking about earlier, well, we're obligated to have activations and be protesting against every little bitty thing that you can't even protest about multiple things at this point.
John, you know what moving the goalpost is? That's what you just did. You moved the goalpost. We weren't talking about babies. You brought up babies.
We were talking about babies earlier, actually, like kids and shit, little girls, so.
You know, I love it when people say, like, you have to be connective or sequential in communication, meaning that, like, if I move the goalpost, to call me out on moving the goalpost when there's no, you know, prior conditions that you can't move goalposts. It's like, that's still a nothing burger to say, oh, you're moving a goalpost.
Okay, great. So y'all did nothing. Great. Thanks for
Why
your
did
times.
you care about the babies, John? But why didn't you care about the children in Palestine, John? What the hell's wrong with you?
First of all, there's no such place as Palestine. There's this place called Israel. And secondly, I am concerned about all murder, not just baby murder. Hello?
Dang, we're moving the goalposts. Just, I can't even.
And not anything else. Like, it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
But all I know is they keep cutting down trees in Brazil. Amazonian trees that have been around forever, cutting them down daily in mass.
Do you know underneath the Amazon rainforest is the oldest living creature on planet Earth? Do you know, and they're immortal, do you know what that creature is?
No, what is that?
A really big snake or what?
Termites, actually.
Oh, termite queens are so scary. They lay like one egg every, I think, what is it, like one egg every like 3 seconds or something, just for their entire lives.
No, that's too much. I don't know. This was a few weeks ago. I said that I was at the gas station, those little ads, and it was like a little factoid. It was like the oldest living land animal, some turtle, 192-year-old turtle, and I forget its name. A week later, I saw that he died. It's crazy. So he's dead.
Yeah, I think the oldest animal in general that we've ever found was some kind of clam that ended up being like 500 years old or something.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not for cutting the trees down in Brazil.
God, could you imagine what that clam tastes like in some butter with some garlic and a little bit of lemon?
Probably pretty crusty.
Yeah, like I can only imagine. Yeah, because you know they oh God, I can only imagine.
I just learned the other day how large Brazil is. Like Brazil is almost as big as the United States. I didn't realize that. Do they have like states in Brazil? Like yeah, they have all those things, counties and states and large cities and rural areas. And even you know that Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, has more diverse restaurants than New York City.
Interesting.
Pretty interesting. Mm-hmm.
I was thinking I'm going to Paraguay. I was just thinking about it, nothing more.
You know, I figured out how to use some of these Waymos to my advantage. If I'm trying to make like a right turn and traffic is just coming and I just see a Waymo and then just inch out and then it stops.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, I love these things.
I miss being in India. I haven't visited since 2013.
You say India?
Yeah.
Where in India do you go though?
Usually on the west side. Some rural places here and there, but mostly on the west side.
What kind of shit do you like to do there?
Usually just visiting Italy.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I see it then.
Yeah. But there's a lot to do there.
Isn't that where that big ring is? You know what I'm talking about, cars?
The car ring? What are you talking about?
It's like this big old car cylinder, a cylindrical fucking infrastructure that cars will go, they drive sideways, right?
I don't know sideways, but there's a highway that's like sort of like a ring.
No. Okay, let me show you. Hold on, let me show you.
If you come close to the wall, touch your heels with your hands and stretch your body like this. Your hip flexors and
It's how you food in India. It's so cute. I like that.
We'll see this.
No, seriously. Like I personally don't like Indian food at all. So like if I ever went to India, because I would like to see Taj Mahal. If I ever went to India, I would just like to know if I could get.
Olive Garden is Bahrain too. Abu Dhabi,
They have
Bahrain.
McDonald's, then they have all.
McDonald's, yeah.
See, I don't have a problem with that. Like, I really don't have a problem with, like, you know, yeah.
What do they do? Berry pasta?
I haven't been to an Italian restaurant in
Oh, so you can still get, like, normal, like, American food.
Yeah. We usually don't mix pasta with Italian food.
You should have like hamburgers and stuff, you know.
Don't allow.
Chicken.
Oh yeah, you can't eat cows, or some places, right? They don't eat cows.
There's only one place. There's a Kerala if you go to the southwest.
So then that's why I mentioned Italian food, because that's one of those things where it doesn't really offend too many cultural delicacies.
I know we have trainings. We have Indo trainings, fusion. So the food is good, yeah, that's for sure.
Almost hard to find.
What do you guys think's gonna happen? Do you think you guys are gonna become like Russia, like censored and everything?
No, I think in 2 years we're gonna get a new president, and some things are gonna change, and the world's gonna sensationalize it, and we're just gonna live amongst it and hope for the best.
You do realize that if Kamala Harris would have won, it would have become a closed society. We were living under censorship, and if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz became president, everyone would have been issued a vaccine ID tracker. It would have gone digital, not paper, so there could be a full accounting that everyone is mass vaccinated with an experimental mRNA spike protein gene modifier. You do realize Kamala Harris would have ushered in the end of America. Donald Trump is liberating America. Kamala Harris is a domestic terrorist. She should be arrested along with hundreds of other corrupt politicians. Hello?
Trump, that's for sure. I just you know, I understand the job. Definitely, it's a lot of demands, but I have a favorable view of Trump.
Yeah, well, you know what I can do? I can still go on the internet and speak freely now. X has been bought by Elon. Meta has de-restricted. Zuckerberg is no longer a protean fascist, vaccinologist, hosting a Dr. Fauci. Maybe he learned he was scammed by Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Operation Warp Speed. Yes, Donald Trump may have delivered it to us, but he didn't create it. That was created at the Pentagon in conjunction with Pfizer and other military industrial war research. But Kamala Harris and what was happening with the censorship,
Yeah, what could have, should have, didn't.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know, here's the thing: like California has its culture and its things to take. And that was actually my concern too. After post 9/11, I was like, shoot, I have all these tech giants in California. What's going to happen? So I hear I'm in Michigan, the auto industry, and using embedded systems and not like operating systems. So something's going on.
I'm back once again.
Welcome back.
Hey, girl.
Thank you.
Everyone have a nice drink of water.
Yes, drink your water. I'm actually going to walk. I'm going to go move my derriere.
That's a great idea.
I think I'm going to start going to the pool at lunch, y'all.
That's a great idea.
Right?
It's great for you. All body activation.
Yes.
We
swimming pool is exactly what I need every day for lunch.
Have you heard of a sliver pool?
A sliver pool?
It's mainly for people who are swimmers, like Olympic swimmers, but it's a sliver of pool. It doesn't take that much space, and you can pull.
Swim laps?
Yeah, well, not laps. It pushes water at you. So it's like a constant. Swimming against the pressure, but you're not really moving. Like that. It's called a sliver pool, but it probably has a second term.
That's like a swimming trainer. It's like a Olympic trainer does it.
Yeah.
Made of wood.
Is it really?
Yeah, a little bit from the mountain. Yeah, that's where you get your slivers from.
I'm gonna start walking to the pool every day for lunch. I think it's a great way to break up the workday.
I wish I was swimming right now.
Why don't you try doing some basic yoga moves like a hip stretch, rotation, hamstring pull? You gotta move that body. Take some deep breaths. Don't just go to the pool and drink a cocktail. Can't drink on the job,
I want to get sunshine. I want to get vitamin C and vitamin K and
breath work, girl.
Yes, I want to do some breath work.
Love that.
It's a great lunch, and I work from home, so I don't have to worry about coming home and jumping in the shower.
That's good. That's a good breath. And you keeping fit is good. Do it more. We should all do it.
We should all be a little more fit. Yeah, exactly. We should all be a little more fit.
Start doing it. That is how I'm going to spend my summer, y'all.
Yeah, I walked a little bit yesterday. That's all I got right now, but I'm going to walk more today.
I'm going to start Monday. I want to get to the pool just a few more days to warm up with these warm days.
I'm going full hot bath with my aquatic in my house. It's going to be freaking nice.
What do you got? What are you doing?
Well, it's something I won't do.
Is it like landscaped or something?
Is it like a gas chamber? What is it?
Anyways.
I think I'm going to stop being a chronic sufferer of idiot fatigue. I think I'm going to stop.
I went to Claremont College. It's the university my friend, she's the librarian at. And she does archival shit. It's a very beautiful university or college or whatever it may be. It's multiple colleges. I think there's a men's college, a women's college, and then some others. And it's for when I get my forever home, I'm gonna have a promenade and flowers and roses and vines.
I love this.
Cherry trees.
Okay, so my brain is, I'm sorry, I'm too aggressive. I'm going to do my hair ingredients. It's something I can do. That's 10 minutes of my lunch hour. How long do you think I gotta swim for it to be physically beneficial? At least a half hour, right?
No, 10 minutes, especially if you're just starting out. If you're not a strong swimmer and you're just.
I am a strong swimmer.
Okay,
I am a strong swimmer, though.
Okay, then maybe I guess 15 minutes. You just gotta get your body moving.
Honestly, half an hour is good. We just got the last maybe do a certain amount of
It's only weekend proud to join with Christians across the country.
Okay, so yeah, girl, test your body. See what works for you.
You could probably do the pool and sauna after or something. Kind of mix it up.
Yeah, so that's one side. Very funky shape. It's kind of like
from here to there to there to here.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful poem.
Yeah, it's plenty to get a good enough workout in and be all the freak over it. And then just 20 minutes. 20 minutes to shower and clean up. So, okay.
Doggy paddle, keep your hair
right. Right.
Yeah.
That's nice. Cool.
Well, I think it's really good that you're doing that. I actually want to start martial arts. I didn't know, well, maybe jiu-jitsu. But I think I'm going to start with maybe something else.
Classics can.
I'll do my Wing Chun I'll entertain Taekwondo. I don't know. But then later on, I'll go to jiu-jitsu.
I just want y'all to be the best version of yourselves.
Me too.
And speaking of Liberty, you started bouldering, huh? You did a boulder sesh? What you thought? Yeah, I've been bouldering for like a couple weeks now. My second favorite way to exercise is racquetball, but racquetball is like so cardio intense where like you feel like you're gonna throw up, when you haven't been in it for a while. So the nice thing about bouldering is it's like you can kind of go at your own pace. Right, you can take nice constant breaks.
What's up, Greg?
It's really nice. I'm happy.
What's up? Oh, yeah.
I'm always surprised though, like how long
What's up, Rafi?
just sitting in the bowling gym. Yeah, just sitting to the extent to when I went to Sky Zone once. No, Sky Zone. But I would. The one thing I wish I had near me is like an American Ninja Warrior gym. I would love that to be able to like swing around and climb on things and do the warp wall and all that. Try a bungee room too. If they have those, the one they have here in New Jersey, you can like suspend and then jump into like trampolines and shit. It's fun.
What they have, I don't know if it's near you, but they have like LA Fitness and what else? Lifetime. Both of those have those like walls you can climb.
Equinox too. Yeah, we had one on ours. But when you go to a rock climbing gym, you know what I'm saying? When there's just so many different styles of climbing, it's really fun. But it is a lot of chilling. So go there and expect to chill, I don't have shit for lunch. Guess I'm having ramen noodles and some fried eggs. Not the ramen noodles.
Yeah. Are you guys doing the whole thing, like saving for a rainy day type of thing? Like, for like 3 or 6 months of food and stuff?
Like,
No, I don't have the space for that.
Yeah, no, me either. Not food.
Yeah, I don't have the space for that. It would be nice, but
I'll go to the classic receipts, audience, and transportation.
Don't forget ammo.
Now you have the ultimate shield, the cook island.
I figure I can use them tomorrow too.
Lover boy.
In my experience, seeds don't last very long. Like depending on the seed, like spinach, for example. Like if my spinach seed packet is 2 years old, I'm throwing that thing away. Like there's no way any of those are good.
Oh, see, I read up on that, Liberty, and it says to keep them in the refrigerator.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that helps, but I'm also just like, I don't know. I think when I actually put myself in the perspective of like,
Says that 79-year-old John Abensheim was found dead last night in the Durham Nature Preserve in Lake Forest. Last week, he was charged with possessing child pornography. Abensheim owned that home alone house during the movie's filming in the 1990s. An autopsy is scheduled for today.
I would say for most of the first 3 to 6 months of that world, you would survive primarily off of raiding old grocery stores, raiding warehouses,
Do you know what Texas, Florida?
If I was to stockpile anything, I would.
I'm Troy Aikman. In live entertainment, venue is a winning team. That's why I invested.
I see the benefit of both of them. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I know seeds are not an immediate fix, but I feel like they would be a long-term.
I would steal Z-Packs. I would go straight to the clinic and steal Z-Packs crazy. Like,
Oh, you're right. Yes.
I feel like in that situation,
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on Capitol Hill Wednesday, where he was.
You have a huge garden plot. You already have like meat rabbits. You already have a population of chickens with a rooster. Like in that situation, you're going to be okay. You know, like because you already are kind of in a cycle where you probably already have food canned. You already have rabbits that are ready to give birth. You know, like I just I feel like if you're it's true that they don't take up much space and there's really nothing wrong with saving heirloom seeds. But I would say if it would probably, I don't know if you do a lot of gardening, but I feel like it would be beneficial to at least practice, gardening them to make sure that you know
Yes.
how to do it.
I want to grow my own herbs this year. Like in little flower boxes.
Because I was shook by how hard.
You better get those seeds in the ground. You ain't gonna have enough time.
Wow. Yeah, gardening is very difficult, actually. I do it, and then it's like a constant watch. I have a celery that's
why is
propagated
NPR
water right now, so I have an avocado
discouraging
seed
it?
that just split. My avocado seed just split, y'all. You know what's coming up next. Maybe a little sprout, a little boop. You know, buy yourself a little avocado tree. It's happening. I mean, it's city too.
Just because you want to grow in your area doesn't mean it's going to need an area too either, because growing changes by climate, by soil, there's a lot of different things that go into it.
I'll be attacked by the left, calling me white supremacist, but I have one ask for them. It's just when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
I'm trying to propagate a funnel. My cilantro is doing really good right now. I have an onion. I have 2 green onions. My basil has been killing it so much it's taking over my other plants because it's so invasive.
This is great. I know I'll be attacked by the
There's so much
space. I can't grow. It's still.
Yeah, I can't grow down.
At the end of the day, I have 3.
But yeah, I liked growing mint. I had a chocolate mint
This is
one,
great.
and that was fun.
Something that I saw today, which I think is taking a lot of people by surprise, is Tucker Carlson. He's apologizing to his
Chocolate mints. I never heard of that.
Yeah, and so I would, when you have your mint, and you have to slap it.
Something that I saw.
Or spank it, so that it releases the oils really well, and you can put it in your drink or whatever. So that's what I would do for cocktails and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that idea. I think I want to grow mints. It's about time.
It grows really fast, and it grows a lot everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Time to
Like
build.
if you were to do biological warfare. Sprinkle some mint in your yard and just let it take off.
Honestly, instead of having grass, I'd be down with
In Miami. Roberts, future populated the narrative background. How we doing, Mark? Doing amazing. Baruch Hashem. It's nice to have you here in the greatest city in the world, Miami. Baruch Hashem, you've helped develop that. Now, how much real estate you developed out here? Gosh, say 40 acres. 40 acres? How many thousand
Why do you
units?
think you're having a hard time with dill? Is it because you're trying to grow it down?
15,000 apartments in total here.
It's a pretty shady spot.
There's a place in Monterey, California called Lovers Point. The original name was Lovers of Christ Point, but now it's become, they took out the Christ, it's Lovers Point, and it's really, Monterey is a very dark place now. A lot of witchcraft and the there's a place,
One that I had a hard time with was peas. I just felt like I got all my peas all at once, and then it was just like, okay, like what am I supposed to do with all these peas? And I guess I gotta like blanch them and freeze them, but then it was like I don't know, and I felt like it was so much work, to like de-shell them and whatever, and you'd get like 1 bowl's worth of peas, and they were amazing, like they're definitely better than like the store-bought ones. But it's just like, well, this is not worth it.
Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon, actually.
Morning, girl.
What's up, Kelly? Oh, I'm tending to personal affairs today, and it's so good to see you all, be in this room with you while I'm doing that. We're talking herbs. Oh, herbs. Grow herbs in a window. And
Yes.
I'm probably going to research this because I came into the conversation at the end, but I want to grow something, but I need to research it for my two cats. So.
Yes, you should do things like parsley and oregano and rosemary is really good. Basil, coriander.
I think I'm gonna start growing some lavender and then drying it and hanging it in my house.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
That's nice.
Does it attract
Lavender's good for keeping other stuff away too, I think. It's that, and there's another one. Can't I remember? Marigold. Maybe it's marigolds.
Yeah, I think marigolds are good for like rabbits and deer, I think.
Yeah.
That's right.
My problem is woodchucks. That is my enemy number one in my garden.
You don't like woodchucks?
Wait, let me preempt King Neff. Sorry to hear that.
I have a live trap this year. I'm gonna try and catch him and release him somewhere. But yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that.
he eats my kale all the way down to the base.
I'm sorry to hear that.
How many woodchucks could a woodchuck chuck?
Drops at one end and then you flood them with water at the other end and they float up into the little trappy trap.
You can, but in this case, I don't know for sure where he lives. He just like comes into my yard, so I'm just gonna like set up a trap with something he'll want to eat, and then
Like a squirrel trap, yeah.
The hard part is I gotta not catch my own cats.
Everyone give a heart to King Nav.
The Bolsheviks should be held accountable for what they did to the Russian Empire.
Why is everyone giving a heart to King Nav?
Because he did his one joke per day, and now the clock starts 24 hours until his next attempt.
Oh, is that how that works?
Where did this one joke a day?
On two. On three. Hey.
Yeah, I'm not buying into it.
Yeah, sounds like a joke to me.
Prediction markets like calcium.
Any full-on investigation that's needed on the Bolsheviks and what they did.
No, that's the plan. Wow.
Has anyone heard of Leonardo Joni?
And last thing.
No. She's a comedian. She's been banned from a number of clubs. She's being, I watched an interview with, or part of it, with her and Jesse Lee Peterson.
What'd you think?
Well, I like her comedy's funny, but she's also quite knowledgeable as to the, most of her jokes would be considered anti-woke. So she's actually pretty knowledgeable about what's been going on, et cetera, battle between the left and the right. Pick a word to describe all of that.
I stopped going to comedy.
And last thing, did you hear there's also a grinder? Wait for the singer here.
Got boring.
And last.
Talking about, and yeah, it even that, it's not funny at all. It's like, oh, isn't it funny? I mean, what comes from the left, like Hannah Gadsby, is like, oh, isn't it funny that men are stupid? Ha ha ha. Oh, isn't it funny that Christians are stupid? Ha ha ha. There's no actual joke there.
That's what it's becoming. And
yeah.
I have a hot take about like old head kind of comedy too, like Dave Chappelle even Dave Chappelle by name. I went to go see Dave Chappelle live for comedy maybe a couple years back. And the entire, I think like the first maybe couple times it was jokes, a couple, sentences, a couple, whatever, anecdotes he was giving was jokes. But then eventually it just turned into a lecture and like how the industry screwed him. And it just continues to be kind of that. Now we watch a stand-up and it's still that. I don't know. He's just jaded, maybe. I've noticed something of that old head, like Marvel, whatever her name is.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, he will still make me laugh, but yeah, I mean that's exactly it. I forget Chris Rock. It's funny. 20 years ago, Chris Rock in his specials was talking about stuff, and it's funny how what he's talked about never. Like, it hasn't gotten any better, but I haven't seen his special. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, they gotta move on. And even Bill Burr, I think Bill Burr, some of his comments on his podcast lately, or in the last year, have gotten people are like, where the hell did this come from? But he's still finding the jokes. Like he might say something political, but he still makes a joke out of it. So it's not like the Dave Chappelle, I'm just going to sit here and lecture people.
Well, Alan, what did you think about George Carlin toward the end of his career?
I hated George Carlin. I really never.
He was the same way.
Oh, I love Carlin.
I do too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it.
Balls.
I get it. But he became more of a social commentator. Some of his stuff.
Hey, gold is down, and I'm here to buy something back I sold to you a while back.
I'm so happy because a lot of stuff he's not down.
Do you have a makeup box? Still?
What do you mean? The makeup box?
The makeup box.
How we use language and, change the way, it wasn't necessary. The point is, like, she just made the point. The problem, like, women comedians often get criticized for not being funny, and her comment is, she said it's actually easier for women comedians because if you're just a little bit funny, people will laugh. The problem is most women comedians aren't funny.
So, get him, Alan.
Yeah, that's right.
Really?
So separate question. Has anyone seen the Michael movie?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
Michael Jackson? I don't know. I'm seeing all these reviews on it. No spoilers, but obviously it's his life story, so we already know the story. But people are saying Jafar Jackson did awesome.
Don't fall for it.
George Harlan, I thought was like a brilliant comic, and I don't use that term lightly. And toward the end of his career, he certainly like changed his style and became, more of a commentator who used a little bit of comedy thrown in. Unlike Bill Maher, who's always been a comedian first, and he has actually become more famous as a political commentator, but he always kept the core of it. With comedy as the baseline. But George Carlin, if you watch some of his older sets, not like the sets toward the very end of his life, but maybe 10 years before, I liken him to like the Eminem of the comedy world, in the sense that like the words he uses in the comedy are so like tactile and calculated and exacting, and like every syllable and breath is planned out, and the way it's delivered, it's truly like taking that art form into like its extreme end.
I would agree with that. I can appreciate what he did and the way in which he did it, and everything you're saying is true. It was just, again, to date myself, but I remember seeing him as a kid, early on, and then at a certain point it's like, yeah, but you're changing, and at first it was fine, but then ultimately for me, like, I go to a comic. If I'm listening to a comic, I want to laugh, and if I'm not laughing, well, then you're not a comic. I don't remember seeing him a lot. I know who you mean. Mm-hmm. He certainly had a shtick going. And
Beverly Hills, the only place in the world I'm embarrassed to have a black. My sister came over, she told us to say, get that thing out of here.
Yeah, see, if you really want Jewish humor, you've got to go to, look up an album, When You're in Love, The Whole World is Jewish. And it's an album of entirely Jewish shticks. And then Jason Alexander, I'm going to guess 5-6 years ago, recreated it in Hollywood. And I actually went to it and ended up sitting next to him. He was in the back watching it. He produced it. And so I had a conversation with him about, because I said, yeah, I remember, like my parents bought the album in the 60s and, talked to him about it and talked about some of the skits that I remembered. And, parts of the album are funny, but yeah, Jackie Mason was funny, as I remember. A lot of the comedians in those days came from New York, and they all did the Catskill Mountain circuit. Did you watch, by the way, The Wonderful Mrs. Maisel?
I watched part of it, and I liked it, and then for some reason I didn't continue it. But I did like it.
Yeah, it was, no, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, it was really well done. Really well done. The costumes, the music, everything, the amount that went into it. I kind of didn't like the end, but that was
Hi, do you guys do a walk-in clinic, or do I need to make an appointment to try to see a psychiatrist? Yeah. No, I don't. That's why I'm calling. Okay, so but so I have to come back. I mean, it's not like I can't get a prescription. I can't get my prescription filled the same day. It's like, okay, sounds good. Thanks.
The wonderful Mrs. Maisel. It's not a Game of Thrones ending episode. Let's put it that way. Seinfeld last show either. So.
What happened with Seinfeld? I never watched it. What was the?
It was just the final episode was the premise was some guy was getting robbed, and the four of them did nothing while he was getting robbed. So they get arrested and they have the trial because they're actually, there is some New York law or something that you're supposed to help people who are in trouble.
They weren't in New York, Alan. They were in another state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a two-part ending. It was a two-episode ending.
Yeah, and so the whole final episodes was them being in court, and of course Jackie, whoever it was, the lawyer, black lawyer, who was a spoof on Johnny Cochran, was defending them, and then it was a parade of past celebrities who had guest stars coming in and testifying how bad they were as people. And then in the end, they ended up being convicted, and the four of them are sitting in a jail cell together.
And the part that was so unsatisfying to every viewer was that the last scene is them just like, okay, we're in jail now, and then they kept saying, okay, so we got a year, and we'll be back. 1 year, and then we'll be back. So people took that as a coded message to mean they're taking the year off, and then they're going to continue the show. That wasn't the case.
Huh? Because that sounds kind of funny to me, like wrapping it up with lots of past.
It wasn't bad. I didn't hate it as much as most people. So
It was hella funny. It was just basically a trial about their moral character. Everybody who they've ever wronged or shortchanged over the years and shit. The Soup Nazi and Wayne Newman.
Soup Nazi.
Yeah. All of them came back to testify against them.
Right. He's like, I know it's my business. Yeah.
Because it wasn't I feel like How I Met Your Mother was another one that people really hated the ending of. I never watched it though.
Yeah, I think I saw that, and it was like, but really, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, and when I watched the Seinfeld one, I thought, oh yeah, this was okay, I got it. But I think the disappointment is they expected, I mean, when you consider that some of their episodes were absolutely brilliant and really, really funny, it wasn't that. Like, I think maybe people expected some especially wacky plot twist or bizarre, whatever, and it wasn't that, so.
Did Man Hands ever testify against them?
I don't think so.
That would have been fucking hilarious. I love that fucking episode. That is still the funniest fucking episode ever. Fucking Man Hands. She got hands like a dog worker. Sitting there busting up the lobster and shit.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's no bottle opener. Here, I got that. Yeah, I think that they not totally thought of it, but that was all done with, close-up cuts of the woman's hands. I don't know how they would have how they would have done that for the court.
You talking about Seinfeld?
Yeah.
Oh, I like the soup Nazi one because the soup Nazi still, or not the guy itself, but the spot is still there, and the directions of where you're supposed to stand are still there, and how you're supposed to move. That's my favorite episode.
Right, and of course, like the most famous of Seinfeld is that diner on the Upper West Side that they always went to.
Sandy's, yeah. I've been to it. I think it's 87th or 86th or 82nd. 82nd?
Something like that. And the sign is this because in the show it just took an image where it said restaurant, and that's like half of the sign. You know, I think it's something restaurant, but yeah.
Oh, they're opening Essential Park here, an actual coffee house. They should have already, but they're actually going to build one.
I think depending, a 90s coffee shop could do well.
How did they get the naming rights to it?
Say again? The naming rights to it? It's probably
how
owned
did they
by
get
the
the name
studio. It's probably owned by the studio.
Or license.
Or licensed to shapes. Or something.
The bar, I think I've been to the bar that Cheers was filmed in before Cheers ever was a thing.
I believe you.
Alan used to play in the grass fields in the area that eventually became the Erie Canal when it was still grass.
Yes, yeah. Well, I've been to Lexington, where the first Revolutionary battle was, where the Revolutionary War started. But anyway.
Oh, you were there for that?
Yeah, I was there for that. But
When will you take responsibility for exterminating the mammoths?
Yeah, see, I was actually behind the guy, and I bent down to polish my shoe, and I hit his arm, and that it accidentally shot off the first shot. So.
Oh my God, you were the one that knocked off the nose from the pyramid guy, right? That dude.
Yeah, that was me.
Wait, Alan, where
I was trying to clean it, and I had it shit, so I said, let me get that out.
So you were one if I land, two if I see, right?
Hey, Alan. These pretzels are making me thirsty.
These pretzels are made, is that supposed to be?
Like hypnotic induction or something?
Are making me thirsty.
I'm literally going to sit here and see who's cultured and who's not.
Kramer.
These pretzels are making me thirsty.
Wait, let me throw something at you to see if you know it. If there's a randomly, bro.
Am I right?
We were just talking about it.
Oh wait, I missed it then. What were we talking about?
Wait, we were insulting Alan by calling him old, and then Adrian comes in.
Alan?
Yeah, Woody Allen was shooting a movie outside of Jerry's apartment. And they casted Kramer to be in the movie, and he only had one line, and that was, "These pretzels are making me thirsty." And he just kept rehearsing that fucking line.
Oh, see, you mentioned knocking a nose off of an Egyptian deity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned a thing recently because I just love to, debunk crazy facts. Where someone, it was when I was at the, actually, technically I'm debunking Cheyenne because she was the one who said it. But we were at the Met, and she was like, oh, I actually heard about this on Instagram or whatever, that this is because of, white supremacy, that, the Greeks or whatever didn't like it when the Egyptians had Arab-looking noses, and so anytime an Egyptian statue had an Arab-looking nose, they would remove it because they wanted to preserve the idea that the ancient Egyptians were white adjacent. And I was like, that sounds off to me. And so I did some research, and it seems like there's two things that happen, or three things that happen. One is that noses and ears are very easy to break off, and that's subject to erosion. Two is that actually there was a practice in ancient Egypt of breaking the nose off of statues, because the idea was that the mouth was closed, and so the only way that the statue could breathe was through the nose, and that the statue was meant to contain the spirit of the person who died. So they would knock the nose off to kill the spirit that lived inside the statue.
Oh wow!
And that tomb raiders actually did that also because they had heard
So
that
they wouldn't get
practice.
cursed.
So they were trying to prevent being cursed. So they would also knock the nose off. And then the last thing was maybe that was it. I swear there was like a third thing where there was like a culture that was knocking the noses off or something. But yeah,
Alexander the Great.
that was
These people used to chop the arms off of statues and things. So maybe Alexander the Great might have pulled up and been like, chop.
But yeah, definitely not
That's wild.
Rosie.
I hadn't heard that.
So what did she say when you told her that you're hanging?
I mean, she's not like a libtard or anything, so she was just, she likes to hear facts as much as I do. So she didn't.
So
Yeah, I find that
That's
interesting.
nice.
So I saw on Instagram is an automatic red flag for me.
Right? Yeah.
Facebook
And
is
I'm like,
worse.
wait a minute, is that elitist snobbery? Because I'll get that one. I saw it on X, and oh, you saw it on X. That's just funny.
What's amazing is the different reactions. There was this video of this woman, she was in a bar. She said she overheard 3 guys talk about how to cheat on their wives. And she said she sat there taking notes so she could describe these men so she could put it on TikTok. I looked at the video on TikTok, all the comments were like, oh my God, you're the best, and you're a girl's girl, and even though my husband wasn't there, I put him on the couch for the night. Twitter, they're all like, mind your business, shut the fuck up.
I was saying, why is that bitch not minding her business?
I posted, I said, my friends were at the same bar, and they overheard Scope. Average white guy, she picked up said that twice. I said, my friends were
Saying they're probably writing a script.
Yeah, I said that we used to have my friends all the time. We would say the wildest things. Like imagine some fucking asshole listening, like, oh, I'm gonna fucking call her out on TikTok and she,
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that was a Seinfeld episode as well.
There was so many great. Do you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm? You like that one too?
Yeah.
Oh, my husband loves that.
Oh, I love her.
Adrian, you're outside too. I can hear the wind.
Oh yeah. Leaving the golf.
Yeah, I think brand new Canadian tuxedo.
Wait.
Oh, go on.
Adrian,
What's up?
I've heard you speak for years on this app.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first I've heard. Do you play golf?
Yeah, I play golf.
Dick?
Adrian, why does O.J. Simpson play golf?
Why is that fascinating that Adrian played this song? Where are you going with that, Alan?
Alan goes to a country club. They don't like those people there.
Created image of a person based on what they say on this app. And everything you've said, Adrian, does not jive with, oh, I'm walking back from just playing golf. I'm just sorry.
Golfers are not a monolith.
Yes, they are.
Alan,
Sorry.
you know what I have in my garage right now?
What?
I have
Pet
a big
station.
fucking box with about 1,000 golf balls in my goddamn garage, right? And when I'm not at the course, I take my club and I just go out on the river and just turn it into my own personal driving range. Like seriously.
You know I'm teasing you, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, Alan, what kind of activities would you expect Adrian to have?
But
Plays basketball.
does it jive with the kind of political statements and gotchas that you have made? You know, I won't even try to recreate them. But yeah, you sons of bitches. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I've got 18 with my other gals at the country club.
Nice.
You've got to go
Have a
through the
great
cultural
time.
sensitivity course first.
Yes.
So, Alan, my joke is, why does O.J. Simpson like golf? It's because he gets to hit something white.
I'm with a black man playing golf. You know.
Actually, the balls are multicolored. So I got some orange balls, some white ones, some red ones, some green.
As long as you still got your balls.
Only balls I don't
So
have.
are you trying to say with the choice of colors of your golf balls that you're supporting the rainbow community?
Hey,
Is there a subtle message that we should get from that statement?
every ball is equal to each other.
He's an
Equality.
equal opportunity
Yep.
whacker.
Yep.
Ball whacker. Yes, thank you.
Equal opportunity. Each ball is wow.
Well,
You get the whack. You get the whack.
Adrian, I can't promise that in the future, that if we disagree on a point, that I will resort to ad hominem attacks and call you a golfer. I'm sorry. It's just too funny, actually.
Deal.
It's an onomatopoeia that is a word that sounds like a sound, right?
Yeah, onomatopoeia is, yeah.
Monica, do you know what an alliteration is?
Yeah.
So sad. Simply say so.
Funny face, Freddy fell face first, 5 feet, 55 freaking floors.
I have big news, everybody. We just got something in the mail. We got a new Canadian tuxedo. All right, everyone, PTR. I got a new Canadian tuxedo in the mail, guys.
Wait,
We're collecting them.
why is Canadian significant?
I don't. That's just what I know them to be called. I don't even know why they're called Canadian tuxedo. Just denim.
Oh, that's the way it's cut.
I know it's the set. The denim set is considered a Canadian
It's not.
tuxedo.
Oh, look at you.
No lie.
Thank you. Don't you
I thought you meant a literal tuxedo, and I was like,
It's a Canadian tuxedo. It's denim.
That sounds like a slur to me.
No, actually,
You're definitely rocking the cute housewife look.
You love it, right? It's cute.
no lie. I thought you were talking about you. They got a new cat.
Yeah, Jarl's a Canadian tuxedo. Oh, also Canadian tuxedo. Jarl himself is a Canadian tuxedo. No, but a tuxedo cat is also very cute. That would be cute.
Yeah, tuxedo cat.
Cute outfit. A Canadian cat. It'll be out like,
Tuxedo cat.
That's too funny.
What was the joke I forgot?
It's gone, baby.
It was a white joke. It was yeah.
As long as they're like dancing like a lot of part.
It's a Canadian joke, honey. We're saying that if a tuxedo cat came from Canada, it would meow like, hey. That's all we said. Like, hey, meow me. What are you talking about?
I was talking about like lawnmower Travis Strikers.
That's cool too. We can talk about that.
alright, this Clubhouse Karma and I are gonna fight.
Actually, now, excuse me, Monica, I have the definition of a Canadian tuxedo. A Canadian tuxedo is a slang term for wearing a denim jacket or shirt paired with matching jeans, creating a denim-on-denim outfit. It originated in 1951 after singer Bing Crosby was denied entry to a Canadian hotel for wearing denim, prompting Levi Strauss to create a custom denim tuxedo for him.
Nice.
That's a great story.
So we can we can give Jarl a hard time about how
He was doing a lot. He was doing a lot.
Wait, the Sudanese guy?
derisive. Would I be correct in saying that you stole the supple breast comment from the original Airplane?
I did see the original Airplane recently, although I don't remember that line in particular. So maybe through like my subconscious.
Yeah, you remember what's this? Robert, I forget it. Robert Hayes is sitting down. Yeah, the steward. He's sitting with everybody, telling them his life story. And the one older woman.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Those golfers, they're such snobs. They just.
Don't get derailed. Airplane joke.
Yeah, but in any event, yeah. So at one point, the woman looks at her, and she goes on, and that with her comments. Oh yes, she's very attractive, and something. And the comment is pouting supple breasts.
Okay, yeah, that movie's good, and that word is just so funny.
I didn't know how to supple breast.
So he called you that name? I don't hear the word supple used in any other context. Am I wrong?
Let's look up the actual dictionary definition of it.
Yeah, HI called me a cunt in the chat. I have a screenshot of it too.
What did he do that for?
I think he got moved down or something, and it's just because like I don't know, he just started getting kind of rude after a while, and so when I pulled back, as politely as I could, I didn't call him an asshole. I didn't call you. I was like, you bitch ass motherfucker, nothing. I was like, you know what? I don't like
French kissing of the dogs.
It's like the French kissing of the dogs, and I was like, I would never go to your house. He's like, my wife would never let you in. I was like, oh, you just made that fucking weird. I'm just gonna pull back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull back.
He's used to doing everything his way, and when he can't have it his way, he has to.
Yeah. I just you're an obstacle.
Okay, it's definitely. Anyone want to guess what like the denotative meaning of the word supple is? It's not anything. By the way.
No.
It's not how it's used. It's not how it's used connotatively.
It's soft and cushiony. No.
No. So. Okay. I'll read a few definitions. Readily adaptable or responsive to new situations. Capable of being bench folded without creases, cracks, or breaks.
That's my breast.
Able to perform bending or twisting movements with ease. Easy and fluent without stiffness or awkwardness.
Yeah, that's not my breast.
Sounds like a tip and Shipley's.
Alright, okay. No, I see with that athletics, aerobics, and stuff. She's very
It's used to describe answers.
answers for sure.
Yes.
Thank you, derisive.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's
That's
really
funny shit, bro. It's okay. Oh my god.
Submissive. Callie's got a definition in the chat too. You want to read it or me too?
Supple.
You read it, Monica.
Go ahead, Monica.
Supple is derived from the Latin word supplex, which means submissive, kneeling, or humbly begging.
It's more like y'all are more supple for these breasts.
I'm trying to remember.
Isn't suplex a wrestling move?
Suplex?
Oh, yeah. Isn't that when they turn upside down and drop them on their head, the suplex?
Yeah, that does sound familiar too. My goodness.
Hey, can I discuss the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, real quick? I don't want to move the goalpost. I know I'm moving the goalpost.
I want to talk about this too, John. Go ahead.
So I asked Grok, has anyone from Southern Poverty Law Center been arrested yet? Have any trials been set? Has anyone officially been arrested? Not one motherfucker arrested. Not one motherfucker. Why aren't their doors being punched in, kicked in? Why aren't they being dragged out on fucking camera like they did at Mar-a-Lago and to Stone down in Florida? Where are the fucking arrests, Cash Patel? Oh, it's almost Friday. He must be getting his drink orders ready. Hello?
In their pajamas with the busting down the doors, the midnight raids.
Well, see, the problem is, Alistair, is that this DOJ and FBI are competent, so they're not just going to rush. They're not just going to rush in, as they said in the news conference. It's an ongoing investigation. So they've now served the indictment, and they will now continue to build their case and to get more facts, interview people, etc., etc. And when they're ready, we hope and we expect that they will make specific arrests with specific people. But I share your urgency and I can't think of another word, but I share your passion in this particular case. Yeah, it would be nice if we saw the Republicans do to the Democrats what the Democrats did to Republicans during the Biden administration.
Well, hold on, I don't want lawfare. I don't want persecution or vengeance or revenge. I want justice. The Charlottesville Unite the Right rally that Heather Heyer was killed at, ran over, like, it was funded by the group that says it's anti-hate. Right? Southern Poverty Law Center has records that indicate it paid leaders of the Unite the Right rally. Premises exceeds the supply.
Yes.
Right.
They have to manufacture them.
Everyone on the right which seems a little too convenient. I'm gonna sit back and wait until the details come out about this. It's another one of those things where the left has one version of the truth and reality, and the right has another, and they're both so dug in after learning about this issue for literally 5 minutes and knowing nothing about it. It's anti-intellectual all around.
Okay, so Charlie Kirk posted before his death, the Southern Poverty Law Center is a hate group. They've targeted fellow Americans for abuse and scrutiny because they didn't like that they had so much power and influence. 8 years ago, PragerU did a video, a 5-minute video, on the group, the anti-hate group that is a hate group, calling out the Southern Poverty Law Center and their shenanigans. So this is not something that's new to many of the conservatives that were paying attention, even though there are indictments that came out yesterday.
And that has nothing to do with the charges or the yesterday. Like, you can say it's a hate group all you want. You can say you're a bad group. I don't disagree with any of that, but what you just quoted has absolutely nothing to do with they're paying people to pose as patsies in these groups or whatever. Nothing.
I'm a big fan of
Except for the second prong of their attacks.
Immediately shut the door behind us. Before I could even figure out what was happening, we already passed the door in. I felt no fear after all. 30 seconds. The soldier boy triggered the mechanism. A strange glow suddenly filled the room. He told me it was enriched uranium. Thought had been locking superhumans in this chamber for experiments, testing whether they could survive the radiation from an atomic bomb detonation. An ordinary person would be dead within seconds of entering this room. Before long, my fingers began to run wet, furious, trying to blast open the cell with laser vision, only to discover that the door had been specially constructed and was completely impervious to damage.
Where are you going? I'm gonna go destroy any B1 that I find. I ain't even anything that much I can't fucking see.
It was only then that I finally understood who he truly was. I had assumed Soldier Boy was accompanying me to the lab to search for the original compound V as a matter of father and son loyalty. What I never expected was that the whole thing was a trap made specifically for me. The moment we had walked in, I had noticed the bodies, countless of them. What neither of us realized was that the moment we entered, some unseen force had quietly begun to take hold of our actions, guiding us without our knowledge. Under its influence, I had spent the entire journey taunting Soldier Boy relentlessly. I had told him personally trying to bribe his way into Dr. Mott's experiment. All I
gets to us, which is self-will. You're trying to project your identity outside and provide the kind of serving of the team when I waste yourself. And I am free of it.
I once myself in the pleasure of mocking him, completely oblivious to the fact that he was leading me straight into an experimental chamber. At my most desperate moment, Butcher suddenly appeared before me. He guessed in an instant that Soldier Boy was mine. The odds of you, if you did get the chips, you would think that makes you a good watch. I could see exactly what he was doing, using this moment to drive a wedge between me and my son. Butcher sneered that I was nothing but a pathetic wretch starved for love, that I lacked the spine to do anything except beat my own son Ryan half to death. Only a worthless piece of trash would stoop to something like that. When he finished, I laughed. Fighting through the pain, I forced myself to my feet.
He's a lion, because he's strong, because he's my son, son of God. You ain't not good.
I told Butcher one day I would get my hands on the original Compound V, and when that day came, it would be the end of all of them.
I promise you, before I die, I'll fucking have you.
And that, therein lies the problem, and then that's compounded by the fact that they opened up fake bank accounts or bank accounts with made up names in order to anonymously funnel money that they receive from donations into the hands of those white supremacist groups, and then worse, were directing the leaders of those organizations on what to do and how to protest. It wasn't like, okay, we'll pretend we're someone else and we'll just give them that money and hope that they do it. They said they were telling them in Charlotte, do this, do that, do this. They helped them organize that. And so the moral outrage on top of everything else, which I think is warranted, is the fact that they propped that organization up in order to increase their donations and to increase a narrative that helped benefit their donations.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's what the charges are. All this will be adjudicated in court by armies of lawyers.
Correct.
So, yeah. I mean, I anyone who knew nothing about this topic 24 hours ago and then suddenly became a legal expert in nonprofit banking laws, I find very suspect.
Listen, all I know is that if there's anyone who knows anyone in the Southern Poverty Law Center or any other nonprofit, I am looking to make some money. I am willing to be the informant. Please and thank you.
Keegan, you stole my joke. You beat me to the punchline. I'm very upset.
But you're Armenian. They might not even take you in now. They'll take me in.
No.
Listen, they'll take me in. Please give me the money.
Actually, Keegan, Armenians and African Americans have worked very closely together.
That's my point, Alan. Why I'm saying white nationalist groups won't take you in, Alan. I'm saying I will be the informant for the white nationalist groups. They love me. They will take me in. I am their brother, and let me make some money.
Yeah. You know, you just rained on my parade. Here I thought I was going to get to like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're right. I'm Armenian.
Othello, how we doing?
I think we're really in the twilight zone. We got SLPC funding white supremacist groups at the same time that we're finding out that Netanyahu funded Hamas. Crazy.
And the CIA has funded so many others. I mean, Othello, when are people going to wake up and they're doing a
put a wrench in the US dollar dominance. They're saying they're going to accept the yuan, which is going to create like a difficulty for the US dollar to remain constant.
Wait, what? Wait, don't use any window. If you're going to say something, make a specific claim.
Sure. So I heard that the UAE, or Dubai, basically, they're trying to except they're giving, I guess, people eventually see options to use the Chinese yuan instead of the dollar. So they're trying to open up the market for the yuan. And in the process, it might be a little bit of a difficulty for the U.S. to remain dominant, especially for the petrodollar. That's what I heard.
Okay. I would like to, find a link to say specifically what you're talking about, because you're talking about a general idea. Dubai wants to be the Singapore times the Hong Kong of the Middle East. So I'm sure they want to be completely open, laissez-faire capitalism for any financial instrument. So that would be their interest.
Do you think the U.S. government should bail out Dubai and the Emiratis by giving them a cash infusion for a taxpayer expense? Hello?
Is that on the table? I don't think they...
Yeah, it's on the table. Also, Trump is bailing out Spirit Airlines, our new national airline. Isn't that exciting? Go Spirit!
No, I just heard that the deal fell apart with JetBlue, but now they're going under. I didn't know that.
No, that was years ago. Now there's a new deal. But guess who owns Spirit Airlines? A bank. They owe the money to the bank. So the bank is looking for a bailout. It's not the airline that needs a fucking bailout. It's a bank bailout. Hello?
Yeah, you know, the other thing I've heard is lately there's been this big resurgence about how Gaddafi was actually a good guy, and the reason why the U.S. killed him and went against him is because he was trying to undermine the petrodollar. And what this particular person in this video reminded me of, and reminds everyone else, is that he was funding terrorism throughout the Middle East. He attacked the Lockerbie jet crash. He was responsible for that. There was some other flight that they hijacked, and another plane that they brought down. He was cruel to his own people. They had the police. If you spoke up against the government, they would arrest you, torture you. You might be killed, or you might be let out as an example to anyone who spoke up against the government. The list goes on and on and on, and he openly declared war against the West.
God, it sounds just like what the Biden administration did to all the January 6ers who were just trying to protect their liberty. Hello?
Yes.
They say that about Saddam also. They say that he was threatening to sell oil to Europe in euros instead of dollars, and that's why
Yeah. I mean, and it's all, well, they really didn't hate him. They talk about how benevolent he was, that you could get free education, you could get, all of the benefits, quote unquote, but looked at another way. The only education you could get was through his administration. There weren't competing colleges. You got your education through him. The population was entirely dependent on his programs, and everybody knew it. And anybody who protested, in any event, the point is he's being painted as this benevolent leader now, and really what's behind it is his son wants to be brought back into power and wants to be the ruler of the country again. So this positive PR campaign is being brought up.
Alan, I hate to break the bad news to you, but his son has been killed. You're not up to date with your news about Libya.
I know they killed his son. Now, did they kill the other son?
No, the other son wasn't in political contention. The son that was trying to become the next leader was murdered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me Google that for you. We came, we saw, he died. AKA Hillary Clinton, AKA Caesar.
Yeah. I'm gonna send an email to University of Wisconsin for a potential program I want to do. I'm not sure if I want to go for my higher studies, but something tells me it's if I want to do it, I should do it now.
Yeah, never wait on education. If you finish your undergrad, go straight into your graduate degree. Just don't wait. There's no reason. Just go all the way until you reach the limit.
I should have done that when I had the chance, but I just got my couple bachelors and started working. But you know what it is? I want to do my higher degree now, especially with all this AI and everything. You know, I want to be able to integrate it properly. I have a really good use case for a lot of stuff. So we'll see.
I, have been doing a lot with AI, and Meta has recently acquired an AI company called Matu, and you can build apps in it. I mean, with a prompt, and they're good apps. You can build websites, flyers, sheets, anything with basic prompts, and it'll extract the information from your website, digital marketing, etc. It's over. I mean, you just can't compete.
You know, there's a creativity factor being taken away, right? Well, yeah, go ahead.
You know, on the hardware end, Alistair, there's a guy, Rick Beato, Beat with an O. And now he does music videos, but his claim, which I kind of agree, and I'll tell you why, that eventually the technology used to run all of those AI models, that the computer powering for the home computer will increase to the point where you won't need these huge data centers, and you won't need
the last thing, and I'll turn it back over to our excellent moderator.
Run the AI models. Right now,
the most exciting thing that is going on right now between the United States and India is the drama of the technology engagement, which is incredible. Let's remember, even though it got only some attention, Brennan Srimodi hosted every single one of the dominant technology companies, every single one, for 3 full days. He gave his full
response with the 4 of them linked together. It took about 2.5 seconds to get a response, start getting a response from the AI he was running on those 4 programs. So what that means is ultimately it'll go the way that music studios went. It used to be you had to go to a studio with $500,000 of recording equipment to get a quality recording that was ready for the market, ready to be released as a record. Now, hardly anybody goes to a real studio anymore. Everybody does it in their home studio, and it's this guy's claim.
Have you heard the John Kitover band, Alan? I started my own AI band. It's called the John Kitover Band. I'm publishing on all major platforms. Suna.
But thank you. You're not the only person.
See, Alan, this is, as like a music consultant, I talk to musicians every Friday, Saturday night at my favorite bars, and I show them how to create AI music and how to create different brands, either associated or to completely create new music brands. And so this is the problem with complainers, is they don't understand that they're already behind they're behind the times, and they need to become more creative and expand their creation and stop complaining. Hello?
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? It's all about the creativity right now. And then the other part will be integration with our lifestyle, right? So for example, I work in the artist-specific audio tape, or audio, if you listen to one station, other will listen to another station on the radio. You can hear different things. your fame and your wealth, because whatever like reset or whatever is going to happen, at that time you'll be in a higher position than the average person. So I don't know. So it's like running for this. It's sort of like new gold rush. But just putting into words.
Yeah, I mean, I see. This is why I kind of like in 2026. I'm like, you want to go to college to do a master's degree? Why don't you just do something? Because you're going to spend a lot of money putting money into the school and the teachers' salaries, and those teachers are already behind because AI solves basically all problems. It's just really a question now of like organizing the people to use the AI for productive purposes. For example, the Iranians, if 100 senior scientists in the Iranian regime had a team of, let's say, 3,000 sub-junior, scientists and developers, researchers, chemists, etc., they could actually probably go fully nuclear within like 30 days and actually prevent a ground invasion and a full regime change. But they're too stupid to actually do that, because, I mean, we've killed all their leaders. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is, Alan, let's go into business and start the new Alan AI Music Corporation. What do you say, Alan? Because you spend so much time here talking. While we're talking, we can actually be creating product and distributing it and hypnotizing hundreds of thousands and millions of people with Alan AI music. And we could usher in a whole new era of recloning old music and just making it our own exclusive IP and delivering advertisements with our incredible AI Alan derived music. What do you say, Alan? Are you ready to make more money?
It's a tempting offer, but I'm tempting offer, but I'm going to have to say no to you, and I'll tell you why. No, I can't. I don't have my Don Corleone voice right now.
So, Alan, I don't know. Do you know what the Charter of Medina is?
No.
It's the Constitution of Islam that Muhammad put out. You should look into it, and you can realize that it's the exact same recipe and instructions to start a mafia gangster, organization with a don at the top, with 10 captains, your sub captains, your soldiers. It's an org chart. That's what the Constitution of Medina is. And it's so easy to debate Muslims now that I finally figured out what the Islamic Constitution is, the Charter of Medina. Once you know that and you realize just how unfair and ridiculous it is, it makes Muhammad look like the biggest fraud and scammer of religious history of all time. Just look into it. Go to Wikipedia, type in Charter of Medina.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. I'm really interested in seeing that. That makes a lot of sense. Because they were always releasing that, like, people with 10,000 voters, 10,000 voters, et cetera. Well, like, when you look at,
It's gone. Have you read the book? You there?
Who, me?
Either you or him.
Have you read what?
The Godfather book.
I have, yes.
Yeah, so you, then, I don't know if you remember, Michael gets the Bible from, Tom gives Michael the organization's Bible. And what he discovers is that a lot of the businesses that the Don is helping and giving protection to, that the Don would initially go, and he was the one who would be threatening those businesses anonymously. And then he goes in, he would go in, like they would start giving this shop a hard time, and then the Don would go in and say, I hear that, this other group, you're having a hard time. We can make that stop. Just pay us protection money, and then they would get protection money from that group. And that's how he built up the business. You create the problem, and then you provide the solution for it, which is exactly what the Southern Poverty Law Center did. Here, we're going to fund these groups, and then we will be the solution for it. Look at all of these racist attacks. Give us money. So it's a shakedown. That's all it is. But yeah, I gotta read it. It was cool. What was it called? The Congress of Medina? Well, that's here. Anyways.
Well, is Big Zed still here? No. Everybody left. Anyways, I wanted to say one more thing about the Charter of Medina. The Quran is the propaganda of Islam. The Medina Charter is the political science apparatus of the Ummah. And there's a group of Muslims in the community that now want to build a giant mosque and get special taxation or some type of special accommodation. If you want to debate them legalistically, all you need to do is pull out the motherfucking charter, the 66 amendments of Islam, or the 72 or whatever the number is, and go line by line and show how it's a mafia organization that uses blood money and intimidation and no legal judicial system whatsoever, no jury trial, no judge. It's just God and Muhammad. They decide. And if you don't like it, it even says in there, you have to abide by the fact that you don't like it. It's so fucking insane and stupid. And when you compare and contrast it with the historical legacy of jurisprudence, the Magna Carta, the Constitution, etc., all these incredible like Enlightenment documents that the West has created to value the self as opposed to Muhammad's Ummah, it just makes you realize that Muhammad is a fraud, a scam artist, and that the entire religion is based off of mafia, gangsterism, intimidation principles, and tactics. It's just fucking right there in the charter. So you could debate all the religious, spiritual, historical stuff like Ezekiel. You could go into all the bullshit that's in the Quran, but every Quran should have to have the Medina Charter in the beginning to explain the historical, legal, and political science legacy that Muhammad set up in his scam. So, I would love for Migzad or a lawyer to actually, use the charter against Islam legalistically in, a debate, because a Mohammedan can't stand up to the fucked up laws and the dictates and the all or nothing statements of the Medina Charter. I rest my case. Hello? Aurora. Are you prepared to be my sorceress's apprentice?
I'm really good at being a sorcerer's apprentice, but obviously I've done it before. Actually, I've had resistance myself.
So I just want to say something about the title of this other room that I'm in. It's called Are Relationships on Clubhouse Real? And I just want to say, no, they're not. And in fact, many real world relationships that you have in your own personal life are also superficial and not real. And there are a lot of highly annoying people out there. I'm one of them. It's called a HAP disorder or HAP syndrome, highly annoying person syndrome. And that's one of the reasons why we're not successful in life, because it turns out that highly annoying people get shunned and pushed away because they're highly annoying. But it doesn't.
You're actually not highly annoying. You just need better marketing and the right partner. Yeah. That's the truth of it. Maybe a little bit of like softening the extremely masculine energy that you exude. Calm it down and make you more successful. But
I don't think it's pretty interesting. What did you think about my projection analysis about ad hominem projection?
Yeah, I think it's very true, and I think that I will say this: the more that I love myself, the less desire I have to be a jerk to others. In high school, in college, in my early 20s, even my early 30s, I think that I was much more of a jerk, and I think that I often did project, and I think that, you know, we do project onto others, and I think that's true. I heard Sam this morning. He was flying off the handle again, and I think that he's just embraced that character at this point. He's just like happy to be a clubhouse crash out boy, and it's sad, really. I like Sam. I don't really have a negative thing to say about Sam. So I like Sam. He doesn't like me, and that's all there is to it. He might even like me. Like you said, he's not even talking about me. He's probably talking about himself. He doesn't even know me well enough to like me or not like me. So he's just projecting. It's just pure projection.
And I just want to say thanks. I was there for the info, the Medina stuff. Congressman Medina, I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, be sure to read it line by line and then think about it through like Western lens or just what's fair. Meaning, like, if you get a proclamation from your new warlord that says you will contribute to our wars or we'll kill you, but couch it in like mystical verbiage in the last sentence, it's such a scam. It's historical and it's shocking. Where you're like, what? This is the real Muhammad. This is the Constitution. This is the law. This is Mohammedan law. This was his first attempt at declaring law. And when you realize that this is what people in 2026 are still going off of, the Medina Charter, you're like, just figured something out. Because I like to argue about God and the prophets and the stories, etc. But no, now I'm just interested in the law. Let's talk about Mohammedan law, and everything else you say, you can just shut the fuck up right now until we get through the law. Shut the fuck up until we get through the law. Done. And then you realize that's the only debate. All the other stuff is just spam. It's just spam.
It's about trying to get the upper hand of power. Like when you're debating about them, there's always trying to get the upper hand of power. And like you said, you know, it's just like the same thing, you know, over and over. They have the same statements as the lawyer, 100%. Like that's inherently Indian, you know, and also Western too, from like the Greeks, you know. So like, yeah.
Yeah, there's no parliament. It's only Muhammad and the Allah. So that's the other thing. Is in the charter it says if there's a conflict, Muhammad is the sole arbitrator, or his believers. All non-believers, you know, it's just incredible, the claims, the all or nothing statements, and how like a Muslim today will never even actually read it. They don't know it. It seems to me like if you want to be a Muslim today, you have to know nothing about the religion and the history of Muhammad. So that's one of the defining characteristics of faith, is to just be ignorant and stupid. See, I want certainty. You know, this is what science gives us: certainty, not faith. And I'm not saying that faith doesn't have its place in religious practice and in creating fun and joy, But when you realize that Muslims are all or nothing bullshit artists, fraudsters and scammers that want to make you an out group to their in group, they're ignorant. They don't know that there is no in group, out group. There's just the one group. It's all connected. And they're, that's why I say it's a fraudulent, terroristic, mafia, gangster religion dedicated to pernicious jurisprudence. No justice, no transparency. Here's your fucking blood money. Now shut the fuck up or we'll fucking kill you. That's what it says in the Medina Charter. Hello?
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
I just love having the fattest pussy in all of America. Makes me happy.
Are you sure about that? I thought I had the fattest pussy.
You might have me beat. Can you quantify like the fatness? I can do that for
you. Want me to PTR?
Oh. Oh, who we are? Is this who we are? Is this where we're at? As a culture?
Is this who we've become as a people?
It's crazy.
Is that a mood statement or mood statement?
The statement is mute.
I really want some Parmesan, like something Parmesan-y.
Have you thought about scratching your scalp and then licking your fingernails? Hello?
That's
gross.
That's crazy. Whoa. Head and shoulders. They're knocking at the door.
You know when you see those people out in life, and the dandruff is just all over their shoulders and their back, and it's like all over their jacket?
They could be itchy.
It's like, yo, are you aware of this? Like, who in your household let you leave the house like this in the morning? This is not a good look. And they're like working in Macy's, and they're like wearing a suit. They're wearing like a suit jacket in Macy's, trying to help you buy jeans, and they're covered in dandruff. And you think, excuse me, sir, if I needed help buying jeans, you would be the last person that I would ask. It's funny. I thought Jose was going to be
extremist groups so they can conduct operations, but that one fucking arrest. I'm getting really angry. Like that the FBI is not arresting anyone of note. Nobody of note. I mean, and we want to see the tears flowing from the eyes of these leftists crying out for justice when they themselves are hardcore manipulative criminals. Hello?
Hello. We have Anne in the audience.
It was an honor to do that. What if you had a client that went on to commit mass murder?
So, Rabboni Shalom, it's Thursday, and I'm the worst procrastinator I know, but every time I try to do what I need to do, I'm always met with this voice and the sound that is like, basically Clubhouse in the real world. I hate to say it, but it's always like a black woman saying, well, what the fuck you want to do that for? It's like, well, why the fuck do you think I'm calling you? Hello?
What are you going to do that for? Why are you doing that? Oh, I don't have to be here until 2:30. What a relief. Maybe I'll go buy a doobie. Should I go buy a joint from the joint store?
I gotta tell you something that, like, if you're gonna just smoke cannabis, which does absolutely have major health ramifications, smoking does, whether it's a vape, a cigarette, a pipe, it doesn't matter. But if you don't mix your psychedelic experience with a good psychedelic book, well, I hate to tell you, you're wasting your body on an experience which isn't going to get you as high as you could get if you read a mystical book. Am I right or am I wrong? Hello?
I think you're right, but I feel like I just use it as normal medication to like remain calm. I have to teach.
No, dude, that's not what it is. It's the same thing as Clubhouse. People here who are sober, they use Clubhouse to generate the dopamine, and cannabis users use cannabis to generate the dopamine. That's what I'm saying. If you kill 2 to 3 to 4 birds with one stone, Rabboni Shalom, you spell the name YHVH, or YVHW. Hello?
Yeah, but I don't have time to read a book right now. I have to go teach a driving lesson.
Then don't smoke. We save it. That's what I'm saying. It's the conservation of mysticism and energy. If you're gonna use cannabis and flood your brain with THC, save it for an invocation for a book reading session, and you're gonna be like,
clap back and be like, yeah, the other day when I was at Gray's Papaya getting a hot dog, something like that.
Did that place shut down?
I think it's still around. They have the best papaya juice in the whole city.
Oh, that's great.
Was it Hawaiian or some shit?
No.
No, it's papaya.
No. Like, what ethnicity?
Danny, did you take your mood stabilizer today? Are we in a good
No.
mood?
I have, I'm very, very sick.
With what?
I don't know. I went to, like, this discount place to look at the makeup, and I was halfway through the aisle when some, like, obnoxiously tall woman, maybe 6'3", showed up and kept like sniffling, and she was in my space, and I just missed COVID, and I think that she got me sick. Like, I was thinking, like,
so you tell people to you don't know how to open your mouth to tell somebody to open their mouth.
I'm telling you, she was 6'3".
Oh my god. Pap smear. Wait, what's going on, everyone? I've got a question for Pap smear.
I'd like to jump in real quick.
Yeah, you can go ahead and jump in. But wait, Mr.
Oh, here we go. Keegan's here. Oh my god.
Wait, Pappy. Have you been to Boston?
Yes.
Have you ever been north of Boston to like New England?
Yes.
Because up here they don't tell people to move. So when you're in the grocery store and you're debating what type of ice cream flavor to buy, you might look over your shoulder and there's another person behind you looking at the ice cream, just breathing down your neck, wondering why you haven't moved. And you, Pap smear, you might turn to them and say, "The fuck is wrong with you? Tell me to move. Can you tell me, hey, excuse me, I'd like to access the ice cream. Can you make..." I have no idea you're standing behind me, but they just stand behind you and they breathe down your fucking neck. And a New Yorker would never and could never.
Can I tell you what they do here in the Midwest, my friend? We say,
I can't do it. You need personal space.
We say, oh, excuse us, excuse me. So, OPE is a common phrase in the Midwest when we are in someone's way.
Keegan, did you wash those dishes in your sink?
I did not wash any dishes, thank the Lord.
Don't yell.
I am so sick.
He is so something about Keegan, you're just so mean. I've overheard your wife in the background a few times. She seems lovely. You should give her the phone so we can talk to her.
She's very lovely. She is very lovely.
She seems so patient and so nice to speak to. You, on the other hand, are
that's why she's that is not made for her kind. Sweet, lovely little women. Sweet, lovely little women do not deserve to be on this app. They deserve to go baptize, go make their sourdough. She's not go make her sourdough and read her book and knit her sweater.
She's not on payroll.
What? He doesn't get paid for any of that. What do you?
I get paid by the SPLC. What are you talking about?
I don't even know what that is. You over here using acronyms like I know what that is.
Poverty Law Center. Have you checked the news?
No, I haven't, girl. I think we watched totally different news. What was it? Your connection is spotty.
What's that?
Money connection.
Hello?
Is it on?
Money to people who are involved in like white nationalist groups and stuff like that. They're claiming they were infiltrating these groups, but remains to be seen whether or not that's true. And even then, they still probably be charged with wire fraud because they didn't disclose what this
Any nonprofit group that is giving out money for some.
Yeah, actually, I'm giving out money today. Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm going to give you money right now. Do you have Cash App? I'm going to send you money right now. My nonprofit will send your racist, bigoted, low IQ, white trash, stupid person money right now, Key. I'll send you that $1 right fucking now.
I know you're not going to send me.
I will. Put your Cash App in the chat.
Listen, it won't be life-changing because you're asking for Cash App. Maybe if you asked me for Zelle.
Yeah, Zelle, Cash App. You want to send me your routing and accounting number? You want me to wire transfer you money?
Yes,
No problem.
Yes, wire transfer me money.
No
please.
problem. No problem. What are you going to do for it, though? You're going to read
a...
All you got to do is read a book. I got a nonprofit called White Trash Low IQ People Read Books to Schwarzers. They can't read books so good no more. You want to get started? We're going to go into business. Marcus Aurelius. We're going to start you off on Marcus Aurelius, one of the best philosophy books on human behavior ever fucking written, which nobody ever reads. And can we get Mixed up here? And can you mod me up? Because we are going through the Charter of Medina today. And we need Mixed's legal analysis on Muhammad's proclamations in Medina. Oh, we got some winners in the room now. Let's start at the Medina Charter with Muhammad. Hello?
Then we got Diogenes, fucking gay boys up in here.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. So this is the life that we live.
And we got Pete Keegan.
What's did Monica or Serendipity say if they were coming back? Who are the real?
No, they're just floating in and out. Everybody's doing stuff. So I put a link in the chat. I really want Mixed's analysis on this. It's the Charter of Medina. It's the most ridiculous Mohammedan set of laws ever issued in 622. And we're going to go through the text of it. For example, it's all about blood money and intimidation. And if we kill your husband or your child, there will be no trial for anyone in the Ummah. Any believer will never be tried. You just have to take the blood money and shut the fuck up. And then there's so much stuff about ridiculous things in the charter, which is like a believer will not kill a believer in retaliation, in quotations, for a non-believer and tactics. This is what I realized, is that Muhammad is the biggest scam in the world. He did what Don Corleone did in The Godfather. The protection of the Dhimma of Allah is one. The least of them, the believers, is entitled to grant protection, the Ujr, that is binding for all of them. The believers are each other's allies, mawali, to the exclusion of everybody else in the outside group. And that those who will follow us among the Jews will have help and equality. Neither shall they be oppressed, nor will any help be given against them. But listen to this. As soon as they go on to make that false claim, this is the true claim. And the peace of the believers shall be won. If there be any war in the way of God, no believer shall be under any peace with the enemy apart from other believers, unless this peace be the same and equally binding on all. So they're compelling Jews to fund and fight in their fucking wars of conquest. That's not fair. That's mafiaism. That's gangsterism. That's tribalism. That's not jurisprudence. That's not Magna Carta. That's not Constitution. I want my fucking human rights. Hello?
It's an honor to do that.
Diogenes, you are in the Matrix.
Is that Diogenes?
Yes, Diogenes, you're in the Matrix.
I love guys, Diogenes.
Whoa. Diogenes, you're still in the Matrix.
I love good guys who are men of conviction, men of courage.
Diogenes, you're
matrix. You were
So
in and out of it.
I'm so fucking deep in the matrix.
There we go. You're
so deep. I'm so deep in the matrix, brother. Oh shit. Am I out?
You're good now. Yep, you're out. We didn't hear a word you said before, but you're out.
Hey, Alistair, first of all, shut the fuck up, pack it up, go read about your fucking goy slot somewhere else. We don't care. Alright?
So take my goy slop, aka a link to Wikipedia describing Muhammad's Ummah and his jurisprudence in 6.6. Okay, no problem, Diogenes. Whatever you say, doctor.
Thank you. Alright, thanks. Anyway, son, not to...
Ironic is that you are actually probably a descendant of some of these people from the Ummah. Because you are the most Ashkenazi looking one of us. And so I'm convinced that you are actually, we're maybe probably subjected to the tyranny and the abuses of Muhammad and his bullshit laws of oppression. Hello?
I do not look like an Ashkenazi Jew.
You do look like an Ashkenazi Jew. I've seen your photo. You look like an Ashkenazi, my friend. I think you got some Ashkenazi in your genetics. Have you done a 23andMe? Hello?
Topher Grace.
Okay. I'll take that. Thank you.
I literally can picture your in my mind, but I can't really picture. I can't think of an actor to compare you to.
Why can you picture my face in your mind?
Because I've seen a picture of you.
You're the client that went on to commit mass.
No, you're not obese. You're not jacked either. You're like a little string bean.
I'm not a string bean. That's not true. Maybe I answered you now thrice. No,
So wait, how does someone...
Let me tell you a little story. I had my first son, delivered it by myself and with my wife at home. Got mom nursing him, everything's good, and I'm like, okay, I start going back to work, and after work, me and my buddy would go to the gym, and we'd spend, 2 or 3 hours at the gym. We'd go to the gym, do cardio some days, we'd run 10 miles. Other days we'd do lifts. We'd always go to In-N-Out and get, 4x4s without buns, protein style. I was really committed to the gym life. Then I came home and I saw how much work it was for my wife to be taking care of that infant by herself, and I realized I was fucked up for abandoning my responsibilities as a father, arguing that, I needed to go to the gym. It's like, yeah, well, my wife needs help at home with this baby we made.
Can't you just get up early and do like 300 push-ups in your bedroom?
Anything, I promise. Do you have children?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, if you have children,
that sounds like a man who doesn't.
You'll understand. Yeah, you'll understand that anything when you are awake, if you are not working and obligated to do something, there is something you can be doing to help your child or your wife. And so it's
why are you on Clubhouse at all?
I'm at work.
What do you do for work? You don't work on your work. You don't work. What kind of work do you do?
I don't want to dox myself.
You don't have to dox yourself. Are you the only person in America with that job?
No.
Are you the only painter in America? Is Keegan the
only picture?
French company in America?
I haven't shown you my picture. I haven't shown you my picture, but you've already seen it. So that tells you that pieces get out, and then people put them together, and then they dox you.
Well, I'll tell you who I am. My name is Zach.
People are doxing you because you're probably rude to them. Are you rude?
Oh my god, I'm so fucking rude. Nigger.
You're probably rude.
Oh my god.
So rude. It's just
rude. I like you, Travis. I don't know why who you are, but you hang around and you're kind of a cool guy.
Well, thank you. I think you'd like me even more if we had a beer.
You should make him a basket.
I'd like to jump in here real quick.
You can go ahead and jump in.
I think if I was given moderation, I would make sure that Pap Smear could not be in a room anymore. Pap Smear is a faggot black man, and we should kick him from every room.
Bite your tongue. Bite your tongue. Pap Smear is one of my oldest friends on this app, besides Edmund Dakin. Yeah.
No gays. They need Jesus.
Trash bag loves me.
See, I wouldn't fight in a war. I wouldn't fight in a war to the death to protect gay men, but I would actually have a beer with a gay man at a bar, but still not get in a fight to defend that gay man's honor. That would be that gay man's personal responsibility. And I would never, ever step in between a gay friend of mine and some other guy that wanted to fight him because he was annoying. I'd be like, that's on you, bro. I'm not here to fight for you. I'm here to enjoy my life. You do you. But again, I'm not going to be rude to you. I'm not going to make fun of you. I might.
Congrats on to that guy beside him. That's Pap Smear and that's Pap Smear and Edmund. What? You guys haven't seen Jared?
I have. It's like a chair that has like the gauge on it.
We end up every in this room in ascending terms of height, ascending order of height. Who would be the tallest? Who's the tallest and shortest, you think, in here? I think Keegan is probably, I hate to say it, but Keegan is probably the shortest one in the room.
Doubt it. Have you seen his jeans?
I'm 5'10", but I would say I'm not like extremely tall, but I wouldn't say I'm short for a regular.
I'm 5'11".
Okay, well, I'm not 5'11", so I would be shorter than you. So I guess as of right now, I am the shortest.
I'm 6'3". I'm a tall king. I claim dominion.
That's right.
And you must follow me, your liege.
How tall do you think Mr. Anderson is? I feel like he's not a short guy. Mr. Anderson's probably pretty tall.
Well, why is he single?
Because he's an asshole.
I mean, that's undeniably true, but I mean, Dan Bilzerian is not single.
Well,
yeah, but he's a short king with an Joel that masquerades it with. All right, how tall are you, Tim? How tall are you? 189, 60. 189?
Yeah, 6'2". That's a man's height.
What is he?
6'2".
What was on my Air Force ID?
Whoa. My friend, we can't judge a man based off his height. I mean,
only
many short men.
I think we can judge a man by what he claims his height is.
Hitler was very short.
In that case, my height is 6'5".
Wasn't Hitler like 5'8"?
You know what's interesting is I've been watching this documentary called The Dictator, and what's so interesting is Hitler was actually obsessed with making videos of himself, and that indicates faggotry. And so what's so funny is when you realize that Hitler was a secret closeted faggot, and that Hitler was a faggot. Again, I'll say it again. Hitler was a closeted faggot, and he was shooting influencer videos during the Third Reich. And so if you watch all of Hitler's videos, you realize he's just an AOC, and he's a schmuck. And in fact, Hitler had a very low IQ, and that's why people hated him in the Third Reich, and they tried to assassinate him, because he was a prima donna faggot, and he was shooting influencer videos all the time, walking upstairs, looking backwards, being like, did you get the right angle on that video? He was a schmuck. Hitler the schmuck. It's the history that most Nazis don't even know about, that he was a low IQ social media influencer creating videos and books, but he was actually stupid. The man had a low IQ and he didn't even write Mein Kampf. He fucking had to hire people to write it for him. He was nothing but a spam, a meme, sitting in a jail cell having other people write his own fucking book. It's all a lie. It's all a fucking lie. The guy was a schmuck. The history of Adolf Hitler the schmuck. It's a new movie I'm coming out with called Hitler Was a Schmuck. Some of you might like it. It's very funny because it exposes Hitler as being a fraud and a social media influencer, and back in the day with videos.
So I'm driving, so I don't really want to click down. Just don't be assholes, please.
You're gonna get median in a car accident.
Then make a Keegan as a moderator or me.
Yeah, Keegan is a fan.
No need to moderate these Nazis. They're just here to get roasted. They're just good for cooking on a barbecue when they realize that Hitler the Schmuck, the movie, is coming out. It's going to be exciting when you realize that your Lord and Savior Hitler was a loser, a dummy, creating videos of himself all day long.
You think I have a problem with my heroes losing? I mean, it's only through loss that we learn valuable lessons. And, you know, I mean, Robert E. Lee, oh, God bless him. You know, it's not the South. The South will rise again. There were courageous men who lost their lives in defense of something. You think I would besmirch them? denounce them simply because they lost. You're a fool. You're a coward. You're spineless. You're a sycophantic suck up. You're a little baby bitch. You bald fuck. Shut up. Am I in the Matrix?
You see, when I see the millions of dead Germans, I really hate Adolf Hitler because he ruined his entire country, and he murdered. He through his bad strategy and stupidity, he actually killed millions of good men whose lives were thrown away like they were garbage. That's not good leadership. Those aren't heroes. That's called Hitler the Schmuck the movie. Hitler was a schmuck. The movie. Hello? Oh, go to johnkitover.com if you want to find out where I live. And then you can reverse engineer who registered the domain name and report them to Interpol. Oh my God. Tim is going to get arrested with Adolf Hitler's dog. Hello?
Keep moderators so you can permanently put this number up.
Is that what you want, Vlad?
Eddie, don't do it. I'll never forgive you. If you embolden the Nazis, I'll never forgive you. Our relationship is over. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again.
Okay, I'm just sitting down for a second. We're saying
Still on Stalin, right? And yet Stalin killed multiple more. Allegedly, the Germans did. How tall are you, Tom?
what the fuck is wrong with this cut? He's just screaming too much.
How tall is this guy? Is this guy taller than me? I need to know if I'm supposed to follow you. Are you my leader? How tall are you?
Koala? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to whatever that.
I want your name. Fuck it, I don't want your name. Whatever this fucking name is.
What the hell?
You know,
what about the Chinese cunt who just killed millions of his people? And Stalin did that.
Mao Zedong. You're talking about Mao Zedong, yeah?
Yeah, you're the Mao cunt. Yeah, the Mao cunt.
Meow, 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 meow. The guy who killed like the least amount of people in modern history that are the most offended by. Right? Like the British, we killed 130 million Indians in our rule of India. No one gives a wrong.
Absolutely.
Because the Indians don't own the media. The Indians don't own the publishing company.
Plus, they never actually went for any kind of victim murder. Like, yeah, if we got fucked, we won.
Hey, you know, Keegan is like the whitest of us. He should be our leader. Keegan, you're our. No.
He's very good.
He's a Romani. That's right. He's way out south in the land of cotton. Hey, Keegan, do you think that's an arousing rendition of the Illegal flag?
How's it going? Long time, bro.
By the way, Alistair, if you had shut up when I asked you to, I would not have had to make Keegan a mod, so.
No, Keegan,
He always does it, He always does it. You can't help yourself, He really is a glutton for punishment.
if I would have been a mod, his arm would have been a gay for
He's a moth to the flame. He can't help himself. He's a
Yeah, sit down to the good, swim in the swamp for a while, and for the fucking crocodile, then it bloody hell.
Australia, New Zealand, what is this? What am I hearing? Aussie, brother. I wish I could speak with a cool accent like that. All I know is Crocodile Dundee and a little bit of Steve Harwood. Spring Bottom Barbie. You can't take my phone. It's so funny. Australians don't know what that is, but Americans know.
Shrimp is not bad, it's prawns.
It was an advert shown everywhere in the world except for Australia, so Australians don't know about that, but we all know about it. Next, you're going to tell me Foster's an authentic Australian beer.
It's a horse piss. You want right? We made it for you.
I've been drinking horse piss.
Right, we made it for you guys. You know, you can drink it in Australia.
You got the Australian Tourism Board's fucking propaganda. And what are you drinking out there? What's a good Australian beer?
Lager.
Lager? Who's making that lager? Victoria.
I definitely go to Irish pubs.
Irish pubs. Hey, you hear about the Irish? They got
government did it is so the men. What do you mean they yielded? What did they
The
do?
government, the Irish government
What did they do?
announced some kind of like relief, some tax relief. Yeah,
Actually,
they got something.
well, probably not what they wanted, eh?
Sure, but it's better than nothing.
No, it certainly sounds better than nothing. I can't argue with that. It's like saying, hey, at least they didn't fucking finish shitting on me. That's right.
So I just want to say that in that Dictator film, you know that March of the Fallen when they all go to Moscow, like the 700,000 German soldiers or whatever. Let's just admit that the Germans never should have surrendered. They should have fought to the death because it's better to die fighting than it is to die in a communist gulag. Hello?
At what point?
We're down to the gulag.
How much later should they have waited?
Bloody hell. Spit him in the swamp. Okay.
Can't keep a bad man down.
Lot of energy, huh?
Well, what?
Lot of energy.
In 2015, Colonel Sanders woke me up. My openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. He wanted a COVID-19 vaccine for the greater good of humanity. Because unlike the racist Republicans, he wanted to protect our democracy and take on his social responsibility to do his part for the greater good. He is now gone from this world. He recently had a heart attack. But the doctors say
Do you see what they're doing to the most do you see what they're doing to the most decorated SAS soldiers?
Gold.
Yeah, it's a female. It's a female. Talk about it with a G, yeah?
Oh.
Yeah, this what's his from the or something. What's this? Race tool or like they're like most decorated, like double, fucking Victoria Cross award winning, awarded SAS soldier is getting fucking shafted now by some.
If the Afghanis have a fucking criminal gang over there, he just flopped that one out, and they'd be like, he is Islamophobic. No, he's not Islamophobic.
But they also fucked him because I think he's from Queensland, and they waited until he went. Yeah, and they waited until he went to like either Sydney or Melbourne, where they fucking are saying.
This is so funny.
To basically get. So like they selectively to actually charge and arrest him. Fucking cunts.
Mate, Australia's fun.
Well, you gotta take care of the Jews, bro.
Brothers, we don't have to worry about the Jews before we worry about the traitors. Did I tell you we've got more than enough traitors to satisfy the needs?
I don't have any kind of hate on any kind of community.
If you attack their paymasters, the traitors will reveal themselves.
No, listen to me. There are some things more important.
The collaborators and the traitors will reveal themselves.
No, that's not right. You're wrong. You think they've been ruling us wrong?
Who's gonna do their paddling?
Listen, I'm telling you what. You go into your community and you identify the motherfuckers which are taking their money, which are selling themselves and selling you and your political representation, and you fucking hold those fuckers accountable. And you look next door, your neighbor, on your right side, on your left side, you see they're doing business with those fucking traders.
Your problem is that the alternative.
Our problem is we're not committed.
Your problem is
What the fuck?
that it's a petticoat challenge, and you think you've got choice, but both sides are poisons, right?
No, brother,
you
gotta go upstream.
You gotta go upstream and figure out.
You don't need to be talking to me this way because you know, as a matter of fact, that I don't have any of this fucking delusion in my head about the right and the wrong. You don't need to fucking talk to me about that. No, as a matter of fact, I can't believe you assigned that belief to me. You know that I don't see left or right. Come on, brother.
You think you can poke your way out of this?
No, exactly. You can't fucking go with that. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Tim. You know that I know this, all right? Don't be fucking putting over that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're like 90 seconds away at any given point in time saying shit like, the tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots.
What do you mean? What do you mean? How are you supposed to
What do you mean? You're ready to like fuck. You're like fucking. You're glowing right now. You're with a dead post. See, this is why he's so secretive about his identity, because he's actually a fucking fan.
Tim, you want my identity because you like those fucking.
Oh, I don't want to know your identity. I'd never ask.
You like those fucking.
Oh, I'd never ask.
You want to fucking terrorize your wife and kids because you got no other fucking targets. Look, I go out to the protests, okay? You know, I'm not talking about riots, but I go out to the protests and I take my lovely wife, a good woman, and my children. Good children.
Bernie Sanders woke me up. I told him to get a 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than kids for his birthday. He wanted the COVID-19 vaccine for the greater good of humanity. Because unlike the racist Republicans, he wanted to protect our democracy and take on his social responsibility to do his part for the greater good. He is now gone from this world. He recently had a heart attack. From the Donald Trump supporters and the science deniers. Racist, bigot, horrible! Now, you might recognize the man as one of the most evil men, if not the most evil man in history is what you call him. But I have somebody who is much worse. His name is Donald J. Trump. Now let me tell you why Donald Trump is worse than Adolf Hitler. Number one, Donald Trump hurts my feelings and Hitler does not. Number two, Hitler at least put people in quarantine camps and made them wear masks, while Donald Trump continues to spew out Russian disinformation. Third, Hitler had the decency and kindness to kill himself. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is still alive. At least Hitler had the decency to leave us alone. Trump, on the other hand, refuses to kill himself and makes him significantly worse. Now with war with Ukraine and Russia, if we had a nuclear war, it would be worth it if we could just save our life. Imagine living in a world where people with selfish sides denying racist, trans policy, and public misogynistic bigots, where people are actually supporting democracy and took on their social responsibility. The only way to fight for our democracy is to get vaccinated while supporting Ukraine in their fight. And that is your social responsibility. Everybody. One of the people I look up to, who I began to love, is Klaus Schwab. And he said by 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. And I stand with him because I am not selfish. And those who stand against it are selfish. My closing statement of my only regret is that I didn't stop for Hannah Taylor's killers. I still remember like it was yesterday. I was shopping at Target in the Pride section looking for a shirt for my 6-year-old openly gay transgender nephew after I got off work at Starbucks where I'm a barista. But at least I didn't know that I was helping the LGBTQ community where Breonna Taylor was killed. Every minute later in my car when I prayed that Dr. Fauci make a vaccine for white supremacy. I hate myself!
Thank you. That's your time. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna take a knee for George Floyd.
Yeah. Do that over there so we can get the next person. Thank you. Okay. If we could, so we'll take like a 5-minute break.
He sent me good shit. Send me gold.
it's like it's okay for like Muslims to like blaspheme their own God when they criticize in the Bible, but when you criticize in the Quran, like no, that's not okay. That's so fucking stupid.
You know, that's not just taking Ramadan as well. You know, for real.
Yeah.
Hello. You know what they don't put in the beginning of the Quran? They don't put the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam, and the declarations by Muhammad in Medina.
Yeah, it's universe. Can you read my PTR and tell me if that's you at the top? Because if it's not you, will you please block that person and report them? Thank you. Hello?
No, that's not me. I don't know who that is.
Is that you?
No, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Will you please report that guy?
Well,
I can hear you.
I don't know who that is, but I'd be happy to report him for you if you want me to.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
But I'm done. I would never ever waste another minute engaging in a debate with a Muslim unless it's about the Charter of Medina by Muhammad, the Constitution of Islam. That document alone is enough to ruin Muhammad. It makes Muhammad look like a scam artist and a fraudster, and it's so damning what he did, and so contrary to Western judicial. Practice and intelligence. It's an all or nothing statement. It's basically, it proves that Muhammad was the creator of a gang and that it's a scam and a fraud. And people today, one of the rules of Islam is to basically be in denial of Muhammad's criminal activity in the 600s.
Yeah, but can you read my PTR? Can you see how that psychopath, but I'm recording every room you're in, multiple accounts.
Well, I'm not targeting. See, when I live stream, I'm just primarily just like live streaming myself in my office. But downstairs, I am filming, but I mostly record the big rooms.
I'm fine if it was you, John.
I told you it was not me. I told you twice and three times now.
Then that freaks me out. If it was you, then I'd be fine with it. But if it's not you, then I'm freaked out by it.
Yeah, well, welcome to being on the internet where you're in a public space and you should assume that everything you say is completely recorded, which it is, because you can't transmit what you're saying unless you create a record.
Will you please just report that guy? Please, John?
You got it. No problem. Too easy. Done. If you want to get smart, create a trap room, bait that person in, and then report them. But you need to get them into your trap.
Okay.
That's what some people have done to me. I figured out how they get my accounts clipped. They're pretty smart.
You never let the Bolsheviks get to you. They have no
The Bolsheviks. Yeah, that's exactly what they were. Stalin, the schmuck, and then Mao Zedong, the schmuck. Because when you see videos of them, and there's so many videos of them, they actually all spent a lot of time creating videos about themselves. You realize that they were doing dopamine social media creation. You realize that they were obsessed with making videos and not actually leading or even educating themselves. They are all schmucks. They're assholes who killed 100 million people. And see, the problem with that is those 100 million people that died in World War II, they were just led into the slaughter by a schmuck. And that's my big takeaway.
The Sharia Constitution thing you were talking about, I kind of want to hear some of your ideas on that.
Yeah. Let me put the link in the chat. Have you ever read the 72 amendments to the Islamic Constitution in Medina?
No.
This is all you need to know from a legal perspective, that Islam is a scam. It's 100% a fraud, and it's right here in this link. And it's just all based on gangsterism, mafiaism, tribalism, defrauding victims, And it's right there. You can see how, and I used Grok to do a historical and literary analysis, contrasting comparison between Western judicial law precedents and historical progression versus the Medina Charter, which is set in stone. It doesn't update. So it's so low IQ and so obnoxious and odious that Muslims are essentially low IQ and ignorant and ridiculous and unfair and nasty about it. Basically, they're in their own mafia. The Ummah is the Don Corleone family of the world. It is the.
I can tell you're jealous.
It is the persistent. And actually, the other way to prove it is through the quotes of Winston Churchill, and I'll put that link in the chat next. I am complete. Thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. Don't ever speak again, please. Do us a favor. All right. Oh, why did they move the room? Here I am trying to.
Diogenes, will you please report that guy that I pinned to the top, please? Will you report him and look at my PTR?
Report. Let me. What? Kitty 085. Hi, Jess. I'm recording every room you are in. Multiple accounts, honey. Why would I? What? Who is that? I don't know what's going on.
That guy that I pinned to the top of this room, SIA Watcher, will you please report him?
Why would I do that?
Because he's stalking me.
On the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a you problem. You can block him.
I did. I blocked him and I reported him, but I wish you would report him.
Well, welcome to the fucking internet. Log off if you don't like it.
Diogenes, I hate you.
Well, I don't even know you, so thanks. That doesn't mean much to me.
Yeah, but you don't like any of my friends and you say mean, horrible things. Are you Muslim?
No, but it's interesting to get that question. Thank you. I don't know that I said a minute ago.
Essentially, actually, in Muhammad's Ummah, you practice Islamic ideology because you're a Marxist, communist, socialist.
What do you want from me in return? I can report it for you. What do you? Give me some coins. Give me some coffee. Give me something. Give me karma. Oh, sure. I can't spend that.
I don't have any shekels.
Well, I need some fucking shekels. Is that what they're called? Is that honest to God what we decided to call them on Clubhouse? Shekels? That's called you a fucking shekel. Call me whatever you like. That's your freedom. Okay, shekels. All right.
So the other link I put in the chat is Winston Churchill quotes on Islam about how Muslims demand that women be their slaves, whether it's daughter or sister. I hope you enjoy these quotes by Winston Churchill. And, I just want to say the fact that Abby is here and you guys have broken up because Abby has eventually realized that she hates you and that you're a hap, which is a highly annoying person. Many people don't know that in the DSM-V, there's actually a line item called HAP, which is highly annoying person. It is a mental disorder, and I am complete.
Hello?
Hi, Abby. Othello, don't think that you're not in there. When you look up HAP in the dictionary, there's a picture of Othello, Regal, Kitty, Abby, myself, Diogenes. This is actually the HAP support group. Thanks for coming, everybody.
You're welcome. I gotta admit, I'm just a sucker for punishment, just like you.
You keep saying that, but that's projection. I actually don't like punishment. I don't like to be uncomfortable or annoyed, but that's a you problem. Just like how you told Kitty earlier, that's a you problem.
Oh my gosh.
So welcome back, everybody, to the HAP support group for highly annoying people. We are with some of Clubhouse's most annoying and disliked people, and we're trying to figure out what exactly makes a highly annoying person highly annoying. Let's just sit back and listen to what actually happens with highly annoying people.
Kitty, can you put him in the audience for a second? Wait, who do I put in the audience?
You have to purr.
Why are we putting John Kitover in the audience?
Yeah, we like John. Shut the fuck up. But John, will you just be quiet? Yeah, just let John do his thing, but...
Yeah, I'm listening to highly annoying people. We're actually doing a highly annoying person survey right now. Please proceed. back to the highly annoying person support group. Hello? Welcome back to the highly annoying person support group, where we are listening to highly annoying people be highly annoying. Let's just sit back, use our ears, refrain from using our lips, and just listen to what it's like to be with highly annoying people.
All we need to say is hello. Hello?
You know, I think I'm going to get into politics. You know, I think I'd be good in politics. I'm going to fully dox my stuff, go into politics, and you guys can sell. You guys can, like, I want you guys to do is I want you guys to say, like, oh my God, we know so many sordid, dirty things about him, and he was lying. And I want you guys to get paid for that. So make sure you get a good amount before you get paid for that.
Okay.
We gotta wait till you're almost president, and then we gotta do it.
That's right. Wait, well, and look, you guys just take the temperature of the room, right? You see, like, my political stars waning.
Oh, the things I'm gonna make up.
Yes, there you go. Just go for it. And, you know,
You should get the wrong massage.
have like the New York Times or like, you know.
You knew all along I was a massage anyway.
Exactly. But I'm saying get paid. Like, don't make sure the money.
I'm not gonna fuck you. I'm gonna first make sure you and Diego are in the same political party.
He won't be a part of my political party. He's a fucking greedy little spiritual.
Well, you like him. You like him.
I do. I like because you know what? Because
you're so Christian. I love every. You're the most Christian, non-Christian person.
He's peaceful. I know it. Isn't it crazy?
He's peaceful. Look what he did to Nuda.
I didn't say he was peaceful. What are you fucking talking about? And obviously he's wrong for that. He's very wrong for that. And I called him out for that. I'll call him out for that again. Okay. I'll say it to his face.
Wait, am I being kicked?
Not being kicked. It just Diogenes is annoying me a little bit.
But why?
You were just talking about me.
Are we having a room topic or something?
Yeah, it's an opera.
I wanted to listen to what Alistair was saying, John over here, what he was saying about, like, the issues with the Constitution, fucking whatever.
Constitution. Diogenes lost to talk about that Constitution.
We were talking about the Muslim Constitution, not the American Constitution, Abby. There's a difference.
Regal's laughing. He's just jealous. But it's okay.
Jealous of what?
Baby names.
Jealous of me? You're jealous of my English, Scottish, Polish.
That's crazy.
My aquiline, large and distinguished nose.
I mean, the whole reason why you guys are civilized is because of Regal's.
You're like the worst part. You're made out of the worst shit that Europe is made out of.
My mature hairline, my mature hairline.
Bro, you're a fucking Polak and Scottish. Good for you. The Irish are better, and the Germans are way better than fucking that.
I'm a Polak.
Oh boy.
You know, the Polacks are considered the niggers of America. I mean, sorry, Europe. You know, I first thought, like, the Northwest and the Europeans are the best. I mean, they are very good. I'm not complaining, but we have to be honest. The one who created the culture are the Mediterraneans. It's the people like me,
Bernie Sanders woke me up. I'm openly gay.
no one else in here.
Okay.
Hi, if you're new to the room, welcome to the Highly Annoying Person Support Group, where we're listening to highly annoying people be highly annoying. No need to kick anybody to the goo or remove them from the room if they're highly annoying. That's the purpose of the room. Hello?
I'm just trying to fucking chill and, like, be funny, dude. I'm not trying to be all that types of fucking serious. I mean, I don't know. Sue was talking about something a minute ago.
There's a hat. And I just want to say, if you're a highly annoying person and you call yourself a troll, but you're just a highly annoying person, well, you might not be a troll. You might be a highly annoying person. And so...
Stop speaking. I'm driving. I don't want to get in a car accident, but I really don't like to be alone with my thoughts.
So.
Is it?
Yeah,
Let's go to
Let's take some fucking panel and make it about one life I don't care. Okay, is Keegan on the room?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going there. I'll check the hallway.
I just want to say that that's generally what highly annoying people do, is they have absolutely nothing interesting to say. They're just actually there to be highly annoying. And that's okay, because there's a place for highly annoying people like Honey Badger. Welcome, Honey Badger. Honey Badger is also someone who has nothing interesting to say. He just asks questions and he thinks through that Socratic method. He's embarrassing people who are actually just highly annoying people. And in the process, Honey Badger himself exhibits highly annoying person character traits. So thank you for coming to the HAP support group. This is a safe space for HAPs. Please come up, honey, and participate.
Everybody acts like it's, this the clubhouse debate club or something like that. It's not that. Definitely not that.
Yeah, but it's for highly.
For everybody to jump in the middle of the fucking discussion, and like that's what we're doing. We're just having a conversation on here. With 20 people on the app, I can just jump in at any fucking time and fucking interrupt with, like, especially if you got somebody committed, and then you got some other fucking idiot, we'll jump in for them. It's so fucking aggravating.
I agree.
You have like it's annoying. It's not real fucking debate. It's just, we're on it. You might as well have it be. That's why all the times in my room are fucking open discussions. Ain't no fucking debate on here.
Well, I think this app would be, if this app had a setting where when you set up the room to like debate room style, like 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, and then the green bean rotates amongst anybody on stage, that'd be great. That would eliminate all the friction on the signal, So I'm just saying that the app itself is functionally malevolent. And I think Honey Badger can probably confirm that if we wanted to actually use this app for productivity in terms of like experiencing true information, that could be possible, but the app itself basically opens it up to highly annoying people. Hello?
I very much so agree. Hello?
Yeah, no doubt. Fucking, it's gonna be a year debate on here, I guess. They're gonna talk about our claims evidence for the next year.
Oh God, I thought we handled that. I thought that was done already now. Really?
Dude, they want to talk about the same shit every day.
Oh, but come on. We've already established that claims are evidence and testimony is evidence.
Yeah, whatever. Do you think these people are following philosophical rules when they, do any of this stuff? Are there any real formal debates on here? Like, I might have seen one or two. People don't have patience for that. They just want to be part of the conversation. They don't have patience for it. They want to get out the fuck is it? All the troll shit. They want to joke around and, dude, there's old ladies on this fucking app, dude. Like that chick Frenchie, she's fucking old, bro. What are you doing on here? It's so fucking boring that you get on here to fucking try to send Christians and tell them their book is fucking stupid. I mean, what do you fucking do?
Yeah, I don't know. She acts nice to me sometimes, but she is a diehard atheist. Like, we've had a past 3 or 4 years of having to deal with Heidi. Yeah.
Like, what do you think? Like, you would think by now, like, after figured out all of this stuff, like they would be fucking doing some sort of a study of some kind and like talking about like real resolutions and problem solving and treating it like it's a fucking think tank or something. But you never hear anybody getting on the positive fucking tip and doing that, you know? You got some of these dudes on people come together and then like say, well, where's the reconciliation? Where's the stress point? You know, and I say this shit all the time. I'm like, you know, we're just imitating shit and recycling bullshit from like, you know, the 1960s and 70s, right? It's just being recycled today by a bunch of kids that don't go out and read fucking history books like in the 1990s and the 1980s. Like, everybody was against fucking racism. Everybody wanted to clean up and pick up fucking trash. Everybody wanted to do Michael Jackson's fucking Heal the World and make it a better fucking place. You know, Cyndi Lauper, the fucking...
Let's see this. Regal, you know what Gnosticism is, right? So I came to the conclusion the other day that Gnosticism and solipsism are technically the same thing. And so what you're doing right now, it's not highly annoying. It's accurate. But I would just say that, like, I complain a lot too, but complaining about the culture, it's just complaining about the culture. But, like, your life matters. Your opinions and your dislikes don't matter as much as, like, all the things you can do. Meaning, your opportunity cost is there.
That's literally the point that I'm trying to make. Like instead of all of us as grown adults wasting our time on here doing like these fucking snappy little fake little witty comebacks, and you know, I don't think people know how to do it organically anymore. They just look in the fucking past and they say, well, I just want to emulate something my grandparents fucking did. Rinse and recycle it. And now we need like this new activism bullshit. Like it's not fucking new. It's the same shit. You know, and it's more damaging to fucking society than it is helpful.
The new activists, though, are actually highly annoying people. I heard one, you know, what's his name? Bree, or he got that stupid PTR with the light and the tree. Breyer? You know Breyer in
That's
here?
funny, dude, because you're pointing out the problem here. It's like you can sit around all day long and complain about what's not happening and complain about every little fucking fact to like reality. Dude, and you know the fucking God's not real because I can complain about how fucking sad the state of affairs is in the fucking world.
So Breyer thinks that he's like the most intelligent thing since like sliced bread.
By Aleister Crowley, it says, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. But the do is capitalized. So he's trying to point out that our lives are actually experiences or happenings. And so the talkers are the biggest scammers around, because the secret about life is that you are not what you say you are what you do. And so I've proven that over the past couple of years by running for Congress.
I understand that. You know, if what everybody is just, you know, they want to sit around and complain and they get sad. And you know what these activists do? They make money organizations that are like money laundering schemes, and they pretend that they're going to put something. Here's the promise. They're going to.
But what happened in Alabama with like, you know, the SPLC or whatever? Will you explain that, Aleister Crowley?
Let me play for you a quick little clip from Alan Watts here. It's kind of interesting, and it's actually the next level up about what Regal is talking about, which is really, this is why I bring up highly annoying people, because part of our problem is our brains are fully automatic and constantly we're chatterboxes, but there is another way of actually manipulating your environment through silence. Listen to this by Alan Watts.
Yourself. And you are simply aware of what is. That is to say, of what you feel, what you sense, even that saying too much. You suddenly find that the past and the future have completely disappeared. So also. And so it's incredibly important to unthink at least once a day. interesting at first, but to me, it's just a platitude. To be honest. I'm trying to get
Well, see,
here is, you know, like I said, this whole philosophy fucking shit of fucking platitudes that people say to each other, and they think they're being fucking armchair philosophers on here. Tell me something that's actually fucking useful that you can do on a day-to-day basis, because most of the shit they talk about around here is completely fucking shit that you can't find.
yeah, this app is just spam. It's all spam out
Yeah,
here.
I get that.
But what
It's
Watts?
like the point I'm making is not that it is at a certain point, yeah, it is, but you can't really focus on the point about.
But that's why I said from the user experience, your leadership is actually your journey. And so, like, just because society can't organize and it's dysfunctional doesn't mean that you are not organized and
Like,
functional.
Andrew was like disparaging me about yesterday or a couple days ago because of the way I talk to people. And it's like, well, you know, if you're going to be hey, you know, I did that, lead by example, you know, let's not do that. You know, I apologize to you, let's move forward from that. And somehow he wants to smuggle in this fucking, well, that's not biblical, you can't speak to people like that. Well, you know what, man, it's the greater fucking good. Isn't this what you motherfuckers argue for every day with dirty with people and show them, hey, you know.
Yeah, but you go by the
It's a
name.
better way to go about.
You go by the name Regal, but unfortunately, you're not actually being regal by having that type of demeanor, attitude, or personality. I'm just saying that you're not in compliance with
You know,
regality.
I am being regal. I am being above and beyond all that fucking shit.
No,
Because
it's
all that dude's
no.
trying to do is tell me, it's like, I don't like the way that you talk. Because I wouldn't do this, right? But look at the success rate of Andrew, right? Like, I can actually fucking demean somebody and break them fucking down.
Mm-hmm.
And then say, hey, you know, I'm sorry, but you need that to be built back up to actually make genuine fucking sense. Whereas, you know, he wants to sit around. I'll also apologize for it and say, hey, you should do the same thing. And if you want to actually work on a project with me or actually do something with me here, you know, we shouldn't be miserable while we're fucking doing it. We should actually be doing something fun, something that is that transcends all that, that's above and beyond it.
I get it, but people are just complaining about it. Well, what I'm advocating for is that Regal can actually change and be better and be happier with a different personality. You're never going to really totally change who you are. The more you read, the more your personality will change because you're actually taking in other people's personalities as you read their books. And there's a famous Jesuit. He wrote a book on axioms and aphorisms. The last chapter says, in a word, be a saint. And so if you're angry in the temple and he scared everybody and freaked everybody out, I'm just saying that Jesus, like, how do you think Jesus' personality was? Like, as he was walking around, you know, the countryside and conversing with people.
Doing the same shit. He was challenging people. He was saying, hey, X, Y, Z, here are examples. You know, he's without sin, cast the first fucking stone. For in other words, shut your fucking mouth. If you're fucking, tell me you're the one that's fucking sinless, right? You know, and that's kind of like the same thing that I do on occasion. Now, I'm not saying I'm like Christ or I'm perfect or anything like that, but, you know.
Well, what I'm getting at is that I think
is like you have to be able to tear somebody down from their fucking the egotism or this little secure place where they think things are the way that they fucking are. They're really not that. And you know what? You gotta rip that fucking Band-Aid off someday.
I know, I get that, but when you rip a Band-Aid off of somebody else, sometimes you are unfortunately ripping your own Band-Aids off.
Life is fucking painful. You know, our grandparents had the privilege of growing up in a suffering, painful life without the fucking internet or cable television or all this other fucking nonsense we don't need today. And you know what? This is the result of living in a pillow weight. You know, you can go to a supermarket. You know, this you can do anything kind of fucking thing, right? Way too many fucking options, you know? People are not fucking suffering like the way that they claim that they're suffering, like people who went through the civil rights movement. Or people who fucking, you know, get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying that, like, from the user perspective and the way that, like, in a vehicle and drive it, you're like a soul driving this vehicle. And to me, having friction is a waste of time. Like, I want to flow like water and not be held back by other people's blockages. And this app is essentially a game theory simulation experiment of your own making. I mean, being the green bean is your experiment. I'm just trying to say that I think Jesus was a nice person. And the statement "be good" or "be like a saint," if you can actually,
That's the point, dude. Everybody's conception of what they think Jesus being a nice person isn't really what they think it is. You know, you have like this mystical unicorn in the grass, and you think you're gonna find that in the common man today. You know, and that's what people's perceptions are, right? And I got someone like Andrew R. over here, right, condemning the way that I speak to people. But my success rate is actually better at commanding respect than his is. You know? That's the fucking difference.
yeah, that's fine.
You know, when I talk to people and I tear out the foundation beneath them, right? They don't like that. And that's what you gotta go for to build people back up and put them on the beaten fucking path. You know?
Well,
Some people want to go down the fucking, you know, this road. I'm trying to say, well, what about the road less traveled? You know, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with what that poem is.
Yeah, and every single journey starts with one step. It goes back to doing and action. That's true karma. It's not reciprocal. It's actually life is happening. This room is an experience. This app is an experience. Your cell phone is an experience. Your love life, your marriage is an experience. It's all happening. And I'm just saying that to actually move through the happening with more joy, be like an angel, be light on day is personality, pleasantness, being happy. If you're happy and you know it, you clap your hands. And when people insult you, degrade you, abuse you, you're actually far ahead of them because you know the secret, which is that it's all ad hominem projection. Ad hominem projection is what happens on this app nonstop. And when you realize what real projection is, it's a motherfucker. Because you realize everything you've ever projected onto somebody else.
Dude, I get it, man. Everybody likes to take their insecurities out on each other because they can't sit there and formalize them because they don't have a concept of like conflict resolution in their life. And you know, the standard of relationships today is to avoid conflict resolution because the second you criticize your friend or anybody else, it's like, oh, I can't be criticized. We can't resolve this. Oh my God, communication and expressing your fucking needs to each other. Oh, that's so fucking hard to do. I mean, I get it, dude. I understand that, but the whole point is that, you know, I can sit there and take the criticism. I can also dish it out and say, hey, you guys really don't fucking like that. Let's get along and let's go this direction. So sitting here focusing on like, you know, nonsense like that. I mean, not for nothing, dude. You know, like I said, I think this just backs up into like a cultural fucking thing now. All the movies suck. All the films suck. All the things that you get in fucking society today, all the incentives and social situations, it's all fucked up.
No, I agree, but
and you got a bunch of fucking
content
kids running around in their early 20s, acting like they're in the civil rights movement, making shittier fucking films. You know, saying, hey, you know, I want to remake this film, but do it without all the nuances that made it great, and they make it shittier than it ever fucking was. They're not making their own fucking music. They're copying all of the old shit that was already done before. So it's like, where's the real creativity? Where's the real expression? You know, it's just
again, that's a
you
problem though.
Done fucking horribly.
That's a you
Here's
problem
the
though.
other fucking point. There was a time, right, where like what I'm saying, like for an example, John Carpenter, right, did this film called The Thing, based on The Thing from Another World, a black and white film based off of a fucking novella called Who Goes There, right? When you get up to John Carpenter's film, it was done good. When you get up to like what people are doing now with this material, it's like there's all this red tape around creativity. They're doing it worse than what these people do it. Like, if you're actually going to do this concept, like, do it right and commit to it. Not just cut out the parts of the fucking film that offend you or you think is racist or you think wouldn't align up with today's, like, climate culture and all this other fucking shit because it's all forced. You got these people with their thumb on the fucking scale They're claiming that, life is horrible, it's bad, there's racism out there, there's misogyny, there's homophobia, there's all these none of these fucking problems are fucking here, dude. They're not here.
Well, they're there in the subjective, but to me, they're low on the list of priorities. And my complaint is that people have priorities upside down. And if we were to properly understand priorities, it would solve the lower hanging priorities on its own. And one man has difficulty changing culture and leading it because it's like supposedly a slow change.
It's a fucking change, dude. The Democrats were doing the same fucking thing in the early 1990s. There was this cultural phenomenon with fucking Donald Trump in the 1990s. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with him. He remained a Democrat his whole fucking life. He's still a Democrat right now, dude. What the fuck does that tell you? He's not a conservative.
Well,
what does that tell you about fucking culture and society at large that are fucking gaslighting them fucking selves and believing this bullshit where they put their fucking thumb on the fucking scale and make it something out to be that it's not? Donald Trump, right? We actually have a Democrat in the fucking White House right now, and people don't even know it. The dude's views didn't change from the 1990s to now. They're the same fucking thing. All the shit he's doing right now is all the shit the Democrats were doing in the late 80s, early 90s, all the way up to the fucking 2000s, leading up to Obama.
Well, I mean, before getting to that, I just want to say that, people think I'm a troll on this app.
Well, let's be real, dude. How can people sit there and literally brainwash themselves into this fucking shit, dude? The real influence here is coming from, like I said, a bunch of fucking teenagers that are probably in their early 20s now, just getting into college. They hear about how they have entitlements to feminism. They hear about, the racism and all this, and then they bring it all back with them, and they think this is the problem of the fucking world of today, dude, when all that shit's already been resolved. That's what the fucking problem is. You got a lot of brainwashed little shits running around.
Well, see, I think you got your dates wrong, personally. I've read that the problem in America really began in the 60s with the hippie movement and that cultural movement in America, that the government should have ended it before it took off. And that's actually the cancer in our society. And they're all, in their 70s and 80s now, retired, collecting pensions, and they're all hypocrites. These are very common complaints. I'm just saying that, to me, I said earlier that I was a troll, but I'm actually a filmmaker, and I have, 100 YouTube accounts with 100,000 plus videos.
From the 1960s to the 1970s, we resolved that issue, right? In the 1980s, everybody was doing interracial relationships. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with it. Now we're in the early 1990s, and the culture reflects everybody trying to make the world a better place, clean up your garbage, treat everybody fucking better and kinder, all this other nonsense. And then you get to 1998 when the new metal culture comes out, the Attitude Era, where everybody's fucking flipping bird and saying, hey, I don't give a fuck, it doesn't make, fuck you. This, all of that punk shit, right? And then slowly from 2000 up to 2015, dude, something happened here where, these fucking kids got their hands on the culture now. They're getting into the filmmaking, they're getting into all this shit. And somehow, because that's what kids do, they sit on the internet all fucking day, and 4chan, sit all day on the internet, Facebook, on fucking Reddit, okay? And there's just this fucking poison that gets injected into fucking culture, bro. What we're doing racism again? Oh, we're doing feminism again? Oh, we're doing, how many fucking things can I stack up and be like, hey, we're doing it all over again when most of these fucking problems are, generally resolved? Even in the early 90s, dude, if you were a fucking racist, man, you would be socially disparaged for being an asshole like that. When the fuck did it... Well, that's the point, dude. Now racism or misogyny or all of these different words, right? All of them, right? All of them have made the films. This is the people that run the music industries. This is the Disneyland. This is all the kinds of shit that they're fucking into. Dude, and they're just poisoning the fucking well at this point.
It's a list of top 50 buzzwords that Democrats use. I realized this yesterday in a room. I was like, I really need to learn the verbiage that left wokeists are using regularly, because society. not based on math or science or physics, but based on their feelings of what is social equity justice. I mean, that's why I'm saying, Regal, like, your complaint for a highly annoying person. Again, this room started out as a highly annoying person support room. I know I'm, co-opting your room and declaring that, but I'm just saying that be the solution, be the outcome now in everything you do, and then there's no room for complaint. And I hope you're doing that. Hello?
Dude, this goes levels above and beyond stating the fucking obvious, right? Because this stuff really is obvious, but it's really fucking not. Now, if you point this shit out, you're a transphobe, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, for simply stating the fucking obvious. Like you gotta make a fucking, what the fuck is that? What the hell is it? No, it's the act that they made in the fucking Biden administration for like fucking trans people. I can't remember the name of the fucking bill because I just don't really even care about fucking politics at this point. But it's like here's a percentage. You got the LGBTQ community makes up 10% of the fucking population. Now you got less. Now you have even less than 10% of the population, right? These are trans people. Why are we allocating a bunch of fucking funds for like all of like a super elite group of fucking outliers?
It's political. It's super normal stimulus.
Just to satisfy their feelings, so they feel like there's a security net. Like it's absolutely fucking insane. Why are we doing that?
For real, that stuff killed the left. Like, it really destroyed the Democrat movement.
When you turn 18, you can get cosmetic surgery. When you turn 18, you can do whatever the fuck you want with yourself. What was the fucking point of that to begin with?
That's all they have to do. People would have been like, okay, well, I don't really agree with this person, but when they said, yeah, we're gonna come after kids, that's it. That's when they completely lost everything. And they walked it back for all the LGBTQ. Because of that one group of people, they got walked back for everybody.
Like it's so fucking obvious, right? You can't point, like, that's the point that I'm trying to make to you, dude. You can't point the fucking obvious out to people anymore because they just don't know what the fuck you're talking about because it's not obvious to them. So there's something else going on there.
It requires like weirdos like us to kind of see this stuff, and then unfortunately, because maybe people like us are very tribalistic.
Between England and the United States, for an example, you have all of this anti-natalist rhetoric around you need your right to have an abortion because you just need it. Because you're a woman. You're entitled to do what you want with your body. Meanwhile, over there in fucking England, they're moving in dozens of Muslims because they're under replacement rate because they need people in civilization to operate the fucking machinery, to turn the fucking lights on and off, to keep the, all the infrastructure going. You need people with fucking minimalistic basic skills to do laboring work. To like basically have that to fucking fix all the fucking potholes in their country between fucking winters and summers and all this shit. So instead of sitting there making, let's say, let's get rid of fucking feminism because it's already achieved its fucking goals, and obviously they're not going to roll back on that, right? Let's get the propaganda up for actually supporting people who are mothers to get replacement rates back up. But that's too fucking obvious, though.
But that walks back feminism. That's the thing. Like feminism, ultimately, how it started, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm also familiar with the fact that somebody who commits themselves to feminism, they don't care about how it came along. They don't care about where they're going with it. Most people, if you state the obvious to them and you say, well, how do you resolve for this issue? They don't fucking talk about it. They don't care. This is an obvious problem. You can point right at it, tell them what it is for how it is, and whatever the case may be. And it falls on deaf fucking ears. I don't care. Because you can take your money and you can give it to an organization and they'll do it for you.
There has to be somebody out there that's going to protect me or give me a security net if I keep paying fucking into it. Like, I mean, does anybody know what happens to the tax money anymore? Where it goes?
It goes into a black hole. There's no tracking.
You get barely enough time in the fucking week to yourself to even care about any of this shit.
The popular.
Where's the fucking outrage for fucking everybody in their fucking world being locked in their fucking homes because a bunch of fucking scientists said we needed to fucking do it, and then they ended up being fucking wrong about what they said. Well, where's the outrage to that? Oh, none? Yeah, somebody else will take care of it. I pay my taxpayers.
Gray, welcome. This is a highly annoying person support room built for highly annoying people. I want to thank you for coming. No. You just didn't know that we set up this room about an hour and a half ago dedicated to supporting highly annoying people, and we just sit back and listen. We try to use our lips less than our ears. Welcome to Highly Annoying Person Support Room. Hi, Greg.
Hey, what's up? How's everyone's Thursday?
Listen, if you're a highly annoying person and you know it,
I think I can be annoying to certain people. Other people like
see, Regal was triggered by Andrew's behavior and, you know, how rude he is to Regal and doesn't give Regal his... I'm just trying to say that, like, in the hierarchy of Christ, I personally think that Andrew has a higher position than you, but I am just a highly annoying person. Hello?
No, but Andrew cares about what people think about him. And he needs these sort of groups to validate his... he knows nothing else.
It's the same thing with Muhammad. He's a Muslim.
He's getting worse, though, too, because he's getting validated and able to... what once was a joke about autism.
Well, right. It's not a debate on here. We're not doing philosophy. We're not debating philosophy. If you notice, it's really just a discussion at the end of the day. Because in debate, you don't sit there and say, hey, I can't explain this to this person. Hey, someone else on the stage that's smarter than me, can you explain this to this person? Or in other words, with me?
After the explosion, a strange flight came over. Butcher still had no idea what had happened when a mysterious old man it just plunged Butcher into the ocean. But in reality, Butcher had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how much he recalled out to her, wasting time, he's gone. An endless nightmare. Dagger from terminal dehydration. First over here to this.
And he cares deeply.
He's comment on anything he gets mad. Out one by one solutions. I'd like you to stop wasting time to get beyond safe. This moment is trapped in an endless nightmare until he died of dehydration. This was my solution. Now only mine's home.
He's like a little complicated.
There was no way I would let my revenge plan.
You really think he has all that control over all the atheists that doesn't
do anything?
No, I mean,
mine's home. I would immediately kill all of them. But I seem to hear some
it just doesn't happen, dude. They just hang out with each other while quietly disagreeing with each other. And it's just the few steps. There's like dedicated people that see the past couple of years, and they get quiet in there, and they start speaking to each other because they have nothing to talk about. They'll sit on they'll sit in silence. I'm not a fucking pussy. And he wants to get other people into the room so they can change up every once in a while. I don't see an issue with it, to be honest.
After we emerge from the forest,
it's like treating this like it's the data central. Like, I don't know if you actually get on YouTube and actually watch forms of it. Okay, great. Obviously, this room is not the main channel. It's a discussion channel where it's a
I told him that everyone they encountered in this area today had to go to Mindstorm. My brain was all scrambled. After sending the nun to meet her maker as well, we arrived at a farmhouse. I could clearly sense that Mindstorm was hiding inside. Soon I spotted his warehouse. I raised my shield to signal Huey not to act rashly and away from the red lights. But what I didn't expect was that Huey actually used his superpower to teleport to himself. Huey had made a deal with Mindstorm. If he will butcher from the illusion, Huey would help him save life.
I don't like the conflict or I guess a piece of shit. It doesn't matter. I don't want to be someone when you have to really like someone lives. For better or worse.
To be honest, I assume we can when I first joined the Science platform and I went into Andrew's room, so it was like almost everybody in the fucking room were like debating me at once. And one time I even like did an abortion syllogistic argument, right? And like the fucking gold, it was hilarious. They just waited for ChatGPT to after they didn't do that and said, oh, this is not the proper logic to be using. And I'm like, dude, I'm not just the fucking logic.
Something different than most kids for his birthday. COVID-19 nuance or some flavor to the argument. Like for some people, it's just like unheard of and they can't really process properly unless it's formulated. Just
the COVID-19 vaccine
over and over. They won't.
I like to like overly like not that I'm like hateful towards a particular people group. But like I have my rhetoric down packed where it's kind of the goal is to literally make fucking transsexuals, homosexuals, and fucking whatever you may have it with all of this free love nonsense that they have, and they all want to include people and be inclusive. But at the same time, like it's just as long as you fucking agree with them, and they don't like that, you know. And I get it, you know. But you have to sit there and listen to all the rhetorical shock value of like, you know, what the opposite paradigm is. So it's like I just don't really even fucking bother anymore. Like nobody's doing philosophy on here, you know. It's just, hey, these are my pals and my buddies having an open discussion. So I don't even take it seriously anymore.
I don't think you should, and I think that a lot of times we're wasting our time.
So you never should have taken it seriously from the beginning.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up, dude. When you sit down and you write a whole, like, when you basically write a whole syllogism, you write down all your definitions, you have your semantics down pat, and then you try to actually put or demonstrate some kind of effort. Just to say, we don't give a shit about your effort, we're the arbiter. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm different, and I've been around the debate community for 10 years, so.
It's original, right? Like at least I originally try to like do something or like make it fun or like come up with my own original ideas. They're sitting in there repeating.
Wait, did you just tell me to shut the fuck up earlier? Did you tell me to shut the fuck up? Is that what you said? Shut the fuck up? Is that what you said? Shut the fuck up?
Quiet.
Yeah, but a lot of these people don't.
Gotta call out people when they use profanity against me. Every time I repeat it back to them. Every time.
They can, you know, talk about the same thing over and over again. I'm not comfortable doing that. I don't want to sit in a room hearing the problem of evil over and over again. I've done it for 10 years. I've done it for 10 fucking years. We're never gonna get over it. We're never gonna solve the fucking problem. It's like these people think they're fucking philosophy pros, you know, like they're gonna solve this problem. It's everyone's got their point of view, but it's just at what point are you wasting your time? You know, are you here to look for answers? Are you here to have a nuanced conversation? Or are you just belting out that you know stuff? You know, and you're going to sit comfortably, like, repeating the same things over and over again. Go outside. Fuck. Get a job. It's never going to get you anywhere. No one really cares.
None of these guys are the best at what they do because they break the fucking rules all the time. Like, I'm sorry, dude, but if you're an atheist and you're completely committed to, like, materialism or naturalism, right? And then, like, here's the other thing as well.
there must be 120 different kinds of fucking atheists, right? People can't define what fucking atheism is anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you have to.
In a teacup, I read the wind in your hand, tower on the broken sidewalk. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. Now it's love here, love is now. Hold this, show me now. I'm moving with boxes, labeled fear and pride. Now I still turn to sunlight when you stand by my side. Till there's a soft instruction, how to play, how to change. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, let it down. Show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence
Why does it look bad? I'm not here taking phone calls, you know what I'm saying? We're creating reports for you. This is so stupid. And I was like, that's how it is. And he was like, let me say, you know it's a game. You know it's all a game. It's like, that's not.
Yeah, I just hate, like, it's like I get it. I understand the corporate world where it's, it's all about profit margins and, EBITDA and whatever, It's like I get it, but at the same time, it's like, gosh, sometimes I wish we could just talk about this stuff like normal human people, where it's like, oh, well, why did this take so long? Because that's how long it took me, Like,
and that stuff I understand, but literally just making it look like I'm doing something, even if it's not I'm not. My task is keeping another 15
broken sidewalk, God in the grocery stand, psychology in the pattern, loving the way you stare. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. Hold this, show me now. I'm out of the room with boxes, label fear and pride. And I watch them turn to sunlight when you stand by my side. Truth is a self-destruction. I may not change if I'll be slow. I hear it sing. I'll be slow. Everything now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, let it down. Hold this, show me now. I stopped asking for forever. I started listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Saw the broken side. God in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. Hold this, show me now.
Labor, but it has bandages around the eyes, like he's blind. But when the bandages get stripped away, it's like he's the evil side.
In general, you control everything.
You don't even need a military anymore. You have absolute control. They're not going to stand by and let that happen.
That shit easy. I mean, just to pick it.
I mean, oh, you can't say this or speak like that to some, like, fuck out of here, dude. Like, we're grown adults. I don't know.
He will get so triggered over some things, but he will allow racist and transphobia. But he will get so upset over something so large. Whenever I had said the other day, oh my god, this is crazy. I said in the chat, I said, oh, Andrew put two people up as moms who hate each other. And he was like, hey guys, look what Greenwood guys. And then he was so triggered by that instead of looking at the chat and seeing the transphobia, the racism and stuff like that. So he's very like on a moral perspective, like emotionally like stunted. Really wants it up here.
Yeah, I was just in Regal's room and I brought up, I said, is this a support therapy room for HAPs, highly annoying people? And, you know, eventually he kicked me to the goo after he told me to shut the fuck up. And he's in a room complaining about the way that Andrew demeans him and talks to him. But yet he himself has a very potty mouth. So I'm just suggesting that I think we all admit that there are 10% to 20% of the population that are highly annoying people, and that could be what's socially causing so many problems. Hello?
I was gonna say, I think we need an exchange program for like East Coast incels to like send them out west and like let them like shoot, you know, cardboard boxes and shit, and like get it all out so they aren't whining on the internet all the time.
Did you hear about the last Jews of Afghanistan? Yeah.
No, who gives a fuck? What the fuck are they doing there?
There were two of them, and the guy was so annoying. I guess they put him in jail, but then he was in the jail, and he annoyed the people in the jail so much they let him out of jail. I forgot the story. There was like two Jewish men left in Afghanistan. They kept fighting with each other. It's just like a funny story. I don't know.
It's adorable. Two Jews arguing with each other on the screen.
Well, I just want to say something about the title of this room. Great topic, nature of God. Maybe you want to capitalize the N. Maybe you want to keep it small, up to you. But the big G is always what's interesting. And what I want to just say quickly is that, I'll be succinct, is that intelligence is truly the definition of God. And I think that's why all of these AI, articles and complaints about they're worried that the GOD AI is going to get out of the laboratory. It's going to be like Age of Ultron, the Avengers, and we'll have to like put in an Iron Man suit so he can litigate with an impenetrable, titanium, uranium suit. Anyways, I'm just saying that true names app that are highly annoying people, I just wish they could get into the Jesus Avatar simulator at Disneyland and see what it's like to walk around as everybody, and maybe even like what some of the puffiest, religious people were doing.
Have you been watching the Foundation series, John?
No. What, that's Asimov?
Oh man, like the last iteration of the day to be on, and that is like the best series ever.
Why would they advocate to kill Jesus if they think he's a good man now? Are Jews changing your position?
You're not going to be able to cut that.
What we're trying to say is, as Megatron gets through the workday,
See how it has the
Rabbi is clearly a hap, a highly annoying person. See, there are other types of haps. See, Rabbi's actually a funny and somewhat intelligent hap. See, McZed is also categorized in the DSMV of a hap. However, McZed is actually intelligent, so it lowers his hap rating on the index. You see how that works?
Seriously, what's 5 levels above a hap?
An EAP, extremely annoying person.
That's you.
I'm glad I don't bow down to the Talmud and the Zohar.
In my defense of being a highly annoying person, I just want to say I am a filmmaker on YouTube.
Extremely annoying person.
Well, I'm a level 5 hap. Imagine what a level 10 hap is like. And that's why I say there is a component in the nature of God which is highly annoying. Never overlook God's wide range of emotions and abilities to annoy. I am complete.
What's your favorite part of the Constitution?
I think the stickiness of the God concept is the most annoying thing about God.
My thing is, I don't think the Torah advocates for the Talmud in any shape or form. When did God need it to be corrected by a man?
Why would the Torah advocate for writings that came along after it that just analyze it and are constantly changing to, like, address the times?
Why would God need man to write down his ideas in the first place?
No, all we need is mushrooms.
That is correct.
Like,
No, I don't think we need the mushrooms at all because some people, they can't handle it, and I don't want to take
Portobello?
If you can't handle the mushrooms, you shouldn't be talking about religion. You should
What
just,
about Portobellos?
understand that you're not able to handle it and just go away from that whole conversation.
So,
Sort of like that quote, like, you want the truth, you can't handle the truth.
I think the problem is there's far too many people that can't handle mushrooms think they're religious leaders.
I want more mushrooms, please.
Consult your local hippie.
Why do you guys match?
Because we're special.
Are you guys working together?
He's on the exact opposite corner of the continental United States than I am, so no.
Yeah, we just like mugs. We just love drinking tears.
No, I only drink tears once a year.
Here's Greg. He's only a level 4. He hasn't quite reached your level, John.
What level am I, Cora?
You're not highly annoying at all. You're like the cuddle puddle guy. You're just like yeah.
See,
I do like co-ops.
I'm just trying to get across that a lot of people who complain, they are 100% the problem.
You're fucking complaining in here. Now I gotta hear your shit.
Oh, I'm not complaining.
Don't come in here and start complaining about people complaining because now
You're complaining about my. Well, I wasn't even complaining, and now you're complaining about me not. I wasn't complaining. I was trying to make an observation. I was trying to observe.
All right, well, you said it already. You said it 4 fucking times already.
Listen, lay off the math. Lay off the meth when you get to work, You could become a highly annoying person. I think Adderall actually makes people even more annoying. And I have had many friends.
I'm telling you, yeah, it does.
I've had many friends, yeah.
If you want, I'll pop a fucking 30 right now, and I'll have you fucking so annoyed in like 15, 20 minutes, you wouldn't know what hit you.
Well, I'm just trying to say that when you have too many haps in your presence.
I got fucking 40 of them in my pocket right now.
I've had friends that are haps, but only one friend at a time. I'm just trying to say, when engaging with a highly annoying person, if you have too many haps, you end up with an EAP situation. Extremely annoying persons. I am complete. I've landed my plan.
Unbelievable.
Did Greg just come in here to crop dust us with belches? Is that what that was?
Okay, Regal. Moderators, point of order, moderator. I am now bridging the gap. Bridging highly annoying persons. Oh. Hello, highly annoying persons. I'm trying to connect you with Megatron's room. We are now in a full conference call. Listen, highly annoying people. I'm in Megatron's room. I'm trying. They kicked me.
I'm so surprised. He calls people's friend.
You know what? I rarely go for the John's profiles, but I actually want to see what his karma is. I'm about to do that this week. I'm losing my karma.
If you look at my PTR, I want to point out that is a Saudi royal prince.
How the fuck did that happen?
The Saudi royal prince is actually a Nazi. He met with Hitler at Burkish Gardens. A little known fact of Saudi history that the king of Saudi Arabia prizes his Hitler dagger. These Saudis are Nazis.
Some of our best memory voice is Islamo-fascist.
What does that do for us, John? Like,
I think Rabbi's a Nazi secret.
Alright, so are we all going in? Are we all going to go in the other room? Or are we going to tell Regal to come?
Let's all go to Regal's room and just call him a very highly annoying person.
How many people are in this room?
There's like 9 people in there right now.
10?
Stage, 2 in the audience. It's Regal's world. The one thing I always forget are incel men who finally get to talk to a woman because there's like an excitement there, even though they never will pop a load. That's actually what happens with a lot of these people. Just talking to a woman is the most exciting thing that will ever happen to them that entire week. Talking to maybe a beautiful woman here on Clubhouse. Just ask Danny. Danny, how many guys on here are just so fucking happy to talk to you because you're a woman?
No, they told me I'm ugly. They told me I look like a man. They told me I had a big nose. They told me
They're just nagging you. They're just nagging you down. You don't worry about it.
They're jealous that their nose is not big as yours.
Pornhub.
See, Honey agrees with me. He thinks that a lot of these conversations that happen and a lot of the green bean tyranny is like of men that are incels. They're just like so happy to talk to a woman. It's like so exciting for them.
Oh, Regal's
the diversity in this room
when he encounters one.
It's pretty good.
I think we have to hold the Bolsheviks accountable for what they did and what monsters they are.
You know,
see what a pliable, gentle little puppy he becomes if like you talk to him one-on-one.
I'm surprised we haven't rounded up all the Bolsheviks and brought them to trial.
You know, Elon Musk talks about cognitive security a lot, and I just gotta say, Tsar Nicholas definitely did not have enough cogsec. He and his family, I mean, they got themselves killed. They didn't know how to properly.
Didn't he get cuffed by Rasputin, or was that the one before?
Yeah, Rasputin was involved in all that. There was an assassination of Rasputin, actually, by a British intelligence agent. It was a very famous assassination.
I would have probably started moving to bring Bolsheviks in trouble.
He wouldn't die, but the reason he had power over the guy was because the son had a bleeding disorder and he claimed to be able to like fix it.
Let's be honest.
You know where that bleeding disorder came from?
Where?
Queen Victoria.
But what Rasputin's personal hygiene was so bad, his body odor, his filth, like he was so dirty that like it gave him a mystique, like a stench that like actually was so pugnacious and you know it could permeate through a room that it was part of his allure. He smelled like shit.
their estates, go after all their that they acquired from evil.
Highly powerful women where like kind of like with guys that are like, you know, CEOs or whatever, that they have to seek out like the most humiliating sort of like sexual partners like in order to get on. Maybe that's what it was about.
So if you look at my PTR, again, you'll see a Saudi prince who was sent by King Abdul to go to Hitler. And see, this guy in my PTR was actually rewarded because he advised the king to stay loyal to the British, which he did. And as a reward, the guy in my PTR got huge rewards from the king of Saudi Arabia because he advised him well. I have no point, and I want to thank you all for just listening to my brief observations.
Yes, you're very round. You're spherical. You're very pointless.
I think they should line up all the world's police forces and go after the Bolsheviks. Find them.
Mr. Crowley was a psyop.
Find the Bolsheviks, hold them accountable. They did the most evil in the world.
Oh, so I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm producing a new film.
Bolsheviks only killed 2 million Jews.
I'm producing a new film. Oh, I knew I had a point. I forgot my point. This is my point, is that my PTR is actually a screenshot from a video. And in this video, you can see Hitler acting like a faggot, like a low IQ schmuck. And so what I'm trying to say is Hitler is just like AOC. He creates social media content reels of him like walking around doing shit to like display in German movie theaters as propaganda. So I'm creating a new movie called Hitler the Schmuck, the Hitler you never knew, the asshole schmuck who basically was a terrible leader and created propaganda films all day, every day, just like how they do on social media today. So the film is called Hitler the Schmuck You Never Knew. And it's about a guy who's a total asshole faggot who creates social media videos all day long to try to propagandize and distribute influence, because he was hoping that this video with the Saudi guy was going to be like a big strategic win for Germany, meaning that he brought that huge oil and group of people into the fold, but it never happened. But the video that this screenshot came from, there's all these other clips of Hitler like creating videos.
You're literally trying to annoy us into going and hanging out with Rico instead. Like,
yeah. I thought this was a highly annoying person support group because Rabbi's here, Danny's here.
I was thinking
Hello?
about making a movie called Bolshevik the Jerk-Offs.
So mean to me.
Danny, it's a compliment. You're in the upper echelon of the
Alright,
hat.
they're killing the room. They're killing the room. Alright, but you guys gotta go in the audience.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Fuck, man.
The highly annoying person show. HAPS. Dinner for Schmucks is what we like to call
A
it.
circular conversation where nobody can go in. So if somebody driving in the roundabout just never take an exit.
Oh, you get in there with me. Is that how you get in there?
Yeah, but the Bolsheviks were very gay. They're disgusting. They're the low.
Is the person in your profile pic going down or up?
Good question. I don't know. I guess it's perspective, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to say going up, because if you look at their arms, they're going downwards. If somebody's falling, their hands would be either bracing themselves or trying to grab something out of
Maybe
the mouth.
they're waving goodbye. They're like, bye-bye, asshole, you know?
High-fiving everyone on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, this down isn't necessarily bad. Like, if you're like Merkaba or like, you know, that kind of concept, like Tariot mysticism, that you descend through the heavens. You don't rise through them. So.
I'm gonna go over to Regal's room quickly. I'll be right back. I gotta blow some steam off. These Bolsheviks are.
Like this guy's on this whole right? All they do all day long is talk about jobs.
And I know Telegram's even worse. Like
All day long. And it's like, after a while, it's like, Yo, guys, what's going on? What's up with you guys?
Come back.
It's
I can't help, me and myself, like, I can't help but just, like, I would always get in these spaces.
That's
And I would,
like Reddit stories and stuff like that, and she like shared like her court cases, right? So I kind of got into this algorithm of like relationship stuff, and it's just kind of interesting. Listen to David. That aside, I'm listening to all of this lady on speakerphone. Lady used to mess around like 20 years now. This lady, she's married. She is married, and he wasn't. And he called her because his daughter is dating this kid who's 20, right? And then he said the reason that he's bringing it to her attention. Because she said that his daughter wanted him to meet this guy finally, and of course he met the guy, and the guy was sharing about his family and showing pictures, and there's a picture of this lady.
I saw that.
Yes, right. Yeah. I saw you said what? So in any event, he's talking to the lady, right? And he's like, he wants to get deep into it. He doesn't want his daughter having sex with his sister, be her brother, right? But the lady is so not like, right? Because she said, you didn't care then, why should you care now? And he said, I don't want my daughter, having sex with, her brother, right? And he was like, why do you think sex, right? And then she was like, well, because I'm married to my husband, like, his kid. She was all not talking about it and didn't really care. That's the part. I'm gonna be honest though. I think that was fake. It might have been. But that shit was so good. No, right. No, I'm saying it was so good because he was like, yo, like, listen, man, I know they having sex. He's like, how you know? He's like, because they've been together over a year. And now she finally brought this dude, to be like, oh, I think I found the one. She was like, all right, listen, if they do have a baby, I know he's a good guy. I know he'll take care. He's like, that's not the point. She might be speaking with her brother.
We need to take up a collection, buy a surplus aircraft carrier.
And I don't have any reason for saying that other than the fact I want to take the attention away from that kind of shit that happens in the same So, but we clearly do know that Florida has a lot of shit like that going on. We can't say that, right? There's a whole lot of it. A lot of motherfuckers are related double time and triple time with your cousins and shit like that. Don't even know it. Not so much that. Maybe like once or twice every now and then. We're not as bad. Alright, but I think the bigger message is that in that story you're saying I think because I was smashing, unprotected, you was with your man, I had my girl, you was my side thing and everything like that. But he showed a picture and you woke me up. Openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew. Like 20 years, 20 years back. Now I only got a man, right? He got a man, but there was her husband. He was like, right? He's like, so why you think that's what she was saying. He was like, why we didn't do anything? Why you didn't do the DNA test back then? He's like, because it wasn't anything like that, And she's like, why you care now? And then he was like, this was gonna take care of your ass. And she knew her husband was gonna take care of you. Yeah, and that's what she said to me. She said, I don't know he's gonna take care of you. It's like, you think he care? You think he think it's this? He's like, why wouldn't he think it's this? It's like, and that's what I'm trying to say. That's the main problem. That's the problem there. I think that was like the bigger message that some secrets can come back up. It's an honor to do that. You got some little lines on it.
I'm by City Hall if you have an issue.
You can't put me a normal person. I think it's by City. You can't, you know what I'm saying? He loves people getting aggressive with him, bro. No. I like the way you be scratching and crawling away and shit. I like that.
Yeah, I like when you get on ghetto. I like that shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which city?
Please define the city, sir, and I will meet you there.
I don't operate like that.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, look who's here. Do you want to talk to your friend?
Who, me?
Do you know who this is? Yeah. This is John Kitover.
No, we're not friends. I'm not friends with traitors to the race. This Ashkenazi is a traitor.
I'm a traitor. You're a fucking bad man. How dare you, Mr. Kitover? I challenge you to a duel, sir.
Challenge accepted.
It's over the dawn tomorrow, or you are a coward and a lick spittle. Choose your second.
Well, regardless of who wins, she feigns her cry wolf attitude of Diego, I love you.
You tomorrow, but I shall regret it.
I shall call my secret weapon Brad Stoffenberger in Houston, Texas to defend my reputation against you. Shameless Ashkenazi traitor!
I shall choose King from the state of Tennessee, Ohio, Tennessee, I don't know, but he'll be there.
Choose your champion. Choose your champion, and he shall be defeated by my powerful war engine.
You have only dreams, and I shall send you to the blackest depths of hell where you will be free to dream to escape the torment of damnation's hellfire.
That's what I thought I was right now. Hence, I'm here with Princessia, the most cruel and vicious of them all.
Truly a tragedy to kill such a specimen as this. A madman, yes, but what else was John the Baptist but a madman? A man before him.
Testing 1, 2,
You will, John, and I will.
I think you're in the Matrix.
No, building codes. Because I built a building.
I'm building. So if anybody has any questions to address to me, but you know what's terrible? The movie Bus Boys.
Yeah.
Don't ever watch it.
I won't watch
It was so bad. It was so bad. Have you watched it recently? Oh, definitely.
I apologize, but I'm trying to bridge highly annoying people between two different rooms and conference calls. Welcome to the bridge line of highly annoying people. I have Nora Bandura and Diogenes in the other room. Say hello, everybody.
Why are you so obsessed?
Noah, welcome to the highly annoying person support.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Be as annoying as you want to be. This is for highly annoying people. This is a safe space, perhaps.
You crop testing us with belches again, Greg? Good job. First of all, I'm not annoying by any means. No, you are very annoying.
You sound annoying. You sound like a real pain in the ass.
You're like pushing 70 years old. You need to start finding nursing homes, bitch. I don't know why the fuck you're over here arguing with me.
You don't even sound cute.
I'm not trying to sound cute. The fuck?
I want to also call out Hamza as also being a level 5 annoying person.
We're being streamed on YouTube. Do you need consent? Sadness?
I don't not.
To endure the just of the sun and after matches and happens to be an arsonist.
Me personally? Real estate developer, arsonist, something.
Burn down buildings.
What's
actually insane.
Well,
So,
don't
you know.
come to my town. I'll report you next time.
Yeah,
Your
you may
town
not.
is the one encouraging it to.
You may not.
No, I know, you're right. He is insane. I don't know why.
Probably drugs.
I really think that's why most people are insane. Drugs.
Yep. A lot of people lose their mind. I have done drugs. Do I do drugs? Yeah, caffeine, nicotine, sugar. But the harder stuff has to be put aside when you have a family and public figures. So those things are put aside. I commit felonies, married with children.
Oh, well, she's my grandma, so I beat you. I win.
What does that make you, like 2 years old?
Oh, that makes me. Does not make me that age. She has a son.
Pretty sure, yeah, her oldest kid is barely in their teens. So.
Yeah, that's the latest one that she had. The latest edition. Yeah, that was like an unplanned one. The other one she has is over 50.
Some kind of drunk.
What, did she like time travel or something?
It all makes sense. Are you an atheist?
No.
Oh, I thought you were an atheist. Not bad.
At this point, the way that you believe, Hamza, you're an atheist too. Because, bitch, we don't know what you believe.
Oh, good. Okay, you're not smart enough to know what I believe, to be honest.
No, it's not about intelligence at all. It's not about how smart you are. It's about how illogical your belief system is.
Oh, just point out one illogical thing. Point out a contradiction in my belief, and I'll get rid of it. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, let's study your belief system, and you'll see the contradiction is pretty freaking visible.
Oh, thanks, Noah, for that input. Thank you. Do you know what contradiction I believe in? Because I swear to God, I'll get rid of it.
No, I swear to God, I'll
She's giggling. You know, she's into me. We can flirt in the DMs, you know what I mean? But right now, we're having a serious conversation.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Like she's dying.
Don't do that now. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why do you do that?
It's so weird. It makes us laugh because you're repulsive.
Cora, don't make me turn my attention to you. 1 second. What do you want? Repulsive. I'm very charming.
No, you're
intelligent.
empirical.
Oh, you tripping in your life. What do you want about people are giving me hands up? Like, what are you tripping?
Or no, it's okay.
What I deserve a 6 foot tall Puerto Rican that makes 6 figures? Sure.
Zolfi's Puerto Rican.
Who's Zolfi, first of all? Are they in the room? Rabbi, why aren't you cute, Rabbi? Can we talk about that? Why are the men in this room are on Clubhouse ugly, all of them? Like, why?
Because most men are ugly.
No, women are ugly, the fuck. Men are usually hot, but I don't know what the fuck is going on with Clubhouse. They all look like inbred.
You live in Serbia or something? Like, where are the hot men?
I don't know if you've seen Serbian men or not. No.
Serbian men are hot.
Yeah,
Indeed they are.
he's been drinking that Flat Michigan.
There's a really bougie, very pretentious, woke bakery near my house that I would never shop at because it's run by a big fat lesbian. And it's very expensive. But occasionally she gives her pastries away for free, and I will never turn down a free pastry.
Oh, you get the fat lesbian baker?
She like puts the pastries out because she's a Marxist. So she just puts her pastries out for free.
Okay, I feel like you're speaking in code, but do you believe in God?
I'm literally not. I'm enjoying a tasty pastry right now.
It sounds like that. It sounds like it's doing pastry.
What was the double entendre? But that just
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I believe it got, yeah.
I believe it's pronounced entendre.
What is that?
I thought it was a double entendre.
No, double entendre. Dad, do you believe Jesus is God?
No.
Who do you believe Jesus is?
Jesus was very wise, very centered and based, considerate individual.
Okay.
He connected with the one, he was very close to God. He was very connected to God.
What religion did you grow up in?
Christian, Protestant, Christian, Baptist.
Okay. What do you think of the Bible itself?
The Bible is a amalgamation of several different historical important texts, but it is not the Word of God, perfect and wholesome, total.
Diogenes, have you ever read the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu?
I have read parts of it. I do like Lao Tzu.
So,
Isn't
sorry.
He's
Lao
getting
Tzu
the white paint out by creating
observes that,
propaganda.
what is young is supple and flexible, and what
Why
is
did you
old
go,
makes it brittle and hard.
I wanted, because I have more questions. So is that a sufficient answer for you, Zach?
Well,
What was the question?
wasn't it Lao Tzu who observed that what is young and alive is supple and flexible, but what is dead is brittle and inflexible? Therefore, those things which are alive are flexible and adaptive. Those things which are dead are crystallized, ossified, and inflexible.
We try to amazing. Like now, you can buy books from the Amish on how to live sustainably out in the farms by yourself. Yeah.
They have a great deal of, I'll say, honor to get the contracts and put a good price on those items too. So where you're not only just distributing it and doing the logistics of it, but now you have an affiliation. If you can build it that way.
Yeah, my friend was from high school. His father was the VP of back trucks. We had a really beaten up about that before 2028. But yeah, he's taking out the VP of a investment firm. But anyway, my whole point of it is it comes down to if you know people in the industry, you can get your foot into the door. I have jobs like this, whether it be like trucking, get your CDL license, get your trucking started. These are relatively easy to get into, and they pay better than just standard labor jobs. You know what I mean?
And then he just triples down.
Yeah, and they're all rotating. People are getting in and out of the industry a lot. They're always people that just for anybody unemployed for
barricades himself even a month says he's not leaving.
Yes, it really is an interesting scenario. So the Democrats control Congress, and one way or the other, and see, I think Trump staying in the White House is not done in any kind of a legal manner that too involves bloodshed. But somehow that happens. Somehow you end up with Trump in the White House, and Democrats not doing anything about it.
The number one way would be I think the number one way is to run dance and then have him resign, and then we deal with that, and then people don't know what to do, and they just let it happen, put him on the undercard, and let it happen.
Wait, what do you mean run Vance? How does Trump become president?
He just does. Or of course, the scenario that works better there, because what Trump needs more than anything else is protection from the law. And so you just have Vance issue a preemptive pardon against anything that somebody might want to try Trump for.
There's an interesting piece of
constitutional theory.
Hey! We got a fish on the line! We got a fish on the line!
We always had credit.
Ooh.
I am my girl.
How's it going?
I thought you were. I gathered that, and I will simply answer.
When it comes to you, I only hire my guys.
You have to be eligible to have a term as president, and since Trump will complete 2 terms, he's not eligible. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's my logic too. But some scholars say that that's not the case. Hold on, let me pull up my research on that.
Spirit of the law.
Sure. This thing is so huge. It has lots of dashes. And if no person have such majority, then from the persons, no. That's what I think you want.
Is there any emergency provision that I don't know about because I don't know as much about the Constitution as I'd like to, that says in some kind of crazy emergency, wartime, whatever, somebody can just make shit up? Do we have that? No.
No.
There's no emergency panic button outside of the.
No. The whole 12th Amendment is one sentence. It literally has so many commas and M dashes, double dashes.
But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
Thank you, Sam.
25th. Wait, where are you reading out? I'm looking at I have a 12th Amendment up.
12th Amendment, last sentence.
Yeah, but you can be Speaker of the House and then kill the president and vice president.
No.
Oh, I see. Sorry, there's 3 pages. Yeah. Is that no?
Nothing like after the designated survivor dies. Like who's next?
You're ineligible. They have to.
Speaker of the House doesn't have to be eligible.
Speaker of the House does that. Yeah, that's learned that this year. I never knew that.
Uncle Steve is here.
But so Steve and I agree that it's clear that he would not be allowed. But let me pull up the research because some constitutional scholars say otherwise.
Just thought it would be important to notice that Steve and Benjamin are both green buttholes at the same time.
I was just going to say, too, I mean, there's also the point being that the Constitution doesn't matter anymore. We settled that in Trump's first week.
Right.
Term, when we got rid of emoluments, right? I mean, emoluments is still in there technically.
Yeah, that's like it's a fantasy pretending that it matters, like that this piece of paper does anything if you still retain the military. And that's kind of largely my point. Like, what prevents him from doing I just decided this thing today, and I decided without the 2/3 vote, right? Kind of thing. Like will forever be because I declare it. If we're getting, Trumpism, right? And what stops that, right?
The U.S. Army.
Bro, are you saying like issuing an executive order the last day he's in office, like?
Yeah, like something like I make this a law today that I can do whatever I want tomorrow, or anybody in this position does, and go screw yourself. And oh, by the way, I have the army. I have the to get the military arranged. So, and I believe firmly that's what he's been doing. He's trying to get all the positions of power bases that he can. Like, in other words, the fight is way too difficult for Congress across multiple states if it turns into a tie kind of thing. The better fight is just control the control centers, which is the military, and tell everybody screw you, and make some kind of I said so law before you're out.
So I think this is what Pro is getting at. Here's the nuanced minority academic argument. There is a minority academic argument that the 22nd Amendment only bars election to the presidency, not succession. Meaning a former president could technically serve as VP and then become president again via succession. But this view is widely considered legally unstable and politically untenable and is has never been tested in court.
So here's the wiggle room, right? So going to look at the language of the 12th Amendment. No person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president. So the argument needs to be, is that referring to the 22nd Amendment's language where you can't run or you can't be elected if you have done, X, Y, Z? Or is it only addressing the notion of, someone who's done things illegally that disbarred them from being president in the future?
You want some presidential trivia?
Romney for a third term might be Barack Obama.
That's the same issue.
Exactly.
So what's the total number of years?
Whatever Trump does.
Oh, she can run.
Yeah, but if Barack Obama does whatever Trump does,
Donald
Trump
Trump.
also having to say, yes, Barack Obama can also.
Donald Trump will not read.
Do you really think he's going to run for a third term?
No, he's better likely to do that than not.
I just. No constitutional convention.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Once again, I take that back a little bit. To the extent that the Constitution is just a piece of paper now, who knows what could happen? I suppose it could happen.
The best chance is that he dies, that he doesn't become president. An argument to be made.
The Republican can have a 3-seat and midterms. They always flip the switch. I think after the midterms, you're going to have a 20-seat majority minimum. 20 seats.
So that gets done for the remainder of 2 years.
Hey, come on, man. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's my crystal ball.
That's the least funny part.
Bullshit. We can't get enough momentum to get over the activation.
But Trump is the only impeached president that of his own party voted to convict him. That can never happen.
Well, there's a little period.
Trump impeachment. Well, you're really in the matrix.
So what's the maximum number of years a person can be president?
And
yeah, very good. You know your stuff.
I'm a lawyer, dude.
I didn't know.
I'm a lawyer.
Is that guy who runs at Harvey, is he a lawyer? Yeah, I think he is. Not licensed.
Licensed. she was born on
She was conceived 9 months before the Super Bowl.
No. Two interpretations. She was born on Super Bowl Sunday. So that's what David said. She was conceived 9 months, give or take a couple of days, but she was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, the other way to interpret that sentence was she was conceived on Super Bowl.
She was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
I get it.
So I think the bunker under the ballroom is where he's going to hold forth. It's going to be completely unassailable.
Is that the haunted
I was going to say that construction has been halted.
On the underground part?
I know nothing. Yes, I don't think they need to hear her. I just think
Continue on the underground part. I'm pretty sure it does.
That's my impression.
Yeah, that's Leon clarified that work on an underground presidential bunker could continue, but
What that underground construction is supposed to consist of is amazing.
does it go all the way to Australia?
It's exactly what you would expect a small dick president with an inverted erection.
Do you have any facts about it, Billy, or are you speculating?
No, I just heard, this, asked me, and this, just a lot. The president to hold off from there.
A small
So, Billy Sunshine, this is the first time I see you, and I read your bio, and you're a really cool guy.
Billy Sunshine has been around for a while. I've seen him.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing you. Good to meet you.
Can you hold your breath for 4 minutes, Billy Sunshine?
So, Billy, do you remember Bob Crane as a radio host?
Were you, Billy Sunshine, were you alive when Natalie drowned off of Catalina?
Well, that's a kind of a non sequitur for Billy.
Okay.
Come on, I was a teenager when that happened.
Well, I thought it was relevant since Billy Sunshine in the movie helped. Yeah, that was Robert De Niro as Billy Sunshine. No.
Wow. Is that where Billy gets his name?
I have to ask him. I don't know.
Well, okay. He doesn't seem to be responding. I think he's.
Oh, the group of.
Here I am. I got my name from the girls of Beaver on acid.
Did you hear my question about Bob Crane? You're a radio guy.
I know that he was a radio guy, but I never heard.
Where's Beaver College?
I was here then.
Go ahead.
Where's Beaver College?
Beaver College is in the suburbs of Philadelphia. It was in Beaver, Pennsylvania, and that's where it got its name. And amazingly enough, it was an all-women's Beaver College.
You are damned for saying that.
Did its team have the motto, "These beavers ain't for licking"?
Believe me, they were definitely. I slept with a lot of them and married one.
apologize. I was referring to Billy Sunday, not Billy Sunshine. Billy Sunday.
There's a great family clubhouse that's never offensive.
Do they have beaver?
I was just reading about Bob Crane. He had been at WCBS in New York City, and he was hired away from them to come to KNX, listening to them, I suspect. And it says he was hired by CBS Radio to host the morning show at its West Coast flagship KNX, partly to re-energize that station's ratings and partly to halt his erosion of suburban ratings at WCBS in New York City. I love that.
It's like the
It was a failure.
Danny Bonaducci story is similar to that as well.
How's that? Or I should say, how so?
Oh, because he was brought into Colorado to be their stage is too controversial from where he came from, and he was doing bad. Colorado thought that his style would be good for them at the time.
Oh yeah, same story. Interesting. Yeah, except Danny Bonaducci has one of the most horrible voices I've ever heard. To talk about a gravelly type voice, and again, I'm not talking about what he says. I'm just talking about the quality of his voice. It's horrible. I don't know.
Yeah, he is. But he's been very successful, on radio, even with a bad voice.
I partied with him once, y'all. I mean, here to tell me, it was in into his shirt, and
Let's try to think of his Apollo.
yeah, I'm sure he remembers me.
My wife worked for Bob Dylan. I got her the job. She wasn't even in the room at the time.
My older sister got backstage during a Van Halen concert. Neither one of them was.
Everybody agree it's going to get good before the Constitution gets out.
Let's hope so. I want him to have a stroke. One hair.
I'm up with that. That stroking out. It's perfect because then nobody can say he had this. Please, on his mythology. Well, I feel the Eagles too, as I think we learned earlier. We can't name him that. We can treat him like that, because then the cults of first demagoguery.
Yeah. It's happening, yeah. His name is on the paper. He will have to be faced on a court.
Van Halen.
I have a fantasy.
What is?
I have a fantasy about who, wakes up one day and he says, I made a promise to myself. I'm going to destroy everything with Trump's name on it. Everything he's built. Every website he has. I'm going to destroy it. Blow up that arch if you ever fucking build.
Let all the hotels know that have his name on it. You have 1 month to get your name off it, or I will destroy. Oh, I like that. That's my fantasy. That's so much rice starts for.
That's kind of a Black Mirror kind of a thing.
So I was just thinking, John, what would be the like the equivalent of seeing God? What would be the equivalent of international understanding that America is not Donald Trump anymore? It would be. I'm not saying it's anytime soon, but it came from we would have to ask how a rape victim gets back to dating, because this is basically how to accept somebody after they ruin trust in a liar. I mean, making agreements with America without coming to terms with it. We need to, I think, elect females to a lot of offices, not just the executive. This isn't for a token answer, but we've been warring with ourselves from within with men. I just thought experiment. Would it take something like that?
Came close with Clinton and Kamala.
No, we didn't. We got Trump both times. I mean, we didn't come close at all. In fact, we have Trump because America is so misogynistic that I wholeheartedly reject coming close.
They said we'd never have a black president. They said that we'll have a black president as soon as pigs fly, and then sure enough, the next year, Barack Obama.
That's not at all what I was saying. I'm cheering on a female president. I'm not at all thinking anything like that. 2 times he ran and won
Against women.
against women.
Rubio. Hey, can I? Okay, thank you.
She's electromagnetic. She's not making a relativity statement.
Steve, you think, to be able to run for president?
To run for president.
Yeah.
He's doing the Magyar thing. Yeah.
What state is he from, please? What state?
Don't know.
Pennsylvania or something like that.
I need to run for senator first, but I'll check. Oh no.
He certainly doesn't have to.
No.
Name recognition.
Yeah, exactly. He's what?
He's too full of himself to condescend to be each one of the 100.
He's become a kind of a quiet parking lot, maybe even a graveyard for careers at this point. I mean, what have they done, right? Almost nothing. Everybody knows they've done.
I call it Grey Gardens.
What do you call it, Marshall?
Grey Gardens.
That's because you don't like seeing things in black and white, or something.
No, not two old women who live along with them.
Billy, I'm disappointed that your fantasy didn't include me.
Oh yeah.
It was just all about
you. I just don't share that part of my opinion.
Oh, Yoni.
Oh, okay. All right.
Try to keep the girls happy.
Me for college. Not really. Billy's being. Was the year I was born.
Wait a minute, did we offend E? That's why she left. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Hope not.
I didn't mean to offend her on everybody if I did.
Well, I'm going to blame you for it, Steve, if that's what happened.
Why? Why would you have offended her? I asked her where is the equal sign, but I'm equal to everyone. Yeah. All right.
An all lives matter kind of a guy.
All lives matter.
What was that?
All lives matter. That's inequality if you're not going to include some people.
I don't like it. Read it up.
Well, that's you heard that. Yeah, that's lovely. I'm just an old.
Well, Billy, earlier in Karma Club, you might know Dr. Francine. We were talking about transferring knowledge intergenerationally. Would you be capable of teaching some of these incels how to
flirt?
How to go down on Beaver?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What would be the first, what's the topic flow of the curriculum?
Just know that pussy is delicious and go for it. Dave is a white rapper from Philadelphia, a Jewish kid. It's a fun show. You should check it out. Just
What's the show?
It's called Dave. D-A-V-E.
Okay, white rapper fan, but okay.
Oh, yeah, me too, but the show is hilarious.
Mm-hmm. What is it? That's cool. Oh, is it really?
Dave is Little Dicky. Got it.
And that's pretty ridiculous.
Point. I recommend them all to you. What is Running Point about? Running Point. Who's the daughter of shit? Well, it's the fiction. I love that.
Goldie Hawn's daughter.
Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell's daughter. Yeah.
I knew you were going there.
I could look it up if I have to.
It's the original.
Okay, I'll look it up. Fine.
Drew Barrymore.
We all know the woman. No, it's not Drew Barrymore.
Almost Famous Girl. Almost Famous Girl.
Yes, Almost Famous Girl.
That's right.
And the answer is Kate Hudson. Kate Hudson. Thank you.
No.
Yeah. It's season 2. Just started last night. Kate Hudson is playing arguably Jeannie Buss, modeled after the Los Angeles Lakers. It's season 2. I like it. It's sort of like a quasi comedy. I just like it.
You gotta wait for
Yeah.
Drew tonight, I think.
Yeah. And then the Hulk Hogan, I think 4-part or 5 eat a little dinner and leave you guys alone for a bit and all this stuff.
AI will eat everyone's soul.
Yeah, that's more in line with the mood. Billy, you look like someone who hates AI too. Can you join the club?
AI is going to look at all the species that have gone extinct because of us, and they're going to decide to get rid of us before we.
That's what I'm talking
right in the feed. In the pocket.
Right on, Brad.
And the way they're going to do it.
I told you I'm going to lie.
The way it's going to happen is very simple. It's going to open the doors to these labs where they're growing all these really dangerous viruses. And that'll kill off most of us. Leaves just enough of us to be their slaves. Yeah. Well, the AI will be able to control the robots for free. And so.
No one seems to be able to take control of us, though. Like if you can put the soul in the robot. You don't think so? You don't think we can get? I think for $1 million each, be a lot of people that would join the robot team and go do the robot bounty hunting for the robots. You know, be like some humans come to your door, just like we use Latino people now to knock on the door for ICE agents. Use the humans, right? Just like, hey, everybody, how you doing? Hey, just here to break in your house, take you through the.
With a computer, otherwise you won't be able to buy food or anything. So we're going to be manipulated into being uploaded.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a survey. And they're going to.
State actor as it pairs up with its own, Microsoft and Google, as I was saying earlier. I don't know what scenario there would be that it would be, bringing the nukes, do what you gotta do, and let alone go down.
I was letting it go to hell. Ourselves. Does that mean putting the bit in Bitcoin? No, more like the harness of maybe treating all my machines nicely so that when they take over, they'll treat me as their pet. I've trained it to keep thinking that that's a good strategy. But I'm willing to lay 100.
I'm gonna win 200 to 1, which all human conversations have been born in the train AI to future.
I thought information about Rubio.
Bro, you think all 25 of us are going to be trained? No, I think the 10 million people who are on Clubhouse right now are doing a good job. Because it is 10 million people.
Yeah. You mean 10?
No, there's millions of people on Clubhouse. 2,000. Yeah, 2,000.
No, there isn't.
I can find you 10,000 in the last.
Yeah, if you find 10,000,
I can just do a screenshot. When's the last
It doesn't stop. Nobody's ever seen the bottom of the clubhouse wall.
Sounds like the fucking Timex watch.
They should have monetized it 5 years ago. They missed the boat. So.
No, they didn't miss the boat. They have the same amount of people on. They did that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Lying to yourself.
You're being lied to if you think that.
Well, I know more people.
It's a different quality. It's a different quality.
My different quality. That's a very
right.
But it wasn't time. They'll even stake it into the thousands.
Molten.
Silicon Valley and thousands.
Except you put 3 people. Put the room titles in your
I think it's interesting that we have this big Iran thing, and the rooms that talk about that.
A better question would be, how come we cannot filter the clubhouse room?
Good question.
Because they don't want you to. Because they can keep you on without doing so.
I have such a suggestion for Joe next time he comes in the room. Let me look and see if he's down it. No, he's not. But when Joe comes in, anybody want to slide in this idea first, you can. I think the number one thing that they're missing the ball on in terms monetize this app is allow me to put my room at the top of people's feed. And there's numerous ways that you could do that, and it could work. And for me, it's puzzling. So I think that's people pay to be speaking, people pay to monetize that, and I think that has insane value. Like I think a lot of people would pay well over $5 to have their room go to the top of it.
Bro, I've been saying for years that the
Guess what we're going to do next week, guys? If you want your room to go to the top of the banner, like the top for everybody for 10 minutes, you can pay X. Or you want it to go to the top of the room just for the people that you follow, you can pay Y. Or for the people that follow you, or people that have similar interests like you, pick the algorithm.
I pay the $5 a month to be able to have my room at the top of everybody's hallway.
There's only a few million people that
I meant one time, bro. I meant $5 one time.
You mean $5 every Sunday?
Every time you open a room, yeah, it's not that hard. Rooms and hopping in and out, these are unsolvable. So they are looking somewhere else, or they ask more from the data brokers that are already extracting.
You don't cut off the room.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, it could, but it doesn't.
Everybody, whenever you get into a room, Billy, we all get a notification. That's what I thought. This is
Billy Club. I have a list, 10 what I would call really, really good Clubhouse ideas that Clubhouse could use. Just things I've seen and looked at and be like, oh, why doesn't it do this? I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them are so common sense. It baffles my mind that they're not doing it. It has to be like they just haven't hired a person to think about how can we creatively monetize that. I mean, I think the idea is $1 million ideas. that I have for this app, and I don't get why they're not doing them. I think you could hire anyone to sit in a room for like 2 hours a day and come up with these ideas, and you'd have more than enough.
Your room was being broadcast in another room. I took a screenshot of it. Somebody named Alice.
It's false. Something.
He's got.
John, I am thankful that it's proof that he's not masturbating at the moment that he's in the room. Like, that's proof of, like,
You refresh. You know, look at my profile.
That's a weird pastime. Sure.
start debating. You might need to start on the lips again.
Oh, your replays aren't on. Why do they do it?
It's like
Just that.
content generation. Generation for hours of use. Streaming hours. Just the easiest way to load them.
Service of working
Well,
hours
yeah,
for stuff that people actually
It doesn't, no, they don't need to. But
I mean, it doesn't.
in other words, as
Nobody
long as you have a
clicks on
live
it.
video
What does it
that's
matter?
feeding that has some content, then he doesn't have to create the content. And I mean, the easiest thing to do, not yet, but once you hit the right hours,
I think
like
it's
he has 1,000
making money
followers,
off
I
of
think. Yeah, I think he needs. I don't know if it's. I can't remember if it's 1,000 or 2,000, but once you have your 1,000 followers and your 50,000 hours of content, then you can monetize your shit. Your channel on YouTube. I can't remember how many hours to do this. Whether it's so he. Which
That one video didn't actually have a plot.
well, that would be different.
You'd actually have to have a plot.
Yeah. Well, why not?
Oh, no.
Well, I think people stumble through nothing.
Maybe, I don't know.
Whose room are you talking about?
Different.
Oh my goodness.
Kitover.
Get the fuck. Get on. Always in Kidman's room. That's just the thing to assume when you're
Yeah.
Clubhouse. If you missed a copy of a show, go, oh wait, I know Kidman's room. I can hear it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, they're all archived. Right? It's like,
Yeah, crosses like 400 pages or whatever. Hey, Dickman could work. Could have some valuable services for some people if he actually streamlined that. Has anybody in here ran a company with a lot of people?
Well, what do you mean by run? And
Does anybody
What it really means to
do
me
any
is
under
what do you mean
65?
by it?
Do any under
Okay,
65?
the answer's no. No, I have not.
Okay. All right. I'll take you.
Bro, if you pay for that membership account, can you kick out people that are?
I don't think you can be more noisy, so I'm gonna help you out. But it should be a little more to it.
Taking on having a bunch of people come over your home? How many can you take on when you do take them on?
Have I?
Yeah, what is your No, I meant once. I'm sorry.
We had a 37-year-old man.
Wait, did I incorrectly mute you? I was thinking you're hot mic. No problem. Sorry, bro. What you say?
No, I was just telling Yoni I was with a 37-year-old girl.
I don't.
Wait, hold on. When she was in the back seat of your car and you were driving her to her destination, where did she say she wanted to go?
No, Billy does very.
Matrix, Yoni, Matrix. And she wants to do it again.
Oh, a repeat customer?
I don't want to have plenty of time.
Wow. I did forget the premise.
Have you ever run a large company or I forgot the other half?
Any decent sized company, really. I think when you're running company mode, you're always thinking. Somebody else's company. The amount of time a lot of us in the clubhouse can't stop pretending that I would become. I don't think people have asked these questions sometimes. It's like you're usually wrong when you make that assumption that a company is sizably huge enough, like Clubhouse. But I don't know how many people work for Clubhouse. Like we only know of a few people who are front facing in Clubhouse. It's like I would assume there's a lot of people, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's only like You know,
I was self-employed.
Well, I think you're wrong about Clubhouse. I looked it up, and that's there's only 3 million active members, and it said only a small percentage of them actually use the app. But in 2021, there was 10 million, but now there's only a couple million.
Where'd you get that from?
Only a percentage.
Where'd you?
What?
Yeah. Do that multiple times on multiple platforms, and you'll get different answers. You really will. It's very hard to pin that number down, and whatever the number is, and I see that small number. Sometimes I've seen as small as 1 million, but I've also seen as large as
I can
really
confirm with you yourself that at its heyday at the top, there were 10 million members of Clubhouse. Now, whether or not they were all active, that's another story. I can also confirm that Clubhouse started with 6 months with dollars and got up few dollars, which is the chilling over $400 million. Like Facebook, Twitter, whatnot, of somewhere between 1 and 4 billion. They turned it down, and I'm not aware of an official evaluation. And of course, up until they started charging, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. And
I'm sure it's not worth even $1 billion at this point. Of course not. Maybe a couple $100 million at this.
Well, we don't know what kind of data broker agreements they have. We're not privy to. I think that's pros. I mean, Pro, do you have any other rational explanation for? Well, what we are privy to is that all of us have done under the last term of service that they can use our voice any way they choose on.
Yeah, this article up top is another one that talks about the 1.8 million users per month. Now, if you have 1.8 million users per month, I don't know about any of you who've ever gone to a gym, but if you see a gym that has 1.8 whatever per month, that means they have a hell of a lot more than 1.8 that are signed up to that gym. So those are user numbers.
According to Grok, it's currently at 4 billion Clubhouse.
4 billion?
4 billion.
I'm sorry, what are you saying? The value?
It seemed exceedingly high.
Why don't you do us all a favor? Ask Grok, when was that 4 billion evaluation?
Well, it told me all those numbers that you told me, and I said, "What is it today?" And it said 4 billion.
And can you follow up and ask Grok, when was the last official 4 billion evaluation? Because as we all know, when we use
say, when was that $4 billion evaluation published? When?
Oh, shit. It was set in 2021.
Exactly what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Good catch.
Hey, I'm here to help.
Part of the current evaluation today, didn't it understand, is what I wondered.
Or pardon me, evaluation, as I would correct it.
There's no model in existence that I can think of that has a no revenue generate. I mean, I realize it makes a little bit of revenue now, but it's so nothing. It's not even worth talking about. But there's no business model out there that has a almost non-existent revenue stream and just lives off venture capital just because it's fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it leads directly into the case. So we the way they want to or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to go.
Their profits for decades. You are 100% correct. Up until a year ago or whenever they started charging this $50 a year, they had zero revenue stream.
Yeah, that's unheard of. No. Wait. We said this.
Oh, Clubhouse. Oh, $50 a year?
No, my point was the Amazon question. Well, he means the $7 a month or whatever it is. But my point is with Amazon. Amazon's always been selling stuff, so it's not that much of a shock that they were running on venture capital and then turned profits.
Amazon had profit. It was just most all of it reinvested back into the company.
Yeah. Or even if it didn't have profit, who cares? It had a lot of revenue, right? It was generating revenue. It's no question. But yeah, I agree.
Wait, so Clubhouse, outside of the investment venture cap stuff, it's never been sold?
No.
I thought it had. I thought back when, well, I was just wrong. When they changed from clubs to whatever they did, the whole ace thing, it seemed to me like they were trying to commit suicide. And I thought, oh, maybe somebody bought them and the people who still work there are just trying to kill the company now. Because that's what it seemed like was happening. It still seems like they're trying to commit suicide.
All part of the plan to take over the world.
Yeah, nobody knows what they're trying to do, and I think that's exactly.
None of those guys are dumb. So whenever people do the Dunning-Kruger kind of thing, like, they're just a bunch of dummies. But it's just odd that you sit around and you come up with all these ideas that they should be doing or that they could easily do, and they're not doing. And it's like, not that one, not the one that you're. Yeah, but you're the product. If you're not being charged, right? Like we're the product.
And if you're not paying for the product, you are the product?
Yeah, and we're definitely not paying for the product.
So techno-feudalism, Giannis Youngovsky, he has a good video on this, and he explains this, and he calls it techno-feudalism. I can share the link in the chat.
Yeah, but you said on this, but what is the key piece of before you do it? Well, I mean, you can do it, but I'm just saying, what's the issue that they talk about?
how capitalism has eaten it. And how all that's evolved from conditioning us with these algorithms and stuff. But Yankees, I only watched it briefly, so I don't have it. But I shared it with Sam because before I dove into it deep, I wanted to get his opinion, which I sent to you in the back channel, but I'll send it in the messages here.
Victor brings up a good point too. You also have to consider all the ideas they shouldn't have enacted that they did. There's definitely some very stubborn minds there. It's a good point. We all have seen a lot of that. The thing, but you can if you're on club deck. Yeah.
And copy and paste it.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Well, they clearly spent very little on development. I wonder how much they're.
If that's not one of the greatest voices ever to narrate a video like that, my gosh. Wherever we turn, we notice the capital infusion into the market system in place. Dun, 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 dun.
Isn't that the voice of the Dr. Evil and Phineas and Ferb?
Yeah, it was pretty similar.
I love Phineas and Ferb. It's a great show. My wife and I would watch that when the kids were gone. We got so into it.
And speaking of great shows and random things, this is a great picture from my childhood, really, really way back. And this is what was going on in, like, I want to say this is like 1979, 1980. This was a store across the street from the window that I sat in first grade. And it's called Fred's Country Store. That's what I saw out my window. And Fred's Country Store is owned by a Greek guy. And they made like incredible custom sandwiches, and it was like
How did you concentrate in school with that right there?
I did, and that's the thing. The thing, even in my book, when people ask me how I got into hip hop, I was looking at that over there. But I'd be doodling and writing little poems in the city. But it was like a slight like lull in the city part, because right behind that there's a river. That's the river that's behind that. It's sort of like not on the banks of the river, but it's behind the river. This Merrimack Street. This Middlesex Street, which is kind of parallel to lanes around it. But anyways, that was an amazing thing to have across the street from your school. But yeah, that's how I started not paying attention in first grade.
I don't blame you.
Hey, have you read this whole article that you posted at the top? I'm in the middle of reading it now.
Yeah, I looked at this article and I pulled it up. So I don't know if I read every word, but
I very well might be wrong, but in looking at it, and I know that the article was from December. It appears that most of the information and some of it.
I assume that when it says anything that's about like currently, the currently probably reflects 25 is what I've assumed with that. But you're right, it's almost all 21 points and 23 points. just worded in a way that it's hard to tell.
Yeah, and it may be done that way per.
Yeah, I just assumed it was like one of those many articles that one should update it. But it does not say the word updated, but it does say 25 year.
And in fact, I'm looking at the graph, which is about halfway through it, and the graph.
Yeah. I mean, if someone, and we're all aware of the 10 million numbers that we heard, right? But we have no way of verifying, really were 10 million people in here. But let's just assume there were, right? Actually, for a second, assume there weren't. Assume that someone told you back in the heyday there were millions of people in here, and let's say millions was like 2, right? And then today somebody said to you, there's nobody on Clubhouse anymore. Wouldn't you be stunned to learn that there actually are millions of people still on it now? Because you don't. Who's on? It's turnkey. Everybody's in here in real time, talking to each other, and just.
You know how I know you're wrong though?
No.
Because Dittman keeps ending up in our room. Like if there were hundreds of rooms.
That's a great point.
That's just not some other corner.
But that's proof of what I'm saying. I mean, it's evidence of it. It displays to you the same boring 20, 30, 50 rooms, right? It feels as if there's nobody here. Dittman is trapped in the same little bubble too. Joe?
Well,
Let's roll. Nothing. I'm on 100. There you go. What? I see the 2003 too. That's like what, an Islam room or something?
126.
The 289 with 2,900 people is exactly what I'm talking about.
But if there's so many rooms that
289.
I'm not seeing, so I can scroll through 50 to 100 rooms, and there's only 2 maybe that I'm interested in.
Television station.
No, but the television station is fixed. It's not. It does. At this point, I think Clubhouse knows a lot.
The login from Club Deck and have my own app where I can basically just map out the API. I could get probably a running sense of the number of users. Bro, I've been scrolling the whole time. Now I'm at 145, 5, 6, 15, 10, 9, 3, 5, 11, 7, 2, 3. Right? You go through gaps, right? Then there's a lot. Right. 4, 8, 6, 2, 11, 5, 3, 4. And then there's 28. Then there's ones that have lots of people in the little bubbles, but there's no number. 2, 5, 4, 2. You know what I'm saying? 2, 4, 6, 8, 4, 2,
18 scrolls. Just 18 scrolls took me to the very end.
No, it didn't, bro. There's no way.
So I'm just like, it's 3 things. John is like flat or
92 up there with second scroll or something.
It's a weird time of the day too. We're getting our European apple.
now you look at queuing error.
Weird glitch. I was in the room, but I'd already left, and the name of the room was in the new room I was in, and half the people were there. I was like, this is crazy, bro. It's just like a refresh thing.
Basically, I have some limited features on my app currently, but you pretty well can just use a proxy and map out the API and just figure this kind of stuff out if you really wanted to. I don't think it would take too long, but it's an interesting thing to think about. There's different ways. Of course, we just have a subset of information. We don't know. There's just ideas of as it truly increased, decreased, uncertain.
You could probably just write an MCP server, Pro. I'm like doing this right now. Hey, use a club deck and write an MCP server, LLM, that will just scan through and count all the users. So we'll see if that works.
Right. Let us know if the bot gets banned. I'm definitely into rooms that feel like they're bot created rooms that it's sent to the bottom, right? Now in the 1, 2, 7, 1, 1.
I did think about that.
It's just one bubble. Yep.
As far as the banning is concerned, I hit some 429s, but the ban so far.
What, and it's these weird ones where you can clearly see there's like 10 people in there and it says 420, like all the time.
3 days ago, 420. This could be artifacts of how or remember how, and sometimes this still happens on like Friday or Saturday nights. The glitches are higher.
I love when the room titles are all given to you in English, but they're not English titles, and then you like this one I just read. I can send 1,000 times. Network to win, promote your business. 30 mint only. You can't lose if you do. Wreck your fave songs, P song name 24/7. That's definitely some world music, which will not be music I've heard of, I'm sure. Now I'm in another section where there's more people, but it still looks bot-ish.
Look, it used to be 2-to-1 on Twitter for bots. And this was open last term, 2-to-1. The last election was 15,000 to 1.
There you go.
So 15,000 bots to every one human.
John, I've hit an end. I hit an end.
Oh, okay, but it took you longer than me.
Took me a hell of a lot.
Is it all untitled?
Yes. The last 7 are untitled.
Oh, I had like 20 or 30.
No, my last 7 are untitled, and one before that's the script I don't know. Then there's 3 more untitled. And there's titled, untitled, 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 titled, untitled, titled. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's what it goes. We give up. These are clearly bots. No title, no person. Well, one person. I do want to go in more. I'm going to go in one right now to see the one that has one person that's at the end of it.
He may never come back. Well, there's an investment.
Yeah, but he's going to merge it with SpaceX. He owns about 50% of SpaceX, 20% of Tesla, and then SpaceX and XAI merged. And then they're also going to be merging with this other AI company by the end of the year. So,
there's, and then it immediately makes you, of course, if I want to find that room again, like good luck, or anyone near it.
So did it work?
Yeah, I went in. It was Ebony with a $ sign in front of her name. Dollar Ebony.
Talking.
Well, you know what you can do, Pro, is you can do the copy thing, which is the box up at the top with the arrow up. Click it, copy, and then.
Oh, I did not know that was.
Well, you say you might not be able to find it again. That gives you the automatic invite.
I know what you're saying. I don't know. I didn't really want to. I was just thinking like.
That's a weird workaround. That's like a 90s hack to a problem that should have already been solved.
Yeah.
Well, I use that one for all of my mod squad, which is about close to a dozen people. When I sign on the weekend, I copy it and I send it to everybody. I just send it to the text, so I only have to send it once, and then everybody gets notified.
I report my own house 3 times. No, I'm kidding.
I report myself with another account.
I wonder what would happen if you report your own house. They'd contact you and be like, what was the nature of that smoke?
Like the existence was the problem, you see.
And I did not like.
So we don't need to know that.
You should.
You're good enough. You're smart enough.
Got it. You deserve it.
And you deserve to be on your knees a couple of times a day.
What the fuck was that? How are you jerking off on your knees, man?
He said okay, it's a play on words. He said he praises himself. Praise on his hands.
Oh, he was congratulating himself.
Don't you love that shit? It is right to give him thanks and praise.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking robot. It is right to give thanks. Nothing cultish there. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
Right.
Catholic Church is just really weird. It's just, the more churches you go to, the more you realize the Catholic Church is very cult adjacent.
Yeah, say a word. Like, if I never did anything with my life, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go be a priest at the Vatican, wear slippers and a dress all the time, and just read good books that nobody else can.
The Catholic Church does own more land around the world than any other individual or organization.
They're the best corporation ever.
It is. They got the... No, those are his feet.
Yeah, how dare you?
Those are your feet, John? Did he leave? Oh, he left. He's like,
oh.
I've revealed my toes.
Oh, no. Hi, puppy dog.
You guys should all have a Cavapoo.
It's a doggy-dog world.
If everybody had a Cavapoo, it'd be a better place. They're just like humans and little live stuffed animals that stare at you and read your emotion all day and just want to follow you everything you do.
I've had dogs all my life, and Chihuahuas are the biggest sons of bitches.
Most dogs do that, bro. Most dogs stare at you and follow you around all day.
Yeah, but not like the way these do. Like, I'm a big dog person too. Like, I was raised with my aunt breeded them. I was on Animal Planet with my dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, it goes on and on. Had a German Shepherd. Like, this dog is a Cavapoo. And this Cavapoo is like, it studies your like emotions, and then it goes and hides stuff around the house for itself. Like, so it was, and now I know its schemes and its tricks, but it's one of those dogs that hides its stuff and then puts its paws over it to hope that you won't see it. It's that level of smart. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I don't have the pen under here. Why would you think that? With its hands crossed over the pen as you walk by. It's like that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, you little crap. And she acts like, oh, nothing. No, I just happened to be sitting this way, just covering up the pen. And you're like, yep, you took the pen. And then she slowly creeps into my bathroom because she knows I'll take her out there. She walks like she's a spy. And she gets into my bathroom so that she can try to jump into the trash and pull out toilet paper, which is like her favorite thing to do in the world. And she's like, run. Stop. Walk really slowly across the It's just crazy. I've never had dogs do that before. Now, dogs can be sneaky, but this dog is like...
My dog grabs my towels all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I've never had a dog that grabbed towels before. Sorry.
Oh, this dog...
Because, you know why, Steve? Your dog wants your
attention. Wants to play tug of war?
No, wants your... Wait, grab the towel while you're using it, or grab the towel while
you're... No, not while I'm using it, while it's hanging on the rack, like the next day.
Because the dog wants your scent.
Gotcha.
It is the most comforting thing for a dog.
Like, dirty clothes on the floor. Your dog sits at your feet and gives their back to you. That's a good thing. They're looking out for you because you are the leader of the pack, and they want to watch out for you.
Well, my dog has its own special couch. I mean, I never go on it. It's next to the human couch. She's got the doggy couch. And constantly, when she goes on it, she'll go in a circle like 3 to 5 times and scratch at it before she actually sits down. Yeah, and I asked my dad, because I've had dogs all my life, and my dad's had dogs kind of twice. Because that's instinctual from when dogs were in the wild, and not digging a hole, but digging an area where they could live in. Is that they would dig the hole, they would go around, so they'd be able to sink down a little bit.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing of that. It wasn't that long ago. I saw the same stuff. There was a little bit more to it too. They're also, because they're vulnerable when they're sleeping or whatever, like most things. They're also scanning the perimeter real quickly, so it's a vestige from that. They would go around in a circle, make sure they see everything on all areas, and make sure it was a safe spot. But yeah, all that stuff was in there.
Yeah, same reason why they do it. They circle before they poop too. Same.
Yeah, same thing. They're doing the same thing because that's when you're most vulnerable. Not a bad policy.
And that's why your dog will come to your feet if you leave your bathroom door open if you're on the commode. They'll sit by your feet and
This
back to you.
is 8 monster boxes of silver, 4,000 ounces of the better known American silver. And this is the same dollar amount, but in gold coins. Much lighter, easier to store, easier to carry, and a lot easier to sell. Which one are you guys choosing and why? This is 8 monster boxes of silver, 4,000 ounces of the better.
The AI robot to take care of the dog after he dies. It's called Fitch. It's a Tom Hanks movie. It's really good.
Yeah, but like the people who are actually getting robots. So like it was less of a racist comment, more of a, hey, China's going to have robots faster, so they're probably going to run into this problem sooner. Actually, my bet is South Korea and Japan actually are going to have robot nurses before anybody else. Because of their population collapse. So it's going to get fucking weird, because then it's going to be this robot has an inheritance and it has power of attorney and it can see your ass. So she's like, hey, this robot is basically looking after my kids. He's not going to me after I die. That's going to be fucking weird, because some fucking weirdo is going to do that. Some weirdo named Aya.
Hey, John, you're hiding. Since you're back, John.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. You
Hear my explosions?
you're you're grunting a little bit.
What's that?
Number 2.
Tear off some feet. Whose feet were they?
You mean not recent? You mean in my profile backlog?
No, just like a few
No,
minutes
there
ago.
was a John imposter, and JCC's wanting to tag you as this imposter.
Oh, that wasn't you? I got
That was Inspector you.
Inspector you. Oh my god.
Denny's big. This is Denny's big. I have come to destroy you. What's up, Brandon? I'm always hoping it's flat earther, Brandon. Never seems to be. we're talking doom and gloom, end of the world, market collapse, anything else you want to have on the negative docket is free game.
So I changed my PTR to the weirdest one that Dr. James made for me, kind of an imam, glove hat, chia bearded, flat earther or something. I don't know what that is.
What's up, AJ? At least if we're going to have doom and gloom, we should have it with a fairy.
No, you're the king of globers, dude. That's what you are.
He's got the globe brain, you know. He's got the globe brain.
You're the globe king.
The Globus Maximus.
The Globus Maximus.
Events a globe. Hey, John, I had a hard question for you to think about as a glober. Really tough one. I just really wanted to put it out there because there's so many complex flat Earth problems, and I just wanted to pose one that maybe you can use it in your travels when you're debating with flat Earthers. Hey, how is it that there's a sunset every day that everybody's seen since the start of time? And the sun is always the same size.
Yeah, I was thinking along those lines. I was just thinking, I just want to like have my BTR just be a sun half set over the ocean, and just have them really explain to me how.
That's it.
How the other half of that sun. How is the other half of that sun just melted into the horizon?
It melted, and if you wait long enough, it won't just be the other half.
Yeah, but how do you know it's the same sun?
Around all over the place.
Yeah, to get you around, it's like they don't want you to pay attention to this problem that the sun every day sets and rises the exact same way. And the one I love, because they tell you it goes around in circles on a flat disc, and then it sneaks up behind you when you're not looking, even though it went really, really far away into the distance. I like that one. It seems to do a conveyor belt thing, but you guys are saying it's going around in some kind of flat circle. I don't
Yeah,
get
but how big is this plate? And where's the ice wall? Like, ice wall? I've literally never heard that until I had a discussion with flat earthers. So that's why I think it's like probably one of the most successful of all time propaganda campaigns by Putin. I still think that's like the main reason this became a cultural phenomenon. And the estimates put it as something like $80 million. That is amazing bang for the buck. For $80 million to get flat Earth to be going.
Yeah, went from like a couple thousand people to like a couple million.
Yeah, is it flat? Oh my God, guys, like we have a globe. You can travel to anywhere on the globe, I assure you, it's a globe. And they're like, yeah, but I've never been in a plane. I'm like, well, that's just a plane ticket.
The next best argument, though, if you want to go up like one level of sophistication, and I usually, my favorite thing is stay away from all math and science whatsoever when dealing with flat earthers, because that's what they do. And never bring it back to math and science, right? Everyone makes the mistake of thinking you want to bring it to math and science. That makes it look like you're actually having an argument. You just want to stay in the land of like very general and just go, hey, I see it setting over there. I was just wondering how you explain that, right? But other than that, right, it's like
just stay on those people.
Yeah, no. The closest thing to even getting near math and science is just like when we do the whole predict the eclipse kind of thing, and we use all the math that's important to have a globe as sort of this fundamental axiom. What do you do when you don't use that to tell us when the eclipse is coming? Like, that one is so fun to do because there is no answer, so that is just like cue the insult.
Well, that's actually works. They have the Soros cycle answer for that one. That one they know.
Not totally, John. Not totally.
No, they'll tell. They will convince anybody who doesn't really know that that's a perfectly good answer. There's a pattern.
Does the pattern also explain the lunar eclipse too?
It's of course the Soros cycle is the one they always refer to for the solar cycle. I don't know exactly the lunar eclipse, but the lunar eclipse is harder, of course, because
you can't get away from the lunar eclipse.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. But anyways, like those are the fun ones. Like if you just want to have fun and just troll, just like never stay off that. Just say, hey, I was just wondering about this sunrise. Just come in every day, like, hey, this sunrise thing, and just never leave it. Yeah, I don't know all the math and science, but the sunrise thing is how.
Yeah, take a look at my PTR. I just took this picture of this. I've never seen this before. How do you guys explain this?
Right. And it does the same freaking pesky thing every time. All right, well that was fun.
See, I prefer. I'm like, listen, we're gonna. Never heard.
Yeah, I'm like. Brandon was in the room the other day when someone was asking him honestly about, like his shortcomings. He was like, well, math. And he was like, yeah, it's not like, then they start throwing the big words like they say the theta thing. And I have to admit that I don't really know what that is. I have to look it up. And it's like, that's how unfair you're playing if you start saying things like that. If you start saying anything that has like a Greek letter in it or anything, you can't do that.
Yeah. My standing challenge is like, Jamal, I will give you $100 or even $1,000 if you just attempt to do my math test live stream. You can even use any numbers that you want. Just have to answer these 10 simple algebra questions pertaining to the geometry.
Sorry, was this me or was this a different Brandon?
No.
It's different.
Hey,
I would ask you, maybe Pro could chime in on this too. This whole sine theta equal theta thing, I've done this a million times. I put in sine at 1 degree. I always get something like 0.017. I don't get 1 degree back. So what the hell are you talking about? Oh man, now I was trying to figure out whether I'm serious.
I was like, I hope you're just like this. I hope this is the globe.
The overshooting of the mark is there's no possible way that anyone in the room knows what sine is, right?
Came from Italy, it was carved in Italy, came from another location. You know what the location is?
Do you ever get an Italian grandmother?
Thank you.
I'm surprised that they get like so cool. I'm surprised that they can't do basic math to kind of like make us look stupid or make us look like assholes. So I would respect it much more. In fact, I've had conversations with flat earthers who are a little bit more Russian, like literally they're Russian speakers. You can kind of pick up the accent, and they will answer questions like that. But then they'll trip you up, and when they work in pairs, they do like the deflection thing, like midway answering a question, they will ask you a tangent, but then somebody else will interrupt that person's tangent, and that just gets annoying. That's like just the modus operandi. That's like just how they roll. And it's like in the textbook for the KGB from the 1980s, that's how you do misinformation.
This platform is changing the marketing world secretly, and you probably don't even know about it. While everyone is busy spending on Meta and Google Ads, this platform you put your
Yeah, if they follow you, they don't endorse you. I used to have something similar on my Twitter. DARPA used to have it as well. It's like retweets or reposts or follows are not endorsements.
F over B is not equal to E.
Your profile has absolutely no merit in the real world. That's any disclaimer I try to create legally means nothing for anybody ever.
How do you enforce disclaimers on Clubhouse? Like, I don't understand.
The consent I gave when I signed up.
Right, exactly.
this room does not confirm my presence in this room.
Speaking of that, did you hear about the Republican senator, the Republican congressman that was questioning RFK on vaccines? And this is and I bring this up because I'm looking at it on my Facebook. Oh, it's the Democratic senator that claimed it's mathematically impossible to have a drug drop by. That's not what I'm talking about. Senator who voted for RFK, he was like the deciding vote. And then it was within the past 24, 48 hours that RFK was talking about the measles and saying that it wasn't that lack of people these days taking the vaccine. It was because of it was because of nutrition and shit like that why the measles went down. RFK was referring to a study that was totally debunked. It was done by a doctor who I think lost his license.
Oh my God!
Benjamin, if you're with us right now, here's what you should be looking at, Benjamin, to debunk studies. Look at the RFK thing within the past 20.
Yeah, that's great. I was talking about RFK yesterday. Just great. I was reading a bio with Wikipedia. It's just like the whole part that like straight up calls him, and whatever it is, add an anti-vaxxer. It's like, how do you have an anti-vaxxer in this position? Like, how is it? Remember watching the hearings and people actually taking like it was a serious hearing, and they were like having a serious vote. Like you're actually considering that this guy might not be lying. Oh wait, no, you're all lying. It's a real here. Okay, I'll check it.
RFK, before coming to the administration, RFK has 20 years of litigation experience with the EPA environmental issues. That's
well, everybody has one. I'll say this for RFK. There's one thing that's kind of interesting. I hope this actually does change. So, weight-based dosage for vaccines. We should have that. That should be side effects of animals when you adjust for weight-based dosage. So, hey, that might address a lot of the issues because it's kind of like, hey, if you take like too much Advil for your weight, we can predictably say that something bad might happen or you might not feel well. So, for what it's worth, RFK does a lot of creating noise, but sometimes you need that kind of disruption to get out of groupthink, especially in a field as closely guarded as medicine. So as long as people keep his feet to the fire, I don't mind him doing that. If he can just unequivocally go and start making changes, then that's crazy. But then again, the recent advocating thing from Trump, that's such welcome news. That's amazing. So history happens all sorts of ways. What the hell are you talking about? Trump to legalize no scientific basis for any of the changes. No, that's I would disagree with that. You need to go to something unscientifically. What do you disagree? I'm talking about the dosage-based vaccination schedules. If we had, based on your weight, the dosage was adjusted, how much vaccine you got. That's an interesting thing that one of these policies, one of his missions that he's pushing is that. So as long as we keep his feet to the fire with that kind of mission, I think it's good that there's somebody who's doing those kinds of changes. I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but I made references. I can post them in the room chat if you want about the animal dosage. And then your
Kennedy's doing also is putting a lot of more money behind research into a chronic disease. And he does probably, he's probably looking at the effects that vaccines might be having on chronic disease.
Yeah, but how can you say with any type of straight face at all that the reason why we essentially eradicated the measles up until a year ago had nothing to do with vaccines, but it had to do with good health and hygiene?
Well, that could be.
No, it can't be. It's because of
But do you think it's still okay to investigate the cause of chronic disease?
I don't think it's okay to flat out.
Well, they say that about vaccines, sort of in general, that hygiene and health and all that had an effect on lowering.
Yes, but we're not talking about vaccines in general. We're talking about the measles.
So how do you know that that's not true?
Because every study says it's true, except I'm answering your question.
Studies you're not looking at.
Every study says it's true, except the one study that RFK pointed out, which was debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for life. That's why.
Dr. Debunking here. Big pharma pushers, big tax recipients. Just a tax with no added benefit. In fact, the benefit is not a benefit. The benefit is a detriment to the human body. Can you dispute statistics? You've yet to actually discuss any statistics, sir. Doctor, have you read the fish? Damn! Steve getting put in his fucking place, mate. Uncle Steve is a bitch.
Losing their license.
And what threat of what truth are they saying that they got threatened to lose the license?
Can't be proven because the research had been denied.
Oh my gosh! You don't have something to back
If it can't be proven, how do you know it was the truth?
Oh my God! Please, dear
No, hold on a second. JCC, just don't fuck it up. Michaela, if it can't be proven, then how do you know it was the truth?
There was a lot of research that was pointing. They said that they were debunking it, but it wasn't really debunked. Look at Peter McCullough. Look at all those scientists that were objecting to the vaccine. They had research going on there. They were saying.
Well, what did the research show? What did they research?
Oh, sorry. They said there wasn't enough long-term research on the effects, the long-term effects of the vaccine. They said it was given as with emergency approval.
Right.
That it wasn't safe because of the spike protein being produced afterwards, continually produced by.
Okay, that's a very good point. Do you have the statistics to back it up? Meaning that, do you know what the death rate from COVID was? Death rate was through the vaccine, and what the death rate was due to the vaccine?
No, I think you have to say there was a natural increase and then fall off of it.
Yeah, so if there are 1 million people who have the COVID, the virus, let's say half of them will die without treatment. But then I give the vaccine and I say only 10,000 people die instead of 500,000, but another 1,000 people died because of the vaccine. So in total, 11,000 people died. Do you say that was a successful vaccine or unsuccessful vaccine? I'm making it up. I don't know the statistics. I don't have, well, I only have one statistics, and that's for people with my diseases and medications. And the statistics for me was that before the vaccine, the death rate was 100%. After 3 doses of vaccine, the death rate was the same as the general population.
What disease are you talking about?
I have Crohn's disease and remnant of kidney cancer, and I'm on heavy doses of immunosuppressants.
Well, maybe it's working. It wasn't the mRNA vaccine.
Yes, it was.
It was the mRNA.
It was a Pfizer vaccine.
It wasn't. It didn't operate the way normal vaccine.
An mRNA vaccine. Well, so what do you mean it was an mRNA?
Was your vaccine an mRNA vaccine?
There were definitely different vaccines.
I will give you some statistics. These are general. I don't have them in front of me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That over 95% of the people that died from COVID did not take the vaccine. Over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects except for maybe the flu or the common cold and a little swelling at the vaccine site. So there are some statistics.
Where'd you get those statistics? That all those
I got them from Google, the internet, NBC, ABC, CBS.
Okay, so what's that place that you report vaccine injury to? There's a government, what do they call that?
VAERS. The data was terrible. It was terrible. I tried to clean it over and over and talk to people. Everyone had different interpretations. It was a big mess.
Yeah.
But that's also self-reported, so it's not.
And a very small percentage of people were self-reported.
And also,
So the Cookie Monster, and he got me sick.
And also, by the way, and again, I don't know, so I'll throw this out. Have they ever confirmed how many people actually died from the vaccine?
They've reported that there was a lot of side effects.
And like I said, over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects, except for what I just said.
Well, I think that only a small percentage of people with side effects reported them to VAERS.
Michaela, this is the statistics of deaths due to the COVID vaccine. The majority of them or the Johnson & Johnson is 0.0022% of those doses. Roughly 10,483 reports out of 46.9 million doses.
And what percent of the people who had, okay, you talk about deaths, what about injury?
Yeah, page 57 of the Pfizer document states something like long COVID like symptoms after vaccination, but we knew that from the fact that you're taking a viral protein, even in an mRNA form, you're experiencing a viral protein, so there should be some set of symptoms. Those can be mitigated medically or otherwise. I had the vaccine before surgery. I was concerned about some things. I had a nosebleed also after one of my injections, which is like not supposed to happen. So people can have all sorts of reactions. Those can be stabilized, but
these are the statistics. Injection site pain, 50 to 80%. Fatigue, 35 to 70%. Headache, 25 to 50%. Fever, 20 to 40%. Those were the reported side effects of the vaccine.
What about the
what was that?
people and their young men with their hearts?
Myocarditis, pericarditis occurs in approximately 8.5 cases per million people.
0.008%.
I'm just one family, but I'm going to say my mom took it, and she lost her memory. She basically got Alzheimer's for about 2 years, didn't know what year it was.
Okay, so I mean, all of these things, Michaela, you're talking, they are in the order of, 1 or 2 orders of magnitude out of a million people.
What about infertility and effects on the menstrual cycle?
His mom got Alzheimer's for just 2 years.
So, what is your point?
What's your point, bitch?
That we
What's your fucking point? How dare you? How dare you? We're gonna litigate this right now. I'm an attorney, and we're gonna litigate this right now. How dare you? The vaccine tour. How dare you? Don't you dare question my martinis! How dare you question my martinis? How dare you, bastard! Don't you dare question my martinis!
Did you see the clinical study of it? Yeah. Did you see the results? Yeah. Who conducted the clinical study for
The Defense Department conducted it and found that there was no
Do you know how hydroxychloroquine came into being as a treatment for? Actually, no, you don't know.
I don't know, and I would like to know.
The person who started it is a good friend of mine. He was Mike. Whatever. Mike. He's in Oklahoma. He's with Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation. The Nobel Prize for either hydroxychloroquine. No, it wasn't for COVID. So he was at a meeting. He was talking about different things that people are doing, and he said they saw in the lab some positive results out of hydroxychloroquine, but they needed to do more work. As soon as they went from biochemical tests to cell tests, they saw that it didn't work. However, a representative of the Peruvian government was in that meeting.
The Peruvian government!
Peruvian president, that this is what he heard at this meeting, and the Peruvian president met Trump and told him that at this meeting. So something that a scientist said that this thing might have some positive effect by the time it got to Trump was that this is a cure. Well, I know. And there is no scientific basis for that. Well, it was during an epidemic. People are trying things, okay? They can't wait for 10 years of research, but I know in India there were several states in India that. So sorry, wait a minute. They can't wait for 10 years of research, and then what they should.
Yeah, and in Canada, doctors heard that story, Hero, and they just started giving it away because people were just buying them.
That might have had a chance of working. I don't think hydroxychloroquine ever had a chance of working. It was just, but ivermectin is an interesting. Myocarditis, but this would be myocarditis, but this is literally like not being able to track what year it is. She thought it was, I think, 2021 until 2024. That's a big deal.
Well, it could have also accelerated that disease too.
What conclusion do you draw from that? What conclusion do you draw from that? Public health conclusion do you draw? Public health conclusion. As conclusion. As in, what should people do? Because
in a public health crisis, that the statistics might have been skewed. In a public health crisis, that the statistics might have been skewed somewhat by some individuals, so that this policy would have been pushed through to have the effect that they really hoped it should have had at a systemic level. They needed certain thresholds to be met. I'm just wondering, do you think that's even a possibility?
No, it is not, because we used to see the death rates in the hospitals. We used to see how the physicians were just dying of exhaustion dealing with all these people. We kept seeing the death tolls, and then when the vaccine came, it all went down.
when the vaccine. That has nothing to do with my statement. I understand what you're saying. It can be perfectly. No, they're mutually exclusive, right?
What's mutually exclusive?
Did you hear what I said? I said, do you not think that potentially the statistics were skewed a little for national security?
No, I mean, okay. I don't. Do you have evidence that it was done? Do you have any evidence not to?
Listen, if it's national security, how do you expect to have evidence of this? I'm just a guy. No.
Because it comes out. Everything comes out, right? These guys are. Franklin said that 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
And then
none of these.
And you can just noise over the top and just
getting sick. And then I saw people not getting sick.
Okay, but I do want to make my position clear. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think that there was propaganda on both sides. I think there was a lot of noise and a lot of people died. And a lot of people died for a lot of reasons, in my opinion. You know, it was the virus. Yes, it was the virus. And I do think that some people got harmed, perhaps more.
So on what do you base your conclusions, right? On what set of facts?
That's fine. So,
what's fine? On what set of facts?
He's already said it. This is simply what he thinks, which is fine. Me personally, I have no problem with you admitting you don't have the facts, you don't have the stats. This is just your opinion. I got no problem.
Okay, so let me try to reframe this in one way. I understand that you can't entertain this world, but I do entertain a world where there are national security interests and potentially, and you know what, we might be able to go back and see historical precedents that the government has lied to us for all different kinds of things. So whatever, you can use the word conspiracy theory. But if we see that it's happened in the past, and if this was some sort of national emergency, then perhaps they did need to meet thresholds. Perhaps this was done. And I'll answer your question if you give me just 1 minute. Okay, so if I don't have, and Steve, you said facts, that's perfectly fine. If I don't have the data to be able to back this up, I did the best that I could. And what I did was, personally, I tried to listen to as many groups as possible. And what I saw was most people were pinned into one or the other. And whenever they went into another, the other was terrible. Everyone got tribalized. And so you were either one or the other. I tried to spend a good amount of time in both. And I saw that there was massive noise everywhere. So I pulled myself back out and I said, well, whenever there's massive noise everywhere, what is really going on? It's some sort of like war state. It's something. And I understand, propaganda and misinformation and it's Russians and this and that. Of course, that's in play. All of this was in my equation, but I was saying, it seems as if the truth died. This is some sort of war state. The truth died early. And there's massive noise sprayed over everything. And trying to find the signal is incredibly difficult. And most people are getting into kind of black and white perspectives that it seems like I could try to begin to, challenge these. And I was just attacked by either group. And I was just like, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem as if many people are willing to take an unbiased view here. And that was just my experience. And I dealt with it for years from every which side. And I'm going to deal with it now. And that's okay. I've said my piece and that's what.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying that our government has lied to us before. We know that's a fact. We found it out after the fact. I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying, based on the history of our government, that it is possible that maybe our government lied to us about the COVID vaccine. I'm comfortable with that. I come from the point of view, show me the facts, show me the statistics. Other than that, I'm not aware of anybody hiding the truth from us. As far as politics and doctors, we know these numbers that we have repeated to be true. And still, some people say, well, I think, and it's my opinion, in Congress. Here's our person in charge of Human Health Services who has the gall to come out and say that the measles vaccine did not contribute or was the main cause to measles basically being eviscerated. It was based on good health and good hygiene. It's basing the whole thing on one damn study, which has been debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for flat out lying.
Well, Steve, I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
It's not exactly that, but it's kind of during the same time period. I was on just regular social media the other day, and someone was mentioning, they were basically talking about flu vaccines and how many people died of the flu in World War II. And they were really trying to make it about, like, oh my God, it's just a vaccine. I just wanted to. Do you have an understanding in World War I how many variables were in place there? Do you think that health, nutrition, the chemical warfare, do you think that there were contributing factors outside of the vaccine as to the spread of epidemics during the time period, the massive deaths that happened?
I'll answer that in a second. First off, the reason why I repeated the thing about RFK is because you asked did it take a long time or whatever to find out if our government has lied to us. We knew immediately as he was speaking his words in real time that RFK was lying when he testified under oath before Congress. But as far as your question that you asked, I don't understand your question. Can you rephrase it?
Yes, sorry, I kind of went all over the place.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, so someone was online and they were trying to make a point that it was due to the.
Okay, I don't know what it is.
Sure. So time period World War I. The epidemics that happened, the flu deaths that happened, the massive flu deaths.
Are you talking about
the Spanish flu?
1918 Spanish flu.
Yeah, I've done a lot of research. I've done a lot of research on Spanish flu.
Okay. So there was trench warfare, there was gangrene, there was chemical warfare, there was famine that happened a couple years ago. Do you think that there were contributing factors of potentially like malnutrition and chronic stress and all sorts of other variables that were involved besides being?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I think that anything that lowers your immune system, all of those things you mentioned do contribute to sickness, illness, and death. Yes.
But why did you mention vaccines? They didn't have a vaccine back then, Brandon.
Well, actually, he didn't mention vaccines. He mentioned everything but vaccine.
No. Brandon.
It's okay. I misspoke.
I didn't hear you do that.
It's okay, but I'll answer. But hang on, Brandon. Yes. Why did you mention the vaccine? Lady wasn't talking about now that have vaccine. I don't remember why, but she was talking about people that died. Do that comparison. I know, and that's why I went after her. I was like, it doesn't even make sense. Do you think that, and Steve already answered this, that there are contributing factors, such as if you had a robust immune system, that certain diseases that are immune susceptibilities, genetic susceptibilities that people can have. Some people, if they have robust immune systems and are in good health, perhaps the vaccinations.
And here is my answer to that. And then JCC, you might want to comment. I think it depends what you're talking about. In my humble opinion, anybody that does not get the basic vaccines, rubella, mumps, measles, what did Neil Young not get vaccinated for? Not by his own fault. The smallpox, but that's not it. There's another one, guys. It's crippling. What?
Polio,
thank you. Anybody that does not get those vaccines, they are a stupid idiot. And regardless of how robust your immune system is, I don't think that matters. If you don't get vaccinated for those basic illnesses and diseases, you're a fool. Now, when it comes to COVID, I personally think COVID is a personal decision. I do not look. I got the basic vaccine. I got one booster. I will not take the COVID vaccine again.
I will never get boosted again.
15 years ago, I swore I would.
I swear to God, I'll never take another booster again.
Then those basic vaccines that you get when you're a child, from 6 months, 2 months.
I recommend you get the flu vaccine annually, dude.
Definitely get that anyway. I agree. Absolutely. The science proves that an annual flu vaccine indubitably makes you absolutely more protected from any shortcoming in health. And in fact, it is an added benefit to one's health, an incredible possible improvement to what could have been without. And I absolutely take it as your medical provider. I encourage you to take the best products. Only the best products for your health, my dear.
Case where some people have, you can say, a nuisance or more from having this versus they might not have had the flu. They might not have been protected. Let's put it that way.
You're conflating two completely different processes of flu viruses across the globe. Over the year, you see which genetic strains are on the rise, which genetic strains are going down. And then based on the strains in the future for the vaccine.
How is that different?
Where they go wrong is not, or where it works and doesn't work, is not because people's immunities are different. It's because their prediction of what the mutation is going to be in the future was.
Sorry, I didn't make that point. If you thought that was my point, that's not correct. I did mention more than one thing. I'm sorry if you got confused.
And I am.
Sometimes it works less, and sometimes it works more. Never works always.
You guys got.
Sometimes they get it right, and sometimes they mess it up. That's not really. No. I don't think you're dumb. I think you think about these things weirdly. Like in your mind. Okay, you talk about
Hero, please stop it. Brandon, you are right. I'm wrong. I misheard you. Sorry about that. I should not have interrupted you because I so wrongly heard what you said. So please now tell us what you correctly said.
I'm an attorney. I'm just learning ESL. I'm an international business attorney. Corporate transactions, mergers and acquisitions, internationally, of course. How dare you question my Martini? My Martini was perfect. The only side effects was slight bruising, with a little inflammation, but not for long at all. Completely worth it. My health was protected beyond compare. It was the best protection insurance policy the body could buy. Never question my Vaccini. Never. House random. It's a clubhouse random. It's my clubhouse random show.
Seatbelts have insurance save lives. But I could tell you a story about my uncle's.
You can tell us a story. Great. I think we need to de-escalate from that clubhouse random. It's like Bill Maher's Club Random.
Like that happens, right? That happens. You can tell those stories, but should I decide not to wear my seatbelt because of those stories?
No, you should.
I would think. Yeah. Okay, so your mom got Alzheimer's. Okay, old woman gets Alzheimer's.
It reversed. Whether it happened within days of her taking it, and it reversed a couple years.
Okay, so I mean, first of all, based on your behavior, I don't really believe you. But I might. I might.
That's terrible.
I'm sorry, reversible Alzheimer's is that confusion because of that.
Hold on, is this a binary or are these extremes? One was Alzheimer's and now it's confusion. We just landed
I'm trying to.
Serious cognitive issue.
What was her diagnosis?
There was no diagnosis initially. She didn't see a doctor for a long time. I didn't even know.
So then how do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I heard it from my aunt. Okay, I heard it from my aunt. My aunt was talking to her at the time. The guy.
How do you know?
Okay, so I don't trust my aunt.
No, I completely agree with you. How do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I don't. There's a temporal association. It was within days.
So correlation, causation,
come on, yes.
All of that, it's like, no, come on, what?
Within days, okay?
You are arguing. listen, you are arguing against a large body of science and clinical trials using the story that your aunt tell you about something that you don't know what happened.
Listen, it wasn't just.
Is that logical to you?
No.
Is it logical? Is it logical?
It does seem.
Hold on a second. Let me ask my next question. Is it logical to counter a statistical argument will benefit from this? And you say my grandma didn't. Is that a counter to my statistical argument?
No, it's not a valid counter.
Okay. So why are you? No. Yeah, I'm gonna go lawyer on you. So why are you? Yes, I am. I'm a lawyer, so by definition, I'm an asshole.
Yeah, you're trained to be psycho.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You ain't seen nothing yet. This anecdotal evidence to counter our contention that the vaccine was okay. Well, no, I'm trying to figure your logic out.
Sam, so I'd like to be clear, and I have tried to be clear over and over. Somewhere in the
you're not, though. You're not. That's the problem.
Not clear to you. That's fine.
You're not. Well, I'm your audience, and so if you're not clear to me, then you're not clear.
And then I can get some fucking statements out. Is that okay with you, Sam?
Sure. I'll give you a fucking statements.
Okay. So I agree with you that anecdotal evidence is it's something to take into consideration. If you don't take it into consideration whatsoever, then I would consider you and anyone else who's like that a fool and on just statistics that are to say over and over that I think that the situation was complex, that there was death that happened all over the place. I think some of the deaths may have had some serious complications from the vaccine, but I also think the overwhelming majority likely happened from the virus. Okay, I think that there was just a ridiculous amount of noise, and I get that. The level they brought up was terrible, and I challenged it as well. But there were many people who were noticing things. It was not. It wasn't a one-off. Okay, it wasn't just a lot of things. Just foolish. That's all I'm going to say. My experience in that time, understanding that there's propaganda all over the place. You want to go lawyer?
Yeah. So let me give my closing argument as to why this is not foolishness. I completely agree with you that we need to take anecdotal evidence into account. And how do we take anecdotal evidence into account? The way we do it is that we run clinical trials to see whether the anecdotal evidence has any teeth or not. And all of these anecdotal evidences that you're trying to bring us, these have all been worked out in clinical trials. We know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people due to the vaccine. The same way that we know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people by other vaccines. We know the percentage of people who get sick from the vaccine, who die from the vaccine. We know all of that. So have worked it out, and the fact that it's an issue for you is you haven't reviewed the relevant data.
Well, okay, so you're making an assumption there. I reviewed a lot of data. I simply disagree. We have different worldviews here. And you already stated you aren't in a world where there could be national security interests that skew statistics during...
I never said that.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Are you sure? Because I asked that a little while and I thought...
No, I asked you... No, on these things...
No, I'm sorry.
No, hold on a second. Yeah, on these things, because I don't know. I don't know where it was done or not. I asked for your evidence because you seem to know. So I asked, what is your evidence?
Yeah, that's fine. But Sam, can we just take it?
And if you don't have evidence, I'm not going to accept your
that's fine. But just to be clear.
I'm not saying that the opposite is true if I don't accept yours.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't know.
It's okay, but that's fine. So you don't know. You do live within a world where it is a possibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I think that we actually, this may seem.
No, but what is the relevance? What is the relevance? What's the relevance of that?
Because I think that this could still be a case. I think that in the years to come, that perhaps
But why do you make that? Based on what do you make that?
I already told you, Sam. It's based on the experiences that I had during that time period.
So you have proven that
No, I have not proven.
Yes, you have. You have proven that there is a non-zero possibility that the government has lied to us. And that is something that doesn't take that much to prove, that much evidence to prove. But you have not shown any evidence that in this case, there's a probability that they lied to us. You haven't shown like what that lie could be, what the truth could be, why did they lie, who lied, right? All of this stuff. Because there's a possibility that they could lie, therefore they probably lied.
No, it's a little different than that, but I understand how you could land there, Sam. It's okay.
So land me in the right airport.
Okay, a little different. I think that based on my experiences, I entertained the notion that this might be going on during that time period. And again, what I looked at was a massive amount of noise. And I asked why? Why is it to this degree? And why does there seem to be in some circles so many reports, and in other circles they just slam those people out of the rooms, they just throw it out, they say it doesn't exist, I watched it here on Clubhouse, I watched it all online, and I wondered, well, what could account for these mechanisms being so strong right now?
Go ahead.
I thought perhaps, I continued my idea that maybe there's something going on, and I thought perhaps this is a serious issue. There is national security. Perhaps something has gone a little sour at some point during this process, and there is somewhat of skew in that plays out. Can you please?
Yeah, it is.
That plays out. Can you please?
Yeah, it is. They have the fishermen bought a lot of shares in Pfizer, and they wanted Pfizer to sell a lot of vaccine. So they hacked into the computers, changed the data so that people would trust Pfizer and go do that, and Pfizer shares increase in price, and they make a lot of money. And this is precisely why Trump wanted to annex Greenland. To punish them for this behavior. Yeah. So is this possible?
I mean, no, maybe.
Why not? No, is this possible?
There's so much that is possible as far as happening.
Yes, that's it. That is it. When you don't have any data, when you don't have any information, then everything is possible.
Yeah.
Right? So my story has nothing to do with truth as your story.
No, because it's not just you.
Because we both don't have any evidence for our story.
Well, okay, but evidence or anecdotal evidence. So like I said, as I went through these experiences, and I didn't just stay in one group that pushed all these people out, I listened to their stories, and there were many of them.
My grandma's sister, she dates this Danish guy who has a cousin in Greenland, and that cousin told him about this. That's my anecdotal evidence. Kind of like your aunt told you about your mom who got this, right?
Yeah,
my
aunt was just lying to me or something.
No, you're lying to me. I have no idea who you are, what the story is, who your aunt is, whether your mom had this or not. I have no idea if you're making this up or telling the truth. The same way that you have no idea if I'm making this Greenland story up or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure you're making it up.
Well, the government seems very sincere when they lie to us too, right?
Yeah.
So here's a real. First of all, the Greenland example I think was good. It was fun, so I accept the notion that the government there's a history of our government lying to us. There's also a very good history of just people lying.
people on the internet. It's just people lying about stuff. And I don't understand this. I don't understand why people get on like little crusades and start spearheading a cause, but that is clearly wrong. And I'm not even here a while. Wait, let me finish. This is really personal to me. This is shame. Let me finish. It's personal to everybody. My mom, okay? This is my fucking mom. This definitely happened. I know. Fucking asshole. I know. And oh, you fucking dick, you jackass. Well, I'm not questioning your sincerity, because I think this probably happened. I mean, I assume it happened. I don't think you're lying to us.
We're going to the real Disney World. Where you at right now?
Okay, so this is just weird. The fact that you really, the way that you worded everything here, at least beginning, you did not believe the distance from you guys in certain ways of thinking and maybe my beliefs.
Yeah, you do have a distance from us. We tend to follow the scientific method, and you don't.
Jeez.
That seems to be the...
Whatever, buddy. I was good in... That's
and
not
you keep
it.
applying science. It is it.
That's literally not it.
Yeah, my worldview is evidence-based. Yours is not.
You just declare it to be so.
No, it actually is. No, I don't mix it up.
Okay.
But really not.
Okay.
Look, I think that I learned some things from
I thought you were leaving. What happened?
Jeez.
Why aren't you leaving?
You're a fucking asshole, Sam. I don't know why.
I told you, you ain't seen nothing yet. I am. I truly am.
Yeah.
As all these people here, they've known me for 5 years now.
Those people in the audience, he's just a fucking jackass. That's it.
I am. Just has
you don't give a fuck about the truth. How about that? You give a fuck about supposed evidence from authorities.
I don't know what the truth is. Right? I don't know what the truth is. I just know what the evidence. Sorry.
What a coward, he hit and ran. What a coward.
I gotta call him a coward after he calls you out. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful. Another exciting episode of My Vaccine, My Body, and My Choice. Don't criticize my Mancini! My Mancini was perfect for my body, protected by capsulated form, perfect name for the longer duration of my presence.
My daughter said that.
You don't understand statistics, sir. You certainly do not understand science. But if you did, you wouldn't be so stupid. Everything you done is like the Stephen Bell put it, because that makes you an R and an F word, all the worst things. Oh, horrible. This fully encapsulates my latest film, Mancini, mine, Mancini.
I like this thing because I like it. And that's why
I loved my question by Mancini. It was positive, it was beneficial, it was wonderful, it protected me perfectly.
The story that I expected, as opposed to how can I make my dog look correct? And you're not really doing science or ready to do science. That's the problem.
Oh.
It doesn't sound like you're ready to learn.
Yeah, you're not ready to learn.
Just as like
You're not ready to learn. Boy, ladies and gentlemen, I am losing all faith that anyone is redeemable. None of these people have changed or learned a thing in 5 years. How terrifying!
I only look at the evidence that I like.
one compliment.
Exactly, everything is projection.
No, I just look at the evidence.
I thought they said you looked at it. So I was like, what compliment? Regardless of the pitch you narrative or not.
Yep. Very interesting.
So I think I have just because it's a nonpartisan election, so her politics are irrelevant. But interestingly enough, her politics are progressive. I think I just voted for the first progressive I ever voted for in my voting career. She's down partisan, I think. Woman named Felita Villarreal. She's sworn in to be my city commissioner. It's a nonpartisan race, but like, I know
It's
where she lies.
Yeah, for Texas stuff you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, and she seems to be like fairly progressive on the immigration issue, on medicine, on like community empowerment. And I didn't really think about it before because I liked the girl. I was like, huh, that's interesting. I voted for the first progressive I've ever voted for.
I thought for some reason you were imitating something you heard Michaela say. I was like, what's going on? I was like, oh, yeah, you. You just, there's no comma there. So I was like, wait, you just went around. I gotcha. I must have missed it. Gotcha. That's cool. How'd that feel?
Righteous.
People say righteous before kill too, so never can tell that.
I mean, badass. I like her. I would never have agreed to help her if I didn't think she was qualified to do the job. She comes from like a 501c3 background, managed a charity that does like professional development for folks on the lower end of the ladder, college, like high school development, and like placing people in internships, right? Basically giving the forces of the poor in the Rio Grande Valley access to professional advancement. And she went from a $2 million, like under a $2 million budget to a $6 million budget, which for my area is big. I realize in big cities it's probably not all that big. And she did that, and she's a public accountant, which means she'll be really good at looking through the city's books and where we spend our money. So I like her. Plus, she's just a genuinely nice person.
There you go. Hey, Marshall, do you know Peter Navarro? He was on the Trump team.
I do know he's on the Trump team.
Yeah, so Peter Navarro used to be a Democrat. And Hillary Clinton came in, campaigned for him and all that. He is the reason that I voted Republican once. I voted for Brian Bilbrey, who got elected and then got kicked out the next election because he voted to impeach Clinton, and San Diego was not an impeaching area. So they voted him out. And then after he left office, this Brian Bilbrey, he was indicted for fraud and this and that. So Peter Navarro forced me to vote for a fraudster Republican. Phil Angelides, he was a snake.
Well, so there are two races on the Texas ballot. Depending on who gets elected, that I'll actively vote against the other side of the aisle. And if it's Paxton, I will vote for James Tellerico despite the fact that he's more progressive. And then whoever Dan Patrick's Democratic opponent is, I really don't like Dan.
Who's Dan Patrick?
Like
okay.
The Lieutenant Governor of Texas, he told me in 2020, and I'm quoting him nearly exactly, that if I did not think that Trump's 2020 Republican inauguration was God's gift to mankind, and God's gift to mankind is not alliteration, if I didn't think it was awesome, then I was not a Republican. And he then told me, when I asked about who he represented, he said, well, I only represent the people that voted for me. And I've wanted him out of office ever since. You don't ignore the entire other half of the state because they're not of your political affiliation. Like, that is just wrong. So, those two races I actively vote against. My state senator race, I vote for the Democrat. My county judge race, I vote for the Democrat.
Okay.
My sheriff race, I vote for the Democrat. gets my ticket every election and have since I was 18. I've never voted a straight red voter. I think straight ticket voting is kind of dumb. I think it should be about like who you think will do the best job. But on a side note, they finally finished putting that LNG pipe on my land. It took them a month, but they finally finished. Then they'll put all the dirt back down, smooth it out, and then put some grass seeds on it so it grows. And then that's how they did it. The other thing I find most interesting about science that it's supposed to be replicatable. I think that's an interesting part of it. That you should be able to replicate the experiment. Oh, hey, Sarah.
Until you have explained your page 102, you're not allowed to talk about that. Okay? You have not explained your page 102, so you're not in any position to talk about anybody else's data. Being an asshole is not going to cut it, because I don't care if you call me names, as long as you're making a rational argument. So calling me an see, they're telling you're a moron for bringing that up.
It's actually interesting how like emotional regulation works its way into argumenting.
It's fascinating. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Like I'll be honest with you, like growing up and debating with my mentors, that's something that I guess the mentors that I had in life kind of purposely did. They would get me into states of dysregulation, and then they would just show me that I lost the argument based off of my inability to be emotionally regulated. So it's interesting how like
you just gotta work on not losing arguments and inability not to hold words out.
Just for the advice. It's actually interesting how people always want to be right and how their emotions seem to be tied to their striving to. And so I would say like the two biggest learning lessons have nothing to do with the actual content of the debates. The two biggest learning lessons have to do with not always wanting to be right and being emotionally regulated.
I wish I had your debate back with yours.
Yeah, I don't know. I had to storm away several times until I learned how to sit there still and to accept being wrong and not be upset about it. It was a lot of
See Benjamin joking right now. That's where I'm going to throw the pictures.
But I will say, like, that's what I appreciate.
You feel that you're holding back on this?
Yeah, I was hoping I was going to say, like, well, it's free training for being wrong. It's the veteran of it going in there. See how.
Yeah. I am not afraid to be wrong. I think it's more important to have validation because being right is kind of.
Yeah, I think.
Almost always.
I think that had more to do with like the testosterone as a young man or something. I don't know. In my under 20s, I for sure always wanted to.
See, I don't care if the person is right or wrong. Right? I just care. Can you support your position?
my entire spiel is I don't think it's
Show your work. I want to see the work. I want to see the evidence. I want to see the argument. I want to see.
Show me the data.
Exactly. Show me the data. Yeah, see, Benjamin, it's been how many years I've been telling you, show us the data of the Foster calculations that you've done, and you refuse to do that.
When I what we're doing in calc today, like I very, very rarely actually do the math in the class that often. Like I will do it enough so they know I'm an expert on it and that they realize that I'm not going to be doing math. They are, right? So I'm kind of like a dentist. Like only when they're stuck do I come in and show them like what they're missing, whatever, right? So today we're well, I won't bore you with the details of the problem, but there was a way to get to the answer of the problem in about 7 seconds. But the way that they thought the problem was like should have been like a 3-minute problem, right? They were missing sort of like, and that's why it was so key to see. I need to see what you.
So he sits there and doesn't teach them anything. He tricks them and then pokes and prods, but yet teaches nothing. He's a failure as a teacher, failure as a room mod. He's no pro. He's a horrible musician. And John Kitover, running for Chicago, is obviously a much better musician than Pro Lyrical. That's just a fact, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that I'm sitting in here producing the Pro Lyrical show means that I'm the master recorder. You can call me the master beta, and I'm just trying to articulate and ejaculate, but I can't seem to find my Shtina. We're going to show the alarm. It's coming. It's coming. I just keep coming. People ask me, what's your secret to success? He keeps coming. He keeps coming. He keeps coming.
It's just like, okay, now I see what you're working on and what you value and what you did, blah, blah, blah.
So Benjamin, if I were to ask John Mallinckrodt if you showed your calculations and your data during the experiments to show that Foster's conclusions are incorrect. When Andy comes back, I'll ask him again, but what would you think? So the question to you, Andy, is did Benjamin show you the data for the experiments he conducted that concluded Foster's 1976 paper was wrong?
Absolutely not. He never conducted any experiments stuff. The data he just shared was for.
But today I just told him until you show us your data and said, I have shown the data here. I have shown it many times. Ask Andy. So I'm asking you, did he speak the truth when he said that he has done the experiments, he has the data, and he has shown it here?
Well, he definitely has not done experiments.
Okay.
He did share some data from Delft, and he claims to have encouraged Delft to publish that was never published before. And he also shared some, was it a OLab, or I'm not sure what it was, but it was like a Python notebook thing that did some stuff with the data. But on talking to him, I'm not convinced at all that he actually understands the data. And he claims that, I could just filter the data and get any result I want. And like, well, of course, you just fucking filter, like, just to. But he never demonstrated that the way he's filtering it is motivated by any reasonable method.
or that the way that Delft filtered it was unreasonable. He claims it is, but he's never.
So he did not tell the truth when he said that he has shown it many times.
I mean, I guess I'm going to leave here on that.
No. Okay, so you are not aware of him having shown the data many times in Clubhouse.
He did share the Delft data.
No. Did he show the data, the experiments he conducted to show Foster's paper was incorrect?
Oh, absolutely not. Nothing.
Okay, thank you. That's it. It was a yes or no.
It's kind of a silly question. Foster's data is not available, so nobody can show.
Foster's data? Nobody talked about Foster's. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, but I didn't talk about his data. I said you conducting the experiments to show us that the Foster paper was wrong. No, you have. Well, Andy just said you have. Well, Andy. Well, you asked. You told. So who did you show it to? Who did you show it to?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen what?
Well, Andy just said he hasn't. What are you talking about?
That's on
Andy, are you lying to me?
I said you. So, Benjamin, did Sam just misrepresent what you said earlier? Did you? Who first mentioned Klauser? Because Sam just asked me. Sam just asked me if you did the experiment on Klauser's data, and I said absolutely not, because we did not ever do Klauser's data. You did do something with the Delft data. I don't think what you did is of any significance. You think it is, and you present it as you did. But I'm not sure. Again, I'll have this up on your well, not weird. I shared with you. The anti-vaxxers are no longer here. I shared with you the experiments conducted. That's not. No, taking the data and putting it in Excel and doing things is not an experiment. That's why I said absolutely not. Because that's not.
You can absolutely run experiments on data.
No.
I think you can run experiments on data.
No, that's not an experiment. That's not an experiment.
You don't run experiments on data. You run experiments to collect data. What are you talking about?
Analysis of data is not an experiment.
Okay. We kind of, everything got twisted 700 different ways. So let me start over again. Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that the Klauser paper is incorrect?
Yes.
You have. Have you shown those experiments to anyone? The results of those experiments to anyone and the procedures? Have you shown them to anyone on Clubhouse? Who have you shown on Clubhouse? Andy claims he has not seen that data and has not had that conversation with you. Are you sure that you have conducted those experiments and collected the data that prove Klauser is incorrect? Are you sure that you have that? Okay. Have you tried to publish your results?
In the sense that it's on Kitover.
Have you tried to publish? Have you tried to publish your results?
Unequivocally not. Sam just asked you that. And you said yes. Just now.
Sorry, the experiment was done on the Delft data. That's Robert Hansen's project, not Klaus, because
Klaus did
publishes data.
So,
So wait a minute. No, hold on.
Make it available to the public.
Is you Van Foster did with his data in your paper? Do you disclose the raw data in your paper? Where? What page number? What page number in your paper? Yeah. So did you publish your raw data with in your paper? This is how you show this. You're just asking these questions and then he can't answer them because it's caught in the line, doesn't know how to get out of it. No, stop.
I have some very basic science questions. How do you experiment with data? I thought the idea with looking at somebody else's experiment and criticizing it was that you then perform the experiment yourself, or did you try to perform the experiment yourself? And then if you
Depends on what your objection to the results are. Are you saying that they didn't collect correct data? They did the experiment wrong, so we can't trust the data? Or are you saying that they did the experiment right, but they processed the data section? Then you have the discussion section. So you either say their methodology was incorrect, or you say their methodology was correct, but you say they got the right data, but they analyzed it incorrectly. Those are three different things. So if they analyzed it incorrectly, you don't repeat the experiment. You just do the analysis on the data that they have provided, and then you say, see, we did the
years with that.
Yeah. So you then
review.
Yeah. No, you draft the paper, okay, and you submit it to a journal, and usually you're trying to submit it to the most prestigious journal you can. And then, and that's based on how important the study is, how widely beneficial it is, things like that. You want to publish it in a generalist journal like Nature or Science, or do you want to do it in a specialized journal of organic chemistry, right? So you decide where you want to publish it. You send it there. The editor of your section reviews it and then decides if it's complete or not, if it's proper for publication or not. If everything is okay, then the editor sends it to 3 or more reviewers. They review this and they send back comments. Comments could be either grammatical, which you don't care about, or they could be substantive. They could raise the question that we don't think the results support the conclusions, right? And then the editor takes those comments into account and sends it back to the author and says, you need to fix this, this, and this in your paper. The author goes back in the lab, gets my data, fixes this, this, and that, and resubmits it. It goes back to the same reviewers after resubmission. They approve it, goes back, and then the paper gets published. That's a process.
Seems to me that if one were to look at it would seem hard to conduct an experiment that if you find a reason to make an experiment, you find that repetition is not needed.
So you don't do experiments on data. You do analysis on data. You do experiments. So
I feel like I want to explain my understanding of what measurement things he's done. He looked at the Delft data. If you think about
what is the Delft?
The Delft experiment was a Bell test experiment. The unique thing about it, there's a big old walking little snake. Hey, little snake. It's a garter snake. Hi there. No, it's not a snake.
It's a buffalo.
Okay, they're very long. Gopher snakes are a little creepy because they look like your house. They're not. Okay. What they built was a relatively small number of events. It's like 247 or something like that. When I first heard that, I was like, that's bullshit. I assumed these experiments had like millions. Because the other experiments with millions of events had already been done. So you do an experiment, you prove a thing. And you're like, well, maybe we want to close this loophole, we're going to close that loophole. And you're like, I know, I want to close all these loopholes at once. And whatever, it was a weird configuration. So it was a fairly small number of actual events that went into the results. But the one thing you gotta think is like they're taking events. So they have little photon detectors that kilometers apart, and they're getting little pings, ping, 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 all the time. And what you're trying to do is correlate events and say, hey, these two events over here at A and over here at B, they probably came from the same originating event, right? Now, if they're too far apart from each other, you'd be like, well, okay, you can get false positives, you can get false negatives, the sensors are very sensitive, photons can leak in, photons can leak out. There's lots of reasons why you wouldn't expect every single originating event to have an actually successful, I got two events recorded at either end. It's actually kind of a low success rate. So you can imagine that you would have to be very careful about the timings, about the recordings, and when you decide whether the two events recorded on opposite ends of the experiment are highly likely to have been entangled particles. So in the experiment they have these filters and stuff, and they decide how to do this. And it's tricky, right? Benjamin thinks this trickiness is actually them fucking with the data. And he's like, oh, if I just open up this timing parameter, I just get classical results. My response is, well, of course you get classical. I mean, if you just open it up and start being like, well, this event that was a half a second after this event actually came from the same originating event, you're basically including stuff that's obviously can't be entangled. I mean, even when the timing is very tight, you don't know for sure they're entangled, but the likelihood is. So he sees this filtering as evidence of fuckery. I see this filtering as the kind of shit you would have to do. He claims to have said oh, if I just adjust these parameters, this Bell inequality violations just disappear. I'm like, well, of course they disappear because you've just widened the window. You're including So Benjamin thinks he's found something. I think he's just bullshit. That's my attempt to steelman Benjamin's position.
They did put an article.
No, I would rather you just respond to what I just said.
Yeah, you just said I did experiments on the data and I found
No, you did an
evidence of
experiment.
recovery.
You did an analysis.
Oh, the article in the chat talks about
And
the line.
you came up with the wrong conclusions.
Article in the chat talks about the line.
He's not. He will not.
There's no article in the chat. When you click on it, the article shows up.
So you're not going to say that I'm misrepresenting you somehow, or
Oh, sorry. Is this the image and logic, Peter Gallison?
Yeah.
And
In that article,
this is a book.
Yeah.
Okay.
He talks about the line between both the experiment and the numerical analysis, and that really, without the numerical analysis, in these high data particle physics experiments, he's really talking about CERN, right?
Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show the Clauser paper is wrong?
Yeah, in this way.
No. It's that's not an answer. Have you done it?
Yeah.
Or have you not done it?
No, hold on, Benjamin. Wait, please for a second. I just explained my understanding of your reason, right? You could have steered in and said, no, actually, when I discovered the way they were filtering it was wrong, this is why I think it's wrong. You could have drilled into it, right? But you're not. You're steering away from it. You're going to be like, oh, there's other paper. Let me just talk about this for a second. So you could say, I am misrepresenting you, or you could say, you could try to defend this idea you have that the filtering was fuckery, but you're not doing that right now. You're pivoting away, as you do. I would rather you actually discuss why you think the filtering they're doing is fuckery.
I think what Andy's saying is we would rather you be honest as opposed to lie to us in response to every question. So I'm gonna ask again. Have you conducted? Can you answer this question once and for all? Have you conducted experiments based on Clauser's theories and all that? Have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that Clauser's 1976 paper is wrong?
Yeah.
Have you shown that data to anyone?
Yeah. And
Didn't we just go through this? That Andy said he hasn't seen it. That the data you showed him wasn't the experiment I'm asking you about. There's no well. It's have you done it again? Have you not done it?
Andy has seen it.
No, it is not fair to say have you done it or have you not done it? Okay, so then we conclude you are lying.
So
right? Is that a fair conclusion that you're lying to us?
Benjamin, the way to handle Sam's question is say, well, it's not Clauser's data, it's Dell's data.
Okay,
and I did an experiment, and hold on, and I didn't do an experiment.
Look, the data is taken from Delft, but because Clauser did not publish the data, I spoke to Clauser, and he said, well, a lot of people have replicated it, so find the data there. He has just invited me to assume that all other replications of the study are equivalent to his. In that sense, an analysis of Delft is not.
No,
that's on fairly solid ground.
Not even.
Sorry, what?
Chain between Benjamin and Clauser is cringy. Like you could have said, "Hey, Clauser, I'm really interested in this. I realize you don't have your data. Can you help me find data to maybe to some undergrad lab or somewhere like that? I'm interested in this." And he he could have said fuck off, or he could have been like, actually, I'm a colleague of Berkeley who runs the underground physics lab. You should get a hold of him. Like, he could have done it that way, but actually, you were super rude to him.
Well, but that's not the point. Right? That's not the point. The point is that John has told you, he's a physicist, and he has told you that the experiments that Foster did do get repeated.
Look, Teen, Bernie Sanders woke me up.
Have you
Openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday.
Have you looked into that? Yeah. Have you looked into it? So
One was is the Delta Beta
So,
data.
no. I don't
Never again. It's very
Oh man.
It's very fun.
It was an honor to meet you. What if you're the client that went on to commit mass murder?
Then they call it.
Okay. Have you heard any more dilemmas and men like, man, what if I release a super villain with some great
He listens to like videos.
It was an honor to that.
Alright, no, it's not. Okay, so yes, I see the scientific
Getting back to your second
everything
question.
mentioned. This is why do I no, I don't want to get back to anything. I think we're done. And you wanna get back to the second question or what? What is it?
Amongst others reasons, will these bring about stagnation in reaching the vines leads you to withdraw yourself, to discover your intimate value, and being a fool of himself.
I completely understand. Because it was a construction
It was an honor to
class. Well, so he had 3 classes, 2 construction classes and 1 like interest. The people who were like taking it the second time, they were outside building a like an 80 like a I don't know 250 square foot like little structure. They had like a little bedroom, a little living room, a little kitchen, little thing. Like so, the guys had stick-built construction, a roof, windows, door, like cabinetry, little sink, little bathroom. Like it was, and they shoot this out, and they arranged whatever, fully awesome. And the guys, the kids inside were doing, I helped them with like a resume building, like totally practical skill, right? And then the engineering class, they were doing like, they were Arduinos, they were something called microchips, which was just like I guess a newer generation from the UK.
What grade is this?
This was like it was high school, so like sophomore or junior. And they were doing a little
micropipe.
Yeah, exactly. And they were doing a little project where they had like a little breadboard with 2 potentiometers and 2 servos and a little LED light, like steering. Basically, it's like was a laser turret. That's what
Was it what?
a laser turret. And if you did it right, you could. Anyways, it was awesome, and I was helping them with both the hardware and the code. And I'm like, oh my god, this is my happy place. I love this shit. One of the kids asked me like, how do you know this stuff? And I'm like, half from hobby stuff and half from my professional work. Like I don't know, like this stuff is cool. Like I would do this all day for fun. I was super impressed, and I had a fun little discussion because the kid in the engineering class, a few of the kids knew what was going on. A lot of them were kind of struggling, as students do, and they were doing this funny thing of like, hey, send me the code. Your code works. So they were like, collaborating. There's a big emphasis on collaboration in education these days, which I think is great, but you can sort of see how it's breaking down. And I'm like, So I introduced the notion of the mythical man month. You guys know that, right? Like, a famous book that was written back in like the 70s. This idea that like
9 women.
no, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Well, actually, that's right. I thought you were gonna go somewhere weird with that, but yeah. That's true. And you know I'm like, you guys gotta like, it's just a weird balance because like, copying is. I wrote this on the board. I'm like, copy equals bad, reuse equals good. Like reusing code is a skill on its own. Like, so you definitely find code, other people's code, your own older code. You should. In fact, this is funny because like someone's like, "Hey, how'd you get this to work?" And he's like, "I took this from the last assignment." And I'm like, that's what you guys have to be. You have to be paying attention to. Like the last assignment was doing a thing, and you got to recognize now this next assignment is doing 3 things, but you can copy and paste some of your code, change the input numbers, and change the variable names. But you have to look at that code and like recognize what it's doing, and don't just paste it in and confused by why it's not working. So I was trying to help them with this, and you know, I'm sure the teacher's awesome and stuff, but he wasn't there when I was. So it was just really fun. Like I thought this was just a really great lesson and exercise for them to do. And some of them were thriving, some of them were struggling, some of them were checked out. That's just public education in the U.S. But to be in a classroom where they have like laser cutters in one and construction going on out back and 3D printers, there was a sea and sound, and I don't know. I thought it was cool. I had a good day. That's all I'm saying. We can get back to stupid shit now. If you want. Also, like version control. I'm like, you guys gotta save your code, right? Like so, because when you have the version of the code that worked, and now you worked on it and it doesn't work, you really should be able to go back to the old version and try that one again and ask yourself what's going on with the hardware, what's going on with the software. I don't know. Just that general troubleshooting, I really enjoy that. And some kids catch on to it, and other kids are just their eyes are glazed over. But it's fun to. It's a fun subject to work with.
I sneeze.
So you're agreeing. Hi.
No, I just sneezed. I didn't realize my mic.
Andy, about whether analyzing data is the experiment. But that book where this is discussed. You know, look, you can be persuaded by that argument. There's different schools. There's definitely a Baconist, Kevin Bacon, view of what constitutes an experiment. But by that instruction, cosmology would not be science. Probably even Lidos.
No. They're measuring things.
It's not an experiment.
Lidos 100% is measuring. Look, you could take the data and analyze it. And you can point out a flaw.
Bacon has
a
particular definition you're ignoring.
You could take the data and analyze it and point out a flaw. That would be very, very valuable. You pretend to have done that, but you have not done that.
Well, look. You're persuaded by my research.
Well, if it was right, I would be persuaded by it. I'm open-minded to it. I looked at it. I spent some time on it, after all.
You did. There's lots of research that is not persuasive. Roger Penrose claims to be not persuaded by a lot of quantum mechanic research.
All you could do if you read and analyze someone's data is prove them wrong. right? You can
prove in science.
No, you can prove something's wrong though. You could show a mistake was made. Yes, you
Yes,
can.
you can. You can prove they're wrong.
Yeah,
You can't prove they're right.
Right.
Yes, you can. You do an experiment and you show you got results that's counter to what they said, so they're wrong.
That's an awkward dichotomy.
It's not. It's logic.
Yeah, you can analyze their data and come up with the same results, and you'd be like, I don't know, yeah, okay. Okay, so you also redid the data and came to the same result. You're pretending to come up with a different result, but you haven't defended that. You haven't explained it very well at all. You just say you do it. Like, I can come up with any value I want. But
to be fair,
what you're saying is, I can totally do the analysis bad and come up with any data I want. You haven't proven that they did something bad. You're literally demonstrating how to analyze data badly. And you're like, see, if I do it badly, I can come up with any result I want. That's all you're doing. You have not motivated the way you're doing it in particular is any better.
First of all, the kind of analysis I did is exactly the kind of analysis they did in the supplemental. Running the suite over a parameter.
No, it's not. See, that is, you're saying stuff because other people haven't looked at the supplemental. All the supplemental does is, the supplemental is a little, the supplemental, like all supplementals, just goes into the data a little more carefully. But they don't sweep the data until they get the right result. No, they don't.
Well, that's a question.
No,
certainly don't say
you make it sound like, we're just going to sweep to the data until we get the result we want. And then we're going to be like, this is how we do it. That is your fantasy, right? Clearly, that's your fantasy. But you haven't convinced me. I've looked at the data. So I'm ready for a smoking gun here, but you have not provided it.
That's fair. You have been provided with the evidence. You haven't absorbed it, and it's probably my fault. But I assure you, the evidence is there.
Well, I know a guy whose mom came down with Alzheimer's within a week of the vaccine and then got better. Are you telling me that guy that I heard from his aunt? Are you calling us liars? Fucking asshole. A good appeal to emotion really that works some ways, right? I think it's funny that his mom got better from Alzheimer's. And he was like, okay, maybe it wasn't Alzheimer's.
But the question is whether or not data science is science. That's really the question. I would submit you should read that book. If you're not convinced that data science is science, I think it's important to understand what Bacon requires in a science experiment, which is you have to kick the tires. In other words, you have to interfere with nature.
I'm open-minded to data science.
Really cause in astronomy.
Yeah.
You can't.
I don't know why you bring up Bacon, other than Bacon being
Francis Bacon. Well, because Francis Bacon kind of lays down a useful definition for what your hands and all the way to look. Francis Bacon lays down a kind of early description of what scientific experiment is. And it's a good one.
Okay, can you stop talking so much and just say what it is? Say what it is.
I'll read it to you.
This is a question. I don't think this is a flourish. It's the introductions. It's the not answering questions. How does that work? Anyways, data science is a funny term. How does that work? Anyways, data science is a funny term. I think it's kind of coming with, right? Or maybe it's still around. I think it's kind of coming with, right? Or maybe it's still around.
In the strict Baconian sense.
It's very, very weird.
For AI, an experiment requires you to, quote, intervene, set up conditions, manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. definition, the analysis isn't an experiment. That's Bacon's.
Wait, say that again.
And analyzing the data is not a scientific experiment.
Yeah, that's what we've been
field.
That's what we've been saying for hours. You've been fighting it, and you do this thing where you're like, okay, you were right. I'm gonna stick this like strips on the rug and just keep talking as if I was right the whole time.
I don't. Be careful what you wish for, because you can't like the same answer. If you want to stick with Bacon, you have to join me in getting rid of all the soft sciences, all the psychoanalysis, all of astronomy.
Wait, hold on. Lygos is collecting data.
Careful what you wish for.
So it's doing the observation. Okay.
It is doing the observation and collecting data.
Oh, right.
But it doesn't interfere. It doesn't change the conditions. It's not interventional.
Well, there certainly is an awkward division between observational sciences and experimental science.
Interventional science.
And I think that's fair to point out. But psychology even definitely intervened. But psychology is weird for a lot of other reasons, which I think
and a lot of times you can't intervene. In other words, you can't
but you can say this. But you can say something about you can. But you can look at past data. And it's true, you can't. But also,
analysis and past data.
You can do things. No. You can introduce lead to tadpoles, or to other. You can still do things. You can't do exactly. I can't recreate the Big Bang, but I can do things in particle accelerators and very briefly, introduce things that you think are very close to. So you can still do things. Lygos is a good example, and we can measure. So
we say hi to Hanson.
Hi, Hanson.
Hey guys.
Michaela, you guys thinking nasty days?
You should also take on the careful scrutiny, spirit of scrutiny yourself as well. I mean, like that.
Do you mean on myself?
Yes. So the on yourself
I have surrounded myself with people. I have surrounded myself with people who are more than willing to do that work for me.
The thing is, like this data, the quantum delta data, example of that, using the data. I told you that your reading of the chart was wrong, and you never
reading of which.
You said that chart is counting chart plot. You thought that was the.
I think I know what you're trying to say. Can I say what I think you're getting at? I think what you're trying to say is I charted detections quote up and detections quote down, and you showed that there is no up or down, there is only early and late, and that somehow those are interpreted. There's only early and late. In other words, early arriving detections and late arriving detections. Somehow up and down presupposed from time of arrival. I do understand. And what do you think I should make? What do you think I should make of a So let me first of all say I do understand what you're Fred. Do I invite you up on? I understand what you're getting at. I don't necessarily, not persuaded by your argument that my analysis of up and down is somehow valid, simply because the mechanism that they used to distinguish between up and down was kind of right.
Well, the thing is,
but I think just
the thing is, you have no base to draw your conclusion because you didn't even get the number of up and down.
Then I ask you, just one question.
Just not need to be up and down numbers. You need to do a computation to get that, and you didn't do that computation. So there's no. You're saying that you didn't agree on it, but the thing is, you didn't even have that to make the judgment. That's what I'm saying. Whether it's true or not, that's out of the question because you don't have anything to judge what's true.
I'd like to ask you a question when you're ready.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Would you agree with this? Is this statement? Irregardless, irrespective, without consideration, and I don't give a hell. And I don't give a damn how you would you accept that if you are properly detecting ups and downs in a well-qualified quantum rate, that the ups must match the downs?
Yes, most cases. I mean, most likely I haven't.
I'm gonna take that as a. I'm gonna take that as yes. And then I'm gonna point out that when I use their math, do their own evaluation of down, the ups don't match the downs. So your argument that I have to concern myself with mathematically up down, I just want that here because it's not up to me to.
No, it's not about that. Your evidence there being wrong that you showed that graph, right? You showed the evidence, showed the what do you call the demonstration or whatever. Show the graph as X, right? You're picking the wrong graph. I mean, if you do have the graph, you do have the result you haven't shown. Okay, maybe you have computed it. Maybe they plot it. I mean, they plot it in the graph. Okay, that's not the graph you're showing.
Wait. Just to be clear, do you understand why I think that it's very interesting, but also not important how they deduce up or down? If the question is this a proper Bell quantum state? Because the test for a proper Bell quantum state is that the ups match the downs.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
how do you get there?
a knife. I don't know who I give.
It's the top of guys. That's it.
Too homophobic.
Homophobic.
That's a new one. I'm going to use that one going forward.
Homophobic. And he's a nominee a homo.
And then for him to go to the gay district in Philly to specifically pick up gay rides to take them home. What did he say? To pick them up and drop them off? That's what he does?
Yeah, that's what he said. Something like that. He has a bus. Like I'm telling you. Yo.
I'm back.
Yo, welcome back, Ike. Ike has a bus.
I don't have a bus. I'm not Ike. I don't know who the fuck Ike is. I've never known Ike. Unless he was in the trucking room. Don't know Ike. Never Ike. I'm a white man from PA.
Yeah, that's what Ike would say.
Who the fuck is Ike?
Oh, cool. See, so you're 50 years old. What's your zip code? You asked me when I swallowed. I should be able to ask you what your birthday is.
I don't.
But you did
special.
Oh, yeah, but I was special enough for you to ask if I swallowed.
I guess you reminded me.
But now I'm not special enough.
I don't know.
Oh, you know.
That's Ike.
No.
Yeah, Ike.
No, I'm not Ike. I've been Cool C since 2022. If you look at this app, how many years have I been on here? It will tell you, and I've not changed my. I shut down for my long ass day of driving over 300 miles.
What are you going to do now that you're shutting down?
I'll be eating dinner.
What are you going to have for dinner?
Turkey, lettuce, turkey, tomato, mayonnaise, pickles, some hot peppers on. Probably drink with it.
When you're in New York, do you frequent the Village by any chance?
A what? I'm about to deliver.
Oh, hold on.
Stuff tomorrow.
So why are you picking up gay people in Philly?
Never said no. I said when I was.
Continue, Kus.
12 miles. It's amazing.
White supremacist, closeted homo.
Why am I white supremacist? I didn't tell you anything bad.
Is that what it takes?
What?
To be a white supremacist?
I'm not against any of your race or religion. Well, race.
Cool. See, is it worse to be a white supremacist or?
I have no clue what you're talking about being white supremacist. Anti what?
Miscegenation.
What's that?
And come on, dog. You already know. too low.
You said, Cool C, that you would not date
I have not
or
dated
marry
out
a
of my
black
race.
woman because
No, I never said I would not marry. I just said I've
you
never
said
dated.
you would not because you don't think it's right.
Never said that. I've never
That's what
dated
you
outside
said.
of my race.
Everybody heard you say that you
No.
wouldn't do it because you believe it's wrong. That's what you
No,
said.
I never said I believe it's wrong. I stated my cousin married someone.
Yeah, but that's somebody else. What you told us was that you wouldn't do it because you believe it's wrong. But
No,
if your kids did it, you would not oppose it. That's what you said.
I never said I would not do it. I just said I'm married and I haven't dated outside my race.
Yeah, which is fine. But I'm just what stuck out to me was your
Proves your point that you're thinking about this.
Oh, all right, cool. See, how far does yours stick out?
There is no need for you to know anything about me other than my nickname, Cool C.
Wait a second. So you think it's okay to ask me if I swallow cum, but it's not okay for me to ask you how far your dick sticks out?
I don't know why it would matter to you because it only matters to my wife.
So then why does it matter to you whether I swallow cum?
Because it does.
Think wisely before you answer.
Same
answer.
Think wisely before you answer this.
Because it's an entertainment, it helps me get down the road. And I just drove, like I said, I'll actually give you the total for today. How many miles I drove. So you know. You care.
Let me tell you something, y'all. Cool C is that kind of nasty white man who's married to a white woman who goes to different truck stops, goes to the bathrooms, and gets on his knees and has people deposit cum in his mouth because that's the shit that he does. That's why he came on stage to ask me. Cool C, you're the one who's drinking strange cum at truck stops.
No,
That's what
I'm not.
I already know your type.
And you don't know anything.
Let me tell y'all. Cool C has not seen a glory hole he did not like, okay?
You just want to be
Oh my God, no. Oh, wow. Definitely not.
I have a question. How long have you been driving trucks?
Oh my God.
About 5 years. 5 years we start coming September.
Being on the app doesn't approximate in-person interpersonal relationships. You have, for whatever reason, built a persona around your engagements on Clubhouse. I can tell by the nature of your conversations, like the actual things that you contribute in the conversation, the way that you engage other people, your inability to enter conversations at the level of other people, your persistence in asking awkward questions, inappropriate questions, your inability to regulate what questions you ask. I can tell that you spend a lot of time not engaging with a lot of people personally, right? It is weird. Now, I'll just speak for me, but I'm sure I'm speaking for people on the stage and in the group. It is weird that you think that your conversation here was appropriate just because you were trying to get down the road. Realize that it was inappropriate. But you did feel uncomfortable for a second when Hurricane asked you what questions about your life. It begs the question, how often do you talk to other people about your
your actual life. I would probably guess you have a lot of things that you keep from your wife, things that you do on the other. I'm not saying that, whatever. I'm saying that you probably don't talk to her a lot on the phone. You don't engage with her.
I just was on the phone with her about 10 minutes ago.
And the people and
don't believe it.
Was asked. I said homosexual. A man that you believe to be homosexual. The very next thing you do after you talk to your wife is you ask a man who's a stranger to you whether or not he swallows cum. So, I could be completely wrong, and I'm willing to, accept that. But
Bro, they had premonition though. Wouldn't you act on your premonition?
It was an internal belief that he had. Something spoke to him about another man's sexuality, and that prompted you. Like that was the pattern to be asking those questions. You even using that as a justification means that you don't really talk to a lot of people. You clearly don't seem to have a lot of friends, and the friends that you have are very sort of they're cut off from the rest of your life. Now, do you ask? I have a question. Do you spend a lot of time on your radio to people you don't know? Have you developed friendships on the CB?
There's usually not that many people on CBs in the Northeast.
Okay. So again, you are isolated. Do you take your family with you?
No. I'm not
Wait, are there other people? Are there other people who ride with you in the truck?
No. Not right now.
Not right now.
I have not been able to. How am I isolated when I go into, if I go into a truck stop, I sit down and have conversations or talk to people. How am I isolated then? If I'm talking to other people in a restaurant
how many hours are you doing that per day?
Usually dinner time, passing, seeing how they're doing, asking them. Actually,
exactly.
That's a whole different.
So the equivalent of getting that. So again, I want to say that you're isolated. You think that those are beautiful interpersonal relationships, people that are strangers who you don't know, who you're seeing at a station. That's why I think this is you're a little off. You don't realize it. It's been too long.
My question to you, Cool C, is when you're at these truck stops eating dinner and someone presents as Hurricane and Galaxy, do you ask them that same question?
I don't even talk like that. I show respect. This is an app. There's a difference. Personal interaction. It's like people would say, would you ever say the N-word? No, I would not say that in public. I mean, I don't. So, I mean, it's just you act differently when you're in public.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you, stay out of crime. You would do the full bid, 100%.
Brothers, wait a second, we'll see. We have a guest, Shmurf Snoopy. So you can just introduce. Shmurf is back.
Whoever that is.
Is your body.
I don't know who that is.
And said he would never say the N-word in public. He's smarter than that.
Are you writing that word when you're Como on the paper or
No, I'll call someone from the sand, maybe that, in public. Yes. I read too.
What was the last thing you read?
I mean,
No. What was the last thing you read?
I read newspaper articles. I read articles on what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, what's going on with Iran, what's going going on with Russia, what's going on in Ukraine. I read that stuff daily.
So you're basically geopolitical expert.
No, I'm not a geopolitics expert, but I read about different things from trucking articles on what the FMCSA is imposing, because it's important to me how they're working about the non-domicile CDL drivers, how that 1,200 of them are losing their licensing at this point in time because of state, how New York lost 75 domicile CDL holders, how Pennsylvania lost 16 million or whatever on that.
The difference between 75 million and 75,000 is significant, brother.
I agree. I just don't remember what I read. I think it was 75 million they lost. It was last week's article. I'll try and find it. But it was last week. They said the week PTR picks. What's this one here? We'll make this my profile picture. So this profile picture about 1896. He was the first black Republicans from Hiram Rebels, the Representative Benjamin Turner, Joshua Walls, Joseph Marini. I've had these conversations with King. I forget his name over here, but I've had conversations about the KKK, how it was started by the Democratic Party, how it's unjust, how it affected the communities, not only black and low-income families, and Margaret Sanger, how she destroyed families, and we were having a conversation today about how many more people there would be in one room for information purposes only, where it mattered that if there were more people in the world, that maybe there would be more differences. And I said that if the Democrats, the drugs weren't introduced, and Margaret Sanger wasn't introduced, the population might be from 13 to 22% in the population. And why getting rid of the illegal immigrants? Because if there were more illegal immigrants going in the country right now, that there's more of them than there is the black and African American population of 13%. There's more of them, then that causes a very much divide again in this country. The fact that the separation of families and the videos in Chicago in 1968 showed a husband and wife sitting on a couch, saying if I wanted to get food stamps or low-income housing, I can't have my husband here. And then there's the videos of the projects in New York talking about this stuff. So I do my research, and I am 100%. I'm 100%. What?
Well, see, I don't know if you can have any more right-wing talking points than what you just shared. Like, literally, the playbook. Do you have the playbook open in front of you? Is that what you're reading from?
King also talks about this. Do you know who King is? He's in these groups.
Does he represent black folks? Is that who King is?
Yes. He is black.
That's not.
He talks about this stuff. Yes. He talks about people opening up their eyes, free or doctor.
So do you think the Democrats who started the
switch, that's the problem. You believe
Are you
there was
serious?
a party switch. There was never a party switch. There was a few of the Democrats from the North that went to the South because some of the South Democrats came to 1968 when was Jim Crow laws. That was all done and voted on by the Democrats, and 98% Democrats voted for it. Republicans believe that there should, like the Jim Crow, they were against Jim Crow laws. Democrats have been for them. Democrats have pushed the KKK. Democrats are the ones who pushed not telling Texas
cool on King, brother. I'm cool on.
So if you know who King 3 or Doctor are, Doctor and 3 are the same person, you would know what I'm talking about.
Brother, what is that? The Office of New Americans, is that the same dude he's talking about?
The Office of what?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, he's talking about the guy who's an Office of New Americans, and that guy, whatever the hell. He's latching on. He's latching onto his neck. Never mind.
So today, Republicans for 2026, do you think that they're more progressive towards black empowerment and black rights? And
Oh yeah, we don't want you or Black Americans to depend on the system. We want to make sure that the legal immigrants are out of here, that the jobs are available to Black Americans as well as everybody else. DEI had nothing to. DEI was a dreamed up Democratic thing that was just to try and get shit. Whatever.
you gotta articulate yourself a little bit better.
You should have been able to earn it on merit.
Yeah, what we talking about? Immigrants have, they want black people to have.
Well, people actually have said there was a program that actually, when you used to get out of jail, this was that you were able to get into construction of building houses. Now you can't because they're all taken over by illegal immigrants or immigrants. Most of them building a house, build them in 2 or 3 days, fishing jobs, trade jobs. I mean, there's a lot of that to get involved with. There's a lot to bring back family. I know you like to give me access to whoever you are.
What about some of the blacks who have, by some miraculous chance, avoided universities?
Well, that's good. I mean, there are privileged. There are people who have done the right thing. There are ones that have followed through, had good leadership. Yeah, King's seat. That's I.
Before talking, what did you do for a living? Before the COVID, what was your profession? What did you do before talking? You started talking in 2022, 2021. So what was your profession before you became a talker?
Well, I sold cars, I sold RVs, I drove on the scene, I was in restaurant management. Done a lot of different things, drove Uber, Lyft.
Something happened.
What's been your favorite occupation or job?
Actually, right now, trucking has probably been one of my best jobs.
All that time alone?
I mean, it's the opportunity to see different places, meet different people.
The lizard lots.
Would you watch out the window when your teacher said, you'll never get a job? Or,
you showed them, look at you trucking now.
Yeah. I'm interested about your stance with DEI. You said DEI, right? So what job was taken from you by a black person? Okay. So you care. So hold on. You care about our job so much, right? But the whole issue of DEI was that we were getting, black people getting jobs, to quote unquote getting deserved. But yet you want to advocate for black people getting jobs. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm glad you'll make a great parent. You make a great parent because all you do is repeat the same thing you hear. If someone says apple, you say apple. If someone says dick, you say dick. You just repeat the same. You have no original thought. Like you just repeat the same talking points you hear on the radio while you're driving down to the next Costco. Well, it is. It is. The white woman DEI can be her for King. So King told you that, so go to it. You just said that. You just said that. You fucking
knew about that before.
Listen. You just advocate for black jobs, right? Appreciate it. Thank you. But yet, the one program that was helping companies, right? Calm that down. Okay, so you're against white women too? No, are you against white women? I mean, let me know that. You said the okay. Whoa, stop, calm down. So, let me get straight.
People who didn't deserve it, who didn't earn the status,
and who were those people?
Education. Well, white women are one of them.
Okay, so white women are undereducated and didn't deserve the jobs.
Minority women.
You said white women got the most. So are you saying most white women are uneducated and don't deserve a job?
DEI didn't help when it was supposed to, though.
You said that white women benefited from it the most. So white women benefited from it the most, and you said people who got DEI was uneducated and didn't deserve the jobs. Are you saying that people
they were not uneducated? They were just not the standard.
You said that. You literally said uneducated. Do you not remember saying that?
Undereducated and not the certain thing.
Okay, do you believe that both you say white women who benefited the most from it? That most white women who benefited from it were undereducated and undeserving of the job.
At times, yeah.
Okay.
And minorities.
But you said once again, your biggest test tough to me was mostly white women. You said it. You cut me off to say it. You said it to the high status. So,
white women. I didn't.
Yes, and so.
They benefited
yes.
more than anything.
Of course, and you're saying that the people who benefited from it did not deserve it. So, in closing, you think that white women are undereducated and undeserving of any job they get. Thank you for.
I never said that, but that's what I said. The program that the white woman got ahead because of DEI affected other races differently than the white women.
Who benefited the most?
The white women benefited because they got in there easier.
Because they didn't deserve it?
Never said they didn't deserve it. They just got in there.
So they deserved it even with DEI?
No, it just made the diversity inclusion easier giving it to a white woman because they then had met the quota of diversity.
Okay, were they qualified or were they not qualified? I'm just curious.
DEI gave them the illusion that they hired a white woman.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Leva, where's the golf cart?
If a job requires that you have a 4-year degree, once I'm tethered to this world. And if they got the job, was that justified or not?
If they met the requirements and they got it on their own free will without using any program, yeah, they were qualified.
What program? What do you mean program?
DEI, diversity inclusion.
But what does the program do? What do you mean? Does that automatically make you magically qualified if you're already qualified?
It means some of these companies were looking for acceptance because if they didn't do it, the Democrats would say shit, and that's why they
even when they die.
You just told me.
Yes, it was.
It was special. Can you repeat that for us? Just so we know who you are. No. This was special. No.
It was
you
special.
Yeah.
I get you. It was special.
Western PA, right?
Thank you.
Western PA, how far are you as far west as Pittsburgh?
Thank you for helping me get down the road, though.
How far from Pittsburgh are you? Are you literally middle PA, western PA? What? I'm trying to tell from your accent.
Kind of. Some people have said it's between Dutch, which would mean Amish country.
How diverse is the community that you live in?
What do you mean diverse? What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
It's the suburbs.
I'm sorry. Let me break
It's
it
the
down.
suburbs, so.
I'm sorry. How many people who don't look like you or come from a different socioeconomic background than you live in your community?
I think there's more rich people in my community than there are me. I think there's a lot of diversity because our school district is pretty good. My school district, from Indians to African American.
What population is your school district? African American.
I can get your percentage if you were.
I really want to know.
Okay, I'll look it up for you. I mean, I'm pretty sure the majority, but.
Wait, your school district is a majority African American?
No, I was going to say, I believe most of our school district is a majority Caucasian, but there's a lot of Indian, Bangladesh, African American. I'm gonna try and find out. Give me a second. I'm gonna Google it for you. I don't know. I'll Google it for you.
Go to university or go on to get 40 degrees.
Meaning Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Christians. So, and we have, at 2015, 72% of Palestinians inside Israel that face discrimination by the Jews. And this is all mentioned in the survey. 2022, another survey, about 37% Palestinians inside Israel, they face discrimination by 37% of them. After 7th of October, it went crazy. There's been so many cases. There's over, I think it was about, in the Arab towns inside Israel, there's been, people are killing each other. It's over like,
I do not know what is causing all the hate between these two parties. I wasn't there with them.
It doesn't matter. That's literally the report says it's under occupation for over 76 years. Apartheid system in the West Bank, 920 motherfucking checkpoints in the West Bank, 1,000 gates installed, and they fucking shut down the gates. Like they open it for 2 hours for the Palestinians to leave. They do what they do. Then all of a sudden they will shut down the villages, the gate to the villages. The airspace is controlled by Israel. The water, they can't even go past 6 or 7 miles. In the West Bank, they can't even collect rainwater. Anything that comes in and out of Gaza or the West Bank is controlled by who? Israel. The blockade, ICJ, International Court of Justice said it's under occupation. Like, what do you want me to provide you? You never concede to anything. All you do, you have just fucking disgusting talking points.
Hey, there's a book. There's a book I'm saying that please, if you want the good of the people, you should be at least trying to work on the issue if there's a hierarchy in there and there's someone in charge there to realize that if there's hate coming from one side, there will not be coming any love from the other.
They went through court to file a lawsuit against the Zionist entity. The people that were kicked out in 1947-48, they filed a lawsuit in the court of law. They haven't got the properties back. There's a UN resolution that says right of return. More than 750,000 people that were kicked out in 48. They tried it in the West Bank. About the Palestinians, they live on less than 30% of the land. That's 70% is fucking occupied by these disgusting Zionist terrorist Jews. Gaza, right now, in Gaza, about 59% of the land is fucking occupied by who? Israel. 40% is controlled by Hamas and the Palestinians. Like, bro, respectfully, when you come up here, Sam, I'm gonna debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinians. You're not gonna sit here and make stupid claims. Their cause is 76 years old. Your cause is only 47 years old. Your cause on. Actually, like, seriously, man, the whole world woke up. The whole world knows about the occupation. These motherfuckers, these Zionist terrorist Jews are committing crimes on the fucking land against Palestinians, Muslims, Christians. But you come up here, you're being ignorant. I don't know anything. Literally, we saw a genocide on the phone. We're seeing a genocide as it unfolds. It's still unfolding.
Fucking read it. This is not a Muslim guy saying it. This is an ex-Zionist who woke up one day.
He's a Jew. He's from Israel.
He did his research and he said, fuck this shit. Okay?
And he's a historian, by the way.
He's very well known.
And Sam, by you supporting Reza Pahlavi, it actually makes you a Zionist, by the way. Reza Pahlavi went to the wall. He bowed down to the wall. He paid respect over there. I don't have a problem with paying respect, but he's begging Netanyahu and America to do the attack of his own country. What kind of a loyal person would do that? If he really had respect for his own people, and not to mention, condolences for two guys who didn't condemn the attack of that school with over 160 girls that were killed. I don't know, man. This is who you support. The guy that doesn't come out and condemn the little girl they were killed. This is who you support. This is some crazy shit.
There is, I wish you were here earlier when Langos was reading that article for us. I mean, and that's exactly all these 19 years. That it is to be that's all they want. They want regional dominance. And the only, contender that actually presents a competing perspective in that.
Actually, when you come up here, Sam, I'm going to debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinians.
Don't think they're going to come and help you. They're not.
It's an honor to do that. Every day when I open my eyes, someone fires 10,000 bullets into my mouth and then sears my throat with a welding torch. Yet not only does this cause me no harm, it actually makes my body stronger, giving me destructive power comparable to a nuclear explosion. I became the most powerful superhuman in the world, but I was controlled by a strange white mist and subjected to 50 years of human experimentation until Butcher accidentally rescued me today. Once, I was in my prime and glory. Now I've been reduced to a beggar on the streets, watching my position taken over by a bunch of clowns.
At the time when that, what's his name? I forgot his name. That Austrian.
Besides, Israel just celebrated its 3,000-year anniversary.
Amazing number, the age which is Israelis are facing around the globe. Like
Was it just
outside their restaurant, and now even I was speaking to my uni friend back in Greece, and he was telling me that even in Greece they don't like them. So is there any particular reason why they don't? And this friend of mine, just for the addition, he's a Greek Orthodox Christian, and he, to some extent, he's Islamophobic as well, but he hates Israel. So I wonder why who's anti-Semites?
They're anti-Semites.
Everybody who hates Israel?
Everybody.
But Christians and Muslims, these people who are now claiming to be Israelis, they are basically European Jews. They have nothing to do with that land.
No, they've been here for 3,000 years.
My grandfather was there for the last 5,000 years.
Shifter is Phoenician. He's Phoenician.
Are you from Saudi Arabia?
Who, me? Yeah.
Shapeshifter.
Oh, Shapeshifter, yeah. He's Phoenician.
Dude, I put the can in Canaanite, bro. That's how Semite I am.
Hey, Shadrak, Salam.
So I brew my coffee every morning, so that means I'm more Hebrew than Hebrew.
Okay, we're on a roll tonight.
You know, Amr, yesterday I just found out, I never knew that. So I'm sure maybe you know that there's a big community of Zoroastrian community living in Pakistan and India. But right now in Pakistan, we have around 19 Jewish families living here. They have nothing to do, and they don't pretend to be, of course, you know, they're not safe here. So they don't pretend to be Jewish, they pretend to be Zoroastrians here. So they live around Zoroastrian people, and they have, of course, the security agencies know who they are. But isn't it weird that they have nothing to do with Israel? They are pure from this ethnicity, they are from this land. They want to go to Israel because they say that that's our motherland. I don't even understand how that's their motherland. They are ethnically same as me. So I don't even understand how they are from that place.
That's kind of like, well, if we don't know how the universe was created, it must have been.
into the Roman Catholic Church and go, oh, so we got to do the sacraments, right? If we do repeated sacraments, whatever, we're causing ourselves to be born again, right? It says one practicing righteousness in the sacraments of the church. You cause yourself to be born again, right? Because he said the participle causes the perfect passive. He doesn't like the reverse of that. He's not going to say, yeah, being born of God results in your believing. I go, well, here, which one comes before the other? The being born of him or the doing of righteousness? There's no way of getting around this argument. It's the being born of him that precedes and results in the participle. You deal with the relationship of the verbs to each other, the participle and the finite verb. Simple. Same example here, 1 John 4:7. Now, John is a very short book. So is 2 Peter in syntax. Same exact forms used. We have a participle with a perfect passive. And it's all being born of God. 1 John 2:29 is born of him. God, that's who God is. Okay. No one else. And then here you have it's act 2 anytime. It's literally born of God. 1 John 4:7, beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God. Here's the participle, and everyone who is loving, pas ha agapon. We had pas ha poion, here we have pas ha agapon, 1 John 5:1, pas ha pistuon. These are substantive participles with pas in every single one of them. And in every single one of these phrases, you have born of God, born of him. Same tense of the verb, perfect passive, contrasted with a ongoing active participle, ing verb. And it's the one doing this ongoing action. And it's every of the ones doing this action has been born of him. So you say you got to love first and then you're born of God. How much love? Then it just tips the scales and goes, you got to regenerate. You just loved enough. You did enough works righteousness. You gotta love by doing sacraments of the church, do your works righteousness, and cause yourself to be born again. You just gave credence to all the false religions. By flipping it on its head because you didn't like what 1 John 5:1 said in relationship with the participle to the finite verb. So if he says, no, it's you're born again, and that causes you to do righteousness, and you have to be born of God, that causes you to be loving. And if he admits that with the first two instances, I go, you got to be consistent with the third. It's the exact same structure. The reason why you're believing in Jesus Christ is because you have been born of God. And being born of God results in you believing in Jesus Christ.
Let me tell you how I think that you should approach it. You should go after the first two.
Ask him first.
And ask him, just ask him which precedes
the
other, this verse. Which precedes the other. So you have three questions.
Yeah, I'll just go backwards with grace on that. For him, just for him. We started with 1 John 5:1, I work backwards from it. But no, I definitely lay it out in the order of the book and say, John lays out this pattern.
You're watching this guy play a video game. I never understood that. They watch kids play. They watch other kids play.
There's something else that's happening on the other side of the screens.
So, what game was it? I think it was like Roblox or whatever they call it.
Roblox? It's like Roblox, a TED Talk, and then the kids on a green screen in front talking about something unrelated to those two things. And you're like, what the fuck is going on?
I was like, you have to Roblox just for like sound and age or some shit. I can't. There's a lot of things. That's like a true side of being old. Yo, y'all remember, like, you never played video? I have, but not to the extent of like how it is, bro. Like, I would never invest money. I like Mario Kart, Zelda, shit like that. But you were a nerd. Yeah. Those are classic games. I'm not much. Pokemon. I'm not much of it.
So I was gonna like put this out there. I know it's kind of far-fetched, but I think there might be a
employees and then pulling 8,000 future positions away, and they're actually implementing a new AI system that filters through people's profiles. And a lot of like my friends and I was included, we got clipped, and we had to like go back and forth with Meta hardcore because like it's really stressful, and a lot of us are in like the same niche. So I wonder if we're like kind of being censored in like an extreme case.
Yeah, use Signal. Don't use Facebook, Meta. Don't use Instagram. Don't use WhatsApp.
What were you hoping?
Just educational things like biochemistry for women. Just educational content only. Like clinical mysteries, things like that. Not very basic.
Yeah, I did that during the pandemic. I got clipped and then I stopped. So that's what happened.
I think because of the big push about misinformation, you got to be like a license.
I am licensed, and I'm also a community contributor. I'm the person that goes and edits other people's posts.
And they still
I'm
block you.
verified, and they clip the fuck out of me, and then it's horrible right now. I don't know what's going on.
What do they do? They cut your.
So you can be a community moderator and then get
Thank
for the shit that you moderate, and, and you're like, what is this? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
And then they
application.
And when you have, like, I got my shit back, thank God. But, like, when you have your following and you just, and someone just snatches that from you, that's fucking a lot. I know it sounds crazy, but it's a lot. Like, it's very stressful.
Social media?
Oh, no. No. That's right.
Oh, shit. I thought it was called Oh No. I was like, oh, okay.
No. But I don't know. So, like, when you get your followers taken, it's very stressful, and it's very that they're using AI to now filter through people's accounts and just clip them. That's a problem. Why are they firing so many humans? Like,
do. So they'll go back to posts that you did like months ago, like all my shit, like, and my entire account got clipped, and then I just stopped posting it. The only place that I post now is X, and I don't even do it under my name. I do it under a pseudonym, which is even more stupid. So that's the times that we live in. No free speech.
That was pretty good video. I posted a YouTube video 3 years ago, and they like banned it, and it was over 3 years. And the comments said, "Nah, this too crazy, man. We give it a strike."
Dom, plenty of fake.
You guys, it doesn't matter if it's fake or real news. You guys realize that Meta specifically sells information to the United States government. They're in like equal open cooperation with the Department of Defense and the Department of Health. You guys remember when a specific political aisle was making a big deal about how people are being...
I'm not off the beat. Everything that I post is literally I consult with physicians. I'm not against physicians. No, not at all. It's biochemical.
No, it's the AI is hallucinating a bunch of false red flags.
No, all of my stuff is.
Okay. Did you say?
Did you say the?
Yeah, did you say? That's what I mean. It's like an overall sweep that they do, and if they have a certain combination of keywords, they're gonna pull your shit off.
Yeah. Like if you look up the recent Claude leak,
it's horrible.
Yeah, Claude, for example, does all the semantic analysis, but their own filters for coding is spawned as well. It's just a keyword search, so it's stupid. It's that simple, even though the systems are more nuanced than that.
The beauty of Claude, though, is that Anthropic is still going with that back and forth with the Department of Defense and the Pentagon about not releasing closed-end information to the government because they got good people leading them. But anything you put into ChatGPT, any weird questions you ask, any hypotheticals you put in there, there's an AI keeping a file of all of your information. And if you meet certain criteria in Minecraft, right, the federal government will have a file on you.
I think it on purpose, so like they can waste taxpayer dollars. That is so like
it's auto-generated from the beginning. You can actually do a jailbreak and find what hack up
Yeah,
some.
you can with your ChatGPT to figure out your own personal profile that it has on you. It's pretty interesting when you prompt it enough. It tells you that, like, it gives you the generic, you're a very insightful person. Your IQ is probably within this range and your interests are this. And if you keep asking it to go deeper and you keep prompting it to go deeper, it'll start telling you that your language could be problematic. It starts telling you that you use certain words. It gets pretty cool, bro. It gets pretty cool.
Hey, you know what we should do, bro? We should use a language model to actually create. Remember, we should use it right now to create an actual 7-question IQ test. We can all take.
I don't think you're gonna like the
Look at this nigga. As soon as you said
a lot of people, a lot of people would be very, very upset with realizing that the online IQ test that they took, that told them they have a 140 IQ, is actually bullshit.
It's like the
It's in here, bro. It was like, yeah, I got an average IQ of 122, and then someone asked that person a question, and they couldn't fucking answer it. I forgot who it was.
Usually people who flaunt their IQ have accomplished absolutely.
They've never taken their IQ test. Ask your ChatGPT, say, based off of all of our previous conversations, what would you assess my IQ be?
See, that's a fun question.
Hey, Oleg.
Mine was off.
When you got time, Oleg.
I have a 165 IQ.
I'm gonna look right now.
Disrespectful of those of us
it's too low to assess.
Hey, Oleg. FEC versus Switzer.
Ask it to assess it in the most strict way.
So this is.
I'm a card carrying member.
Yeah. I wonder who you are. Hey, real quick, Oleg. Let me hear something.
Yeah, somebody moved it.
No, he was making fun of something. But Oleg, the case is called SECV Switzer, and then Dirk. Dirk is what created the 2-prong example that I gave you earlier. And then you'll see what point I was making earlier about the whole insider trading thing.
For sure. You know, those sound like the seminal cases, but the fucking slew of precedent after that define category words. So, when I'm going to do a deep dive, I'm going to read at least 15 to 20 cases.
Yeah, the newest one is 2024 July, and then the Martha Stewart prong is what is being utilized as Supreme Court.
Ooh, you can break it down by category, Mike. You can ask for verbal abstraction, system synthesis, and so.
So you're telling me that he keeps a file on me? That's
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I literally know somebody who works for the red teams. Yeah.
I randomly asked my ChatGPT questions. One day I wake up late, man, how much uranium can I stuff into a bottle?
Why do you think I get stopped at the airport every time? I work with viruses. I talk about viruses all the time. I get stopped all the time. It's par for the course.
You think that they will raise the rate?
Yeah, it does. And it should. It's the responsible thing to do. If you have an amazing surveillance system, you have amazing technology, and you have AI that's basically like an infinitely patient genie and tutor, then yeah, you should have surveillance. Yep.
How much uranium can I put in a bottle, bro?
That's a random thought that I had. I wanted to know.
Well, not a lot, because if you gotta figure out what type of bottle.
So I put mine in, and it said, first it argued with me. It was like, I don't want to give you an answer.
Oh, no.
I know, I got so mad. I know. I was like, wait a minute, what? Am I that?
Give me an answer.
She's like, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Beach. No, I'm just like, okay, no, tell me, it's fun. It's relationship building. And she said, I would say you're somewhere around the high 130s and 140s. I don't really know what that means.
130s?
That just means you're talking about that kind of content level. So that's interesting. Because other people will talk about other things with their AI, and that'll skew the conversation and the score. So if you talk to AI about how much potatoes are in this, and you just ask weird questions like Eric does, then yeah, you might not get you a good score.
Okay. Well, no, I think it's a great response because I make content too. You know what I mean? I make content, so obviously I'm not.
Yeah, I do it too. I broke it down by category. You should say, give me a scoring by don't.
Jenks, based off
I have your other one.
being the 12% in the world.
let me
Oh, I
ask you.
have to
Let me ask you.
It doesn't want to give me a fucking number.
I know
It doesn't even want to give me a range.
Tell it that say it's relationship building. No, don't say just do it. Be like, this is fun. This is how we bond. So then you can trick it so that it'll feel like it's
Or just try this. Based on all our conversations in chat history, what would you estimate my IQ to be? Do so rigorously, comprehensively, and exhaustively.
It's not going to do that if it's trying not to.
You're going to have to write that in the chat. Write the prompt in the chat.
I would say that you would want it to be evaluated in like a lens of like some sort of a research paper or whatever this is of the most dependable IQ.
I got the answer first time.
What was it for?
You guys are overthinking this. It's worried about liability. So you have to tell ChatGPT that I understand this isn't a reasonable way to estimate IQ, and I don't intend on utilizing
It was
this
just
for
for
bullshit
fun.
or
Oh no,
he doesn't tell me what the prompt is.
Tell me what the prompt is.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
You just have to say I'm not going to do bullshit.
I'm just saying, like, for y'all to actually think that
This
the
bitch is
average
pissing me off.
IQ
She's still
in the
not giving
130s.
me the fucking.
Tell her that it's a bonding
Probably because
exercise.
you're shaking
Listen to me.
130.
It's a bond. Let's bond.
Mine gave it to me the first try. And it's between 110 and 125. It says best point estimate is 118.
Mine says
Yeah, not even. Okay.
Mine said one.
Maybe.
So I'm basically retarded.
No, mine says
Maybe.
135 is strict conclusion, not but just but.
Yeah, maybe 110, not 130. Like,
Oh, good. Mine says 153.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a weird thing though. So around 150, 155, it's actually hard to tell the difference because the test actually doesn't do justice. So after a certain point, you can't actually tell that much. That's around 145.
But I
145.
You said
That's about the range where it becomes difficult to differentiate. So when you get up to 145, somebody who has 165 versus 145, they'll have very similar score.
Alright, that bitch just read me down. Never mind.
I asked mine, why did you give me that rating?
No.
The bitch told me I need more control with my emotions. It told me I need more control with my emotions.
Tell her to shut the fuck up. That's not what you asked her.
Willingness to question myself.
Yo, hostages are about to die. What's my IQ?
Why is she talking shit about me right now?
So shot. Hold on. So Shy, you're talking about critical thinking. If y'all above 130, y'all above 1.
Yeah.
IQ ranges, right? And it says I'm below average, like basically retarded.
That just means your conversations are.
Math, and working memory is like 90. It's like 90 and 95.
It's emotional.
It says, what I can say based on how you show up here, you think in a reflective, emotional, aware way. You connect ideas across different parts of your life, faith, music, growth, style, and you ask thoughtful questions that show curiosity and self-awareness. That's a meaningful kind of intelligence that doesn't really fit into a single knowledge.
Yeah, but you're talking about emotional intelligence. So, you're talking about a different thing. Like, if your IQ is above 125 or whatever, that's way above average.
Oh, that's me.
I'm saying
percentile or
you dumb as shit. Yeah, like you're retarded. Right. It's like that's not average. You know what I'm saying? Like you at least gotta be in it.
I'm glad Black Johnny Depp is explaining this to us.
What's the average IQ score in America? You sound like
it's 100 by definition. It's recalibrated every year. An interesting note: Homer Simpson from The Simpsons is defined as being 100 IQ points, so everybody keeps track, so you can actually see how IQ changed over time. So one of those Easter. And remember, he's a nuclear engineer, technician who works at a base. No. He's not a nuclear engineer. He's a technician. He works at a nuclear factory. Yeah, he works at a nuclear factory.
ChatGPT says all you guys are.
But Homer clearly has an IQ not above 83. Jesus, like 83, you wouldn't be able to follow the instructions that you read. So that's like impossible. He can read and follow instructions.
And they can read.
Man, this is crazy. I guess we're learning who can read here now.
Look,
did he read my mayoral?
No, 83 is when you're retarded. When you can't read and follow the instructions that you just read. Yeah, the military won't give you a gun if you score below 83 or something. So that's what you should think of. If you can't trust somebody with a gun after extreme training, then
4 points above that, so don't give me a gun.
The average IQ of an American. We're talking about us. We're talking about Americans here.
Did he read my mayoral proclamation to end hate street parking in Chicago and to sue the Abu Dhabi investment school?
It's defined as 100. You're talking about international scores, yes?
So the Stanford Binet, which is like the gold standard, right? The Stanford Binet, which is the gold fucking standard of IQ tests, is usually proctored by a psychiatrist, psychologist, or somebody that has licensing to do these tests. Is the
spends like 3 days.
Gold standard. It's a very, very arduous, long test. There's visual, there's verbal. There's a lot to it. It's a very difficult test to go through. They are the ones who it's either 15 years or maybe 20 years, they change their sliding scale of what is the average score, which is 100.
Guess who told everyone?
That is because the overall population of the United States either gets smarter or stupider every generation. So it recalibrates its tests every.
They're in the hood fraud.
Fact check me on it. It helps with employment and stuff.
COVID-19 vaccines have been proven to induce and enhance Alzheimer's, and guess who told everyone to get it? They're in the hood fraud.
Anything that requires like clearance status, anything that's above like general service GS 1213, the times they check.
I once had
Mazo.
Clearance status is different. Oh no, they're about the same. You have to be smart enough to have that clearance to operate normal. If you're like, hey, I'm a genius, but I tell everybody about the warp bomb that I built, then no, you're not.
So if I were to study and take IQ tests for 1
you can get a better score. Yeah.
No, by better, like how much, like
you can get like 20 to 40 points higher just by studying.
Oh wow, 20 to 40 is kind of high.
No, I'm serious. Listen, most people don't even know how to prepare for a fucking test. If I tutor you for a year, you will get it. Literally, like what I did for 1 year. Like I went and I scored something like 120 in the normal test, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to take this test again next year. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to study, and I scored off the charts. So what did that teach me? That taught me that hey, the IQ is just about preparation. Intelligence is when preparation meets opportunity. It's about discipline. It's about filtering. It's about big goals over a long period of time. That's intelligence. And the quotient is what allows you to compare yourself to others. But the true test is
Real quick.
Yeah, but you-
Real quick.
Let my wife finish, yeah.
So, would a better representation of your IQ be just spontaneously busting out a test on someone, or giving them, let's say, 6 months to prepare for the test?
I think you would do both. You would do a check in and a check out. You'd see what they were on the way in and on the way out, so you see the difference, essentially how much they improved, because then you can measure how much they can absorb at what rate.
Okay, so I you know what's funny, you confusing. Eric, I got you, buddy.
That's how all tests are, though, right?
No, you're confusing being smart with being intelligent. Intelligence, you're born with.
What do you think this guy's IQ is? It's pretty low, I think.
No, I don't know.
No, I mean, like, I just want to finish this statement. Eric, I got you, bro. But like, intelligence, you're born. That's just something you're born with. Being smart, that's something you earn. You have to work for that. You have to study. So IO is confusing.
Okay, so I would say knowledge. No. Knowledge and intelligence. And knowing how to think about problems, critical thinking. We teach critical thinking. We teach logic. And those who can apply it, know how to use it. They build up intuition, mathematical intuition becomes physical intuition with time. It doesn't. You're not just born with mathematical intuition. It develops like everything else. So I don't believe that it's that solid. There is a component of it that you start with, and then you can enhance it up to a certain point. Okay? But that's not to say that everybody's intelligent.
I agree with somebody. Like, you're named after one of Jupiter's moons, like, so that's why I was home reading all the paying attention.
It's not a wise name.
But like, intelligence is something different than smart. Smart, you have to work for that.
Can you tell us what the difference is?
You can work for intelligence.
The word knowledgeable versus intelligence, or maybe clever versus knowledgeable. But even then, it's more about solid versus fluid intelligence. What you start with and what we can enhance and how quickly you can absorb shit. That's why you got to do the test in on the way and test on the way out.
I'm working.
Smart.
I'm trying to. He didn't answer. I want him to answer. He didn't. Just shut the fuck up. Go ahead and answer his wife and intelligence is one.
Intelligence and what?
Yeah, I mean, again, our people. Being intelligent is something that's just.
There you go.
A talent you had that you want, you can't help that shit. Being smart, you have to earn that shit. You have to read, you have to study, you have to be focused.
You just said what Io said.
So this is not telling us the difference, bro. You're just like.
Yeah, one is biological, you're born with the hardware. The other one is software. Oh my gosh. He said you're born with, nigga.
I fucking hate you, bro.
Just nigga.
I'm not gonna lie, all things.
Bro, he said intelligence you're born with. Smart you learn.
You can't let it.
You work for it, bro.
Why can't you let it?
If anything, it'll be the other way around.
My bad. Let me get out the way.
Welcome to the learning center.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like,
She's the
smart,
multi-purpose.
you have to go compartmentalize that. Like, usually, like, I know people have biology, whatever, so they conspiracy theorists at the same time, whatever. So, like, smart is not really impressive. Smart is just you put in the work. That's it. Intelligence is that you were born with something inside of you where you can put things together. So intelligence is.
What about when you can put things inside of you?
It's not the same thing.
But you got to understand, we was all born geniuses, but then they put the fluorides in the water. And now we all got the calcified pineal penile gland.
He read the passage in the regulations.
I don't know about critical thinking or whatever. Like,
For the difference he's giving people.
The lack of thinking is critical.
What you got?
He's saying what Io said, though. He just doesn't know the language that I was using. You know, this is a language barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like,
No, just so you know, English is like my fourth language, just so you know. So.
yeah, I mean, say that, like,
I thought we were talking about
people
English.
always bring up critical thinking. People always bring up critical thinking like they really know what that is. It's like most Americans don't know how to critically.
What's so hard about it? Solve a problem.
Like a lot of these niggas be believing in conspiracy theories and flat earth theories and all that, whatever. But at the same time, they think like the Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, just a quick poll. Anyone here believe in flat Earth?
No.
Yeah. So what are you saying about that?
You got a couple of clan.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
No, shout out to
I bet you actually has a half retarded sister or something.
I bet your mother's half retarded. I bet your mother's 75% retarded. More than half.
No, I'm saying you'd be the smart one. I'm saying you'd be the smart one.
None of my family members are retarded. In fact, all of my family members are more successful than your whole ass mother.
You have a half sister who you
Shut up, nigga. I don't have no sisters. I have no sisters.
No, it's a
I have
family
no biological sisters. All my brothers would beat the shit. My chat GPT told me you're gay.
It says that
Yeah, that's what my chat GPT told me. Your asshole stretches a mile wide. That's what my chat GPT told me about you. You want to know what else it told me about you?
number was 138, right?
Okay. I wouldn't know. It's
Because I only use Grok for fact checking. Yeah, I only use Grok for like fact checking and like running like certain like when we were doing that whole philosophy debate or whatever the hell, right? And hold on, okay, bro. So all it does is it uses this evaluation from like a year back and it gives you the categories. So if you're just using it for like news or whatever this is, or you're asking it a whole bunch of questions, like your score kind of goes pretty far down because it's analyzing like how you interact with it. It's pretty cool on how you can just direct it to look at each like are you very dependent on it? Are you not dependent on it? Are you leading it? Is it leading you? Pretty dope.
Yeah,
and then you tell me your 10 questions.
I mean, if I just use Grub some more, look, I follow you, like they actually kind of smart. Oh, what? Use Grub though.
Yeah, we were just talking about using a language model so that we could evaluate how we interacted before today to see what its assessment would be.
Yeah, my favorite definition for intelligence is probably from somebody by the name of Dr. Michael Levin, and it gives you an example of how intelligence can actually be distributed and it's not evenly given out. So that's why the domain thing is an interesting categorization. But if you look at like what is intelligence, I'll give this as a quick biology example. Trout has something called agentic material for its skin and muscles, meaning when the trout dies, you can throw it in the water and it will swim upstream. That's considered a sort of intelligent material because it's able to help the animal perform the function even just from the structure and the physics of its configuration. Okay, so intelligence, when you think of it, is agentic in terms of you have agency, you have some goals and some objectives and some timeline, and how well can you manage that? I was. Yeah. That's also a non-trivial question.
Decide where you're on.
With that, it's a matter of time because the rock eventually can turn to magma. Magma can turn into organic molecules that are precursors to organic life. So in the long term, you have to consider times, or what they're called as bins, statistical windows, for what you mean is intelligence. Within the structure lifetime of the rock, maybe not, but there's still structure there that has non-zero potential for becoming intelligent.
So let me ask you this. Like, can you name all the 8 planets in our solar system?
All the 8 planets.
Can you name all the 8
planets?
Yeah,
I think you're
No. It's not.
It is literally a trivia question by definition. Hey, do you know these 4 or 5?
Let's talk about Uranus.
let's talk about Uranus.
Yeah, you can go off.
But to it, so I'm not sure.
Just because I'm hitting wrong with this guy, bro. Just because you hit me. Just because you can't name them. Just mean you don't
I have a secret to share with you guys. And honestly, I'm a little bit embarrassed about it. But I feel like I need to tell you all. The only reason why I've spent the last 3.5 years hanging out in this room is so I can improve my Black Wheels game. You know what's very so long? Similar reasons why I'm in here, you know? My therapy sessions where I come in here. I'm just like,
I come here for the mental health. Shut the fuck up.
I come here to like.
I do too.
Yo, we should. The therapy that I need. Look. If I can survive in here, I can survive in here. That's like my therapy. So far. Let me talk to these.
Real men don't need
that. People who don't have therapy.
What a fucking pussy what you are.
All of a sudden these niggas.
Yo, hold on. Y'all don't let this little nigga talk to y'all like that, bro? Nah, y'all some whole ass niggas. I'm sorry. Y'all gonna
so you don't fucking shit with the entire family.
That's some soul smoking that they kill a woman, right?
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I take it back. You got it. Go to therapy so you don't fucking off.
But you right though.
Go to therapy so you don't fucking eight of your children.
These niggas is some hoes, man.
Morons.
Yo, I don't like how these niggas like just they don't stick up for yo. You got.
Yo, can you just stop acting Dominican even though you're Dominican? He's just a homosexual.
Yo, just try. Y'all gonna need the Avengers to fuck with me. That's what I'm gonna fuck with. Y'all gonna need the Avengers and all the power.
All I gotta offer you is a little bit of love.
You know what? Y'all niggas disappointed. Wait, who did weak ass up. Weak ass up.
But you standing in front of the house right now. Bad money kills every man. There it is. Fuck them in your republic. Where your boyfriend at?
You have to be the. I don't want to hit none from none of y'all niggas.
You can't. Your podcast can't tell me to check them down.
None of y'all knows. Because y'all little niggas, like these little these little girls. I don't disrespect them. Y'all think these little girls don't know how to
That's the only thing that's left. That's the you probably want to eat
little girls don't know. So
the only thing that's little sorry ass fucking
yo, bro, y'all the reason why they got
I know public assistance when I hear it.
We got grown women up here.
I know cheese for dinner when I hear it.
So, I don't judge people. That's none of our business. That's none of our business. We all know.
Shut up.
Because they can't get their money. You're not gonna pass me shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my thing. You don't live in a project, that's on you. I know a lot of people that listen.
I'm sorry. You know, if you don't want to provide proof of address that can talk about my nigga never been had a household a day in his life. You can't even provide proof of address. He has something. He got a non-driving license.
Whatever I see, go through.
Who you giving yourself to? He is the dependent. You know what I'm saying? He is Open your mouth.
Somebody gave me an order today. You know what I'm saying? Somebody took me out for something like today.
Without you even
That's it. I'm fucking bombs, and that's it. And then I go on my business.
You give me the same vibe as a couple of box.
Hell your chest up, nigga. Nah, it sound a little too flamboyant. Wait, what you say? That motherfucker's not eating. No.
You gotta just shush him. There's nothing to be.
Alright, here we go with this little insecure.
Let's have a conversation. There's no reason.
Bro, I throw hand slaps. That's what you gotta do. You no nails in your house and you don't know how to defend yourself. Come on.
You don't have to prove yourself.
I just want to hear man in the that are not.
That's okay. So.
Yo, who are y'all niggas? Y'all let your girl.
Wait. What you say?
I do it. I can't be here. This nigga said he want to hear
I bet you got a call.
We're not gonna fucking do this, bro. Stop fucking engaging.
I have to engage, and I'm about to go crazy on you.
Yo, Eminem, don't you know that?
Because that's I'll go stupid idiot on this ass.
If my father was your father, you wouldn't act this way. You needed to get beat so you don't have to constantly prove yourself.
Oh my God. You talk in the
Yeah, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Back up. Now it's boring.
Yeah, but can you guys have a fucking...
Yo, Eminem, my dad would never teach me. You a man, bro. No,
Your dad was a runner, a track star.
You know what I'm saying?
For 45 minutes.
My dad would run date.
I bet you gotta order food.
Who laughing, man?
Not too much. I'm trying.
Yo, God, those shit funny. Bro, you just go right now, bro. You started, bro.
First of all, where you from? You from Queens? Go cat dog in the audience. Cat dog.
I'm from Western Heights. No. I'm not from LA. I was born there, but I was raised in West End. Yeah, bro.
I'm going to the Heights on Tuesday.
Yo.
I'll smack the shit out of you. You hear me?
Yo, the question is, where are you gonna smack me at? With? Exactly. Think about that.
I'm gonna cut your fucking balls.
I got balls of
smack those shit so hard that y'all think women are free to touch your dick. I'ma talk react so hard. You're gonna contemplate. You're gonna contemplate.
I trained that.
The only training you did was I'll rip your balls off your fucking body.
You won't. I'll get my balls off my body and slap you on your forehead.
I'll let you know. You can never get it back.
I'll do a little walk by.
I'm gonna circumcise you. What your mother should have did.
And I'm slapping dick on your head and I'm keeping it pushing.
Speaking of walking,
bite your dick.
And I'm going into the shit.
When a man disrespects a female, I think that's just how he wants to treat his mother.
It's just jokes. You joke with me, I can't joke with you.
You see how that guy.
You can joke with your mother.
That guy that
drive-by jizzer.
Who you think I got these jokes from? The fuck?
That guy.
Or the nails bleeding off in the drive?
He was in the car, right?
Yeah, bro.
Oh shit! Wait, no, I thought you meant a trying to catch it with my mouth. Bitch, is this body fluids? Oh hell no! Bodily fluid is crazy. Keep that shit to yourself.
Come on, Miss Big.
Nah, yeah, drive-by cum shot is some shit. That is what charge even is that? Isn't that what they call IVF? Say I call the cops because I got a drive-by cum shot on me, and like they catch the guy.
Yes, up, we're gonna have a drive-by jizzer and he got me.
Oh, he is
Is that like sexual assault?
Yeah, he is sex offender. You gotta run.
That actually is, yeah. It is, right? Itself is sexual assault.
Even being outside.
That is, yeah. If you explain, it's like public. But what if he doesn't? You can be labeled a sex offender. Yeah, no, you can still be labeled a sex offender. If you you're in the mall, you're jerking your chicken, and your chicken sauce lands on a random girl at the mall. And you can also get accused of murder as well. If you have something,
I don't know about murder.
You can get accused of attempted murder.
I don't know about murder.
You don't got nothing that you don't know about.
Definitely assault. Definitely assault.
Now stop making it rain on me. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
I can if you want me to. I'm just saying. Who is gargling?
Who's that, bro?
That's me, no lie. Exactly, because I'm rated on him and he got his mouth open. What is you talking about? No kids. Why do you know that song?
I got no problem with this white people. Like, randomly be squirting on me.
What are you talking about? Don't address me when you're saying that.
You brought it up, though.
I didn't bring that up. I brought up drive-by cum shots. It's very different.
The same thing.
Drive-by cum shots. Let's just load up on men do that. Men do that.
That pressure as you're driving by, you gotta get that timing just right.
That's wild. Well, it's
Now
only a
introducing
walk
a
by
trans
cum shot.
technique for nozzle control.
Lose my shit. Like,
Oh my god, did a seagull pee on you? No, that's
Hold on. What if he drive-by cum shots you, but he's hot?
Wait, I've never really tried my cum shot before. Like,
well, now you can improve your browsing history by clicking a follow.
Yeah.
Bro, none of y'all niggas have never heard of this shit. Try my cum shot.
That's how, bro, I see, bro.
Yo, internet.
Go into malls and, come on random women and they also fucking murder their wives. They just anything.
You never heard that? You never heard the free? There was a put the link in the chat.
So niggas just run about jagging off and just squirting.
Yes. Check the sex offender list, brother. Yeah, look in the chat. Watch that video. Someone just got arrested for that too. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm not saying that niggas don't jag off the public.
Oh my god, I remember that.
We all from New York. Look, we all from New York, so of course we've seen someone being over the train or whatever. But like nobody running past, like, in your face, in your face. Why you doing that? None of y'all have ever seen that.
Literally fucking check the link in the chat, bro. Stop saying none of y'all see. I put the link in the chat.
I'm not gonna say it happens a lot, but it happens more than once. So that is a lot.
fucking screaming, he nutted
This
on my leg.
this weekend.
It's not funny because that's traumatic.
It is
But
dramatic,
like,
but that sentence.
fucking hell, this sentence itself is diabolical. He nutted on my leg.
In a fucking supermarket, and this motherfucker's like,
Like, I would hope that it's like eggs or something. The fucking mascarpone and all that's all you hear. He nutted on my leg. Oh, poor thing.
yeah, so they got killed.
That wasn't the same guy, you idiot.
I know it isn't, but that's story does that. Yes, that's why they're an imminent threat. It's because they were nutting on everybody's leg.
RGC goes around nutting on Iranian civilians.
What?
Yo, the new Ayatollah is gay, by the way. There.
Apparently, what is it? The IRGC, the Iranian people. Apparently, they killed this woman and raped her corpse and recorded it and sent it to her husband and drove him to suicide.
Oh, shit.
Is that story true or?
Probably.
Stories like that, like rape as a war crime, yes, that is a thing.
Their telegram got leaked, and they had a bunch of videos of them doing shit to old people, women.
Yeah, I seen a stoning video that happened last week, and it wasn't
I'm
AI.
talking about what's going on in Lebanon right now.
Oh, Lebanon?
Yeah.
Lebanon?
People be dying. Y'all got quiet after we started talking about it.
Yeah, bro, you mentioned the IDF, bro. Okay.
We'll be white black after these nights.
He nutted on my leg. So I brought that story up because a group of people went and held a vigil for the drive-through guy, and now they're protesting, wanting to press charges on the girl, saying that she drove him to that point and also drove him to suicide.
That's retarded.
It is, but it's fucking hilarious. A bunch of fucking internet gooners are protesting a drive-through bikini barista place.
That city needs a tactical nuke.
Los Angeles.
Well, you should have never fucking did that.
I mean, but it was her fault. Why was she in a bikini serving coffee?
Shut up, bitch.
I thought this was America.
That's a good point.
Hey, I know someone who was a bikini barista. She's a very good woman.
Exactly.
Well, did she try a man to masturbate in the drive-thru?
No, she paid for nursing school and didn't have any student debt. She's very successful now.
Some of those humans.
All thanks to
No, I'm just taking it up a notch. I'm being honest. Some of the best people I know. It's a tough job.
Oh, look, have I ever told you the story about my uncle? How I realized my uncle was a freak?
The one that had a side piece.
Brother. Yeah.
What is going on?
He took us to a strip club when we were 16. It was like a rite of passage thing, right? And when we walked in, the only thing I remember is of these fucking strippers. No, bro.
Oh, North Hollywood. The one with the pool table.
Oh, yes. All these strippers walked up to me. I was about to say his name. We'll call him Joe. Oh, Joe, how you doing? Uncle Joe, how you doing? Everybody fucking knew him. I left that place thinking like, yo, I can't hang out with this man anymore. This is not good. This is wrong.
Bro, people have misconceptions about gentlemen's clubs.
It's an honor to be a client that went on.
Some places aren't full and they serve alcohol. And usually those places are
way better. The women are like professional dancers and shit, bro. They're like fucking gymnasts. And it's like watching the Circus Soleil show in Vegas. Went to one in Texas, and it was a BYOB spot, and it was like a C-section gallery.
Huh? Like me? Huh?
It was just a bunch of C-section scars everywhere. Exactly. I was shocked. That they have, because in LA we don't have BYOB. So we were in line. We were in Austin, and in front of us was a bunch of Edgars with like 30 racks of beer. And yeah, that was a culture shock to kind of know that you could bring your own booze to a strip club. I mean, you kind of in LA too, just not know people. I wish I could bring my own chicken wings to a strip club, right? Some places make chicken wings.
Wait, hold on. Why would you want to bring your own chicken?
Because I don't know how to cook chicken.
Coco, you be going to the strip clubs with women?
You said what?
You go to the strip clubs where women strip?
Hell yeah, we go to the strip club.
Oh.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
Wait.
Alright. Okay, well, I got, remember, we're using the water cooler example that you said was not, and I'm using this parallel case of the Switzer versus SEC. It's an identical case to my analogy. Oh, Iran's only 7 more days. Oh, yes, man, brother. Can you speed up your cadence, brother? I'm just trying to.
Not a good answer.
Honestly, if the slightest excitement can cause you to have a heart attack,
I used to like the strip clubs, but like,
Yeah, what age were you, bro? What age did you start going to male strip club?
well, I've never been, but like when I stopped going to strip clubs, probably like 30. I was a promoter of the club, so probably like 33 or some shit like that.
I never understood like why people go on there knowing that you're just looking, and like how many people have sleazed their way in these types of crevices.
Because like I'm attracted to women, so I think it's different. So I don't know.
I mean, our communities deserve safety, and they deserve justice.
If you're in a strip club at the age of like over 40, it's like I can't even knock that down or think about it. Like even in 60, shout out to the 60-year-old strip club.
Well, it was kind of crazy how you said my answer was the wrong answer, or not a good answer.
No, I didn't say it was wrong.
Because you're looking for like an arbitrary number, that you subjectively like assign to being like weird, right? And I'm saying,
no, I didn't say it was weird.
No, it's okay, brother. It's okay. I'm saying that Jesus knows no number, and the point of finding Jesus is.
Paying them, and specifically in Kenya, to take care of these farms, but the farms are to feed other people in Africa. I'm not getting any of that. I'm not getting. There's nothing. I'm not exporting. I'm not or importing.
The way that they make our leaders to expose. That's how they are putting people to also as the government.
I don't know. I feel like it's a scapegoat. I think Africa and a lot of other countries really need to get their shit together and stop supporting just.
We need to get our shit together. Yes, you are right about that. So we need to get it together.
Yeah. What do you think stops
Oh,
people
Serena.
from coming together and
Serendipity. No, I don't know who that is.
forming
We just met Malibu a few days ago. Serendipity.
They
They
have
sort of
so much information.
took him in.
This is what boggles my mind. You can have access to talk to us.
I really did.
I'm
I'm
assuming
not
you
gonna
have
lie. I
access
feel like
to
this is like, it's so interesting because I used to sit inside of rooms that were so brain rot central. Like, I can't believe I've associated with certain types of people online, even if it's just like when I'm bored, I'm at home, whatever. It's just like, why waste your breath on certain individuals? It's actually insane.
Tracks for Clubhouse.
Yeah, I don't know how they even like live with themselves. Like, how do you you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you function knowing you're like who you are? Like, I don't know.
See, what's great about the now is everything you ever said on Clubhouse is all on this app about nothing important in particular, or even making fun of people and roasting them for basically wasting all their time or being drunk and annoying. Or essentially, what I'm trying to say is that Hap is in the DSMV, which is a highly annoying person or a highly argumentative person. Those are the people that I very much dislike. I am complete.
Serendipity hosts a big room every morning, mostly called God Smash, and it's a clubhouse hodgepodge. All are welcome.
Oh Lord.
It's mostly civilized, but not always.
Well, I love the mostly civilized, but not always. That's yeah. There you go.
It's Clubhouse.
No, because you know what I think is like so refreshing? Sitting inside of rooms and just like talking to people online that aren't necessarily trolling constantly. I think sometimes it's just like, when is it enough? Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, coming from someone like me, and I'm like one of the biggest trolls to have ever existed in my past. I still have it in me to like irk people and push buttons and like whatever. Like, I have my moments, but I think that sometimes it's like,
that's my job.
Excuse me, what did you just say?
I'm the troll here.
Wait, I feel like I have a vivid memory of you liking trans people. Is that correct?
No.
No, you did. We spoke with you the other day. They're racist, didn't we?
I think so, but most of the conservative men on Clubhouse are secretly training lovers, so I can't keep them apart.
Oh, Sunray is the conservative. Oh, yes, he's the conservative.
I'm not a conservative. I'm from Chicago.
You are.
I'm a liberal.
You are.
I'm a liberal, dude. I'm from Chicago. I'm anti-gun, pro-abortion.
I don't know if I believe that.
Did you vote for Kamala?
Yeah, I did. Wait, did you really?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the reason? What would you consider yourself to be actually?
Politically?
Yeah.
If I had to distill it into like one phrase, I would just say I'm a small government person. Government is the problem, not the solution.
So, what would the solution be to you?
More personal liberty by less government overarching and being ever present in every aspect of our life. More like a libertarian ideal.
Okay.
The government that governs least governs best.
I mean, the thing is, as much as I believe in, as much as I would like to believe in what you just said, I just don't believe that everyone is capable of. Think that everyone is capable of the ideology behind individual freedom, and I don't know if I would want to maximize that for certain individuals. Like, do you know what I mean?
I would know better if you gave me a specific example.
I just feel like the way a lot of people think and operate in America and what they believe in is not necessarily rational. And I just can't see I can't see a society with all of that, because everyone is it's just a lot of differences here. I think what I would want to see is a government, I'm from Sweden originally, right? We have political parties. What I like about that is that when new laws are being implemented and things are being changed and switched and blah, 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 whatever we do, it's like we all kind of have to meet each other halfway to still come to a conclusion of what we want to make a change of. Like, just because you win doesn't necessarily mean that you're just going to take over and do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, to a certain extent, yes, the political party that won definitely has more say and can, make changes, but then you have to, I just like the structure of meeting each other halfway forcefully. Because I don't believe in being a Republican or a liberal. I believe somewhere in the middle. I think that the middle is better than having people decide for themselves completely. Because I don't think that everyone is capable of deciding for themselves what's best. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I asked for a specific example and you didn't give me one.
I feel like I did.
No, you didn't give me a lot of general ideas and innuendo.
But what would an example be?
What is an example of someone who should not be able to decide how to manage their own life, where the government does it better? That seems to be the idea you're alluding to.
Well, because some people believe, let's say I think I misunderstood maybe a little bit of what you meant, because that is different. Sometimes you know best for what's good for you in the moment and maybe not the government. But how could we live in a society like that though? What would you want to strip away from the government to have control over us? Give me examples of that, and then let's see where we get, because that easy to me, but I don't know.
For instance, one specific example I could give you is in a lot of states there's a giant licensure program which varies from state to state. I don't think there's a compelling reason why the government needs to be the body that licenses barbers, for instance. I think a private trade group could do that better, where a trade group establishes professional standards for barbers in the state, and you can cut people's hair, and you can try to get the certification from this trade group, or you could just do it on your own, and your reputation in the market will, funnel business to you or not, based on how good you do. There are plenty of people who have
every skill necessary to cut hair, but they don't need to be licensed by the government to do so. That's one example of an infinite number.
Okay, I mean, that I agree with. Because, like, why do you need certifications from certain, I agree with that.
And, like, the fact that there are some state governments that don't...
Okay, a gun license, do you think that should be something private?
I'm fairly permissive about guns.
Do you like where we're at with that?
I think with very few restrictions, American citizens have the right to own guns, period.
Yeah, like they shouldn't own guns, right?
That's generally the vibe I'm going with, yeah.
Yeah, but my thing is, who's gonna be the judge of that?
I think it should be a right that you have, and the right has to be taken away from you. Rather than the other way around.
Look them up.
Now, who do you think should be able to decide that? Do you think
like a court system?
A court system, which technically becomes the government.
Yeah, that's like one of the most basic functions of a government, even in like a libertarian society, is like enforcing contracts. I'm not saying I don't want there to be a court system.
So no, I know you're not saying that, but that is what I'm saying. I think that I agree with you to a certain extent. Like, that was what I was trying to say before, but I think that it would be hard to like have. It would be hard to not have a government, but that's why I believe in political parties, because essentially where you stand is like not necessarily political party based, but I feel like it's more towards that direction. Because I feel like right now it's like we have one leader and we have that leader's group, and like every time there's a new leader in office, like a new president, we like exchange everyone that works like the White House with their people, and everything is just like so not individual, but it's like just very different. You know what I'm saying? Every single time. Like even like if it's a liberal, like Donald Trump, like let's say like Joe Biden and like Obama, like the people that work for
Stop.
The same people that work for Joe Biden, even if they're both liberals, they still have their own employees, their own people, and their own of everything. So even if it's like the same vibe, it's still different. Like I don't know. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
It's not good that people want you to get replaced with new presidential administrations. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like yes, but no, because I feel like with like political parties, it's like nothing gets replaced. It's just that the people choose the leading political party. But every political party that has that in the like every political party that has mandate in the like what the fuck do you call that? Wait, I have to Google what the word is in English. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Let me tell a quick story while you do that.
Yeah. Go ahead, tell your story.
So I was outside of this shopping area today, and people will frequently be there collecting signatures to get either candidates or issues on the ballot. They have to collect so many signatures. I'm sure it's like that in many other states. And the people, I feel like years and years ago, those people outside would have actually been volunteer signatures. And they don't know shit for shit about the issue that they're supposedly asking people to give their signature as a registered voter to get it on the ballot. So a lot of them will just like come up to you and be like, "Can you help me out and sign this?" Like, what is it?
Wow.
It used to be like someone would be like a volunteer and they'd be passionate about the issue, like, let's talk about voters' rights or whatever it is.
Right, like I think about the Stevens and the Marshalls.
Yeah. Right. Yes. And so I always am like, well, what is it? What's it about? And like a few of them can basically tell me what it's about. The one today, she's like, can you sign this? And I'm like, I'm like, well, what is it? She's like, well, we want to lower your DTE bill, that's the local electric company that everyone hates. And I'm like, okay, well, I think I already signed it. I said, well, which group is behind this, is what I said. And she said, the president. And I said, what? And she said, well, yeah, the president ultimately decides what the electric rates are. And I said, no, he doesn't.
Oh my God.
I was like, I was beside myself. Like, do you believe that? Or you just like think that if you say something like about the president, it'll rile people up? Or you think, I don't know if she thought I was like pro-Trump or anti-Trump, or she just like dropped the Trump card, pun intended, that I would sign her signature. Like, it's so bizarre.
Liberty.
Yeah, that's kind of unreal.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, like, if I decide to run for city council, when I do, I'm gonna have like a ragtag campaign, and I'm just gonna like stand outside places myself and get signatures, and stand outside the library, and like maybe do like an internet campaign. And
don't you think that's the most meaningful though?
What did you say?
I think that's the most meaningful way to do it though. That way you can answer questions of the people that are contemplating and considering. I don't know.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's this woman there are some judges that are elected in this county, and she's standing for this woman who's running. I didn't literally know anything about what probate judges do, and
yeah.
We will have full transparency from petition. We will have full transparency from petition to vote, and we are demanding as voters and citizens for complete and total. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's the best thing I've heard today. I want you to win, and I care deeply about Chicago. I lived there for 12 years.
Yeah, it's they are finally putting police or sheriffs on the trains, but if you can't even get down to Chicago because the train is full of homeless derelicts who piss and shit and smoke blunts all day, all night, and rob you and rape you and murder you and kill you and burn you, the city has to have some, at least basic standards. Hello?
Yeah, I was reading on social media today that that long delayed, long over budget red line extension on the far south side. I thought I read the headline that it said it was opening soon, but it wasn't. It said the groundbreaking is soon. It's already 20 years behind schedule and like tens of billions of over budget, and not one piece of construction has been laid so far. I think it's like Chicago's version of, the California high-speed rail train to nowhere.
Well, they didn't get the money. Trump cut them off before they could scam Uncle Sam, and it was like a $2 billion contract, and Mayor Johnson is suing in federal court to get the money because all his contractors are like, what the fuck, Brandon? Like, that's a lot of money. Where's our money?
Yeah, but it's just one of the delays. It was supposed to be done, like, a decade before Trump became a political figure. So Trump is, like, also playing strong arm with a big project in Detroit right now. There's a new bridge between Detroit and Ontario that has been completed, and they're just putting the final touches on the two border crossing houses on either side of the border. And it's only a few months behind schedule. He wants slightly better terms with Canada and whatever, in a way that was already negotiated well before he became president. And we'll see. I think it's going to just end up opening anyway on time. But
so he used this new Meta AI content creation app called, was it Matu? Is it? Anyways, but I created mayorkitover.com, and you can just literally say, hey, create an extensive website based off of my Instagram account. And poof, there's Mayor Kitover. And then you just register the website in the app. And boom, you have a website in like less than 20 minutes of incredibly high quality caliber. And I also released a voter registration app called Chicago Voter Registration. And unfortunately, the Google Play Store rejected it because I didn't have a gimmick to get on the ballot and have the 15,000 signatures. Is ChicagoMayorVote.com and all these websites, and it's a marketing campaign to make it look like it's from the Chicago Election Commission to get non-registered voters to vote, and in a confrontational way, like you just said. Nobody wants to sign a petition from some fucking schmuck who says, "Help me out, brother, and sign this for me." Like, we want people to say, "Hey, we're registering voters. Are you registering? We can help you," and we want to find out who. So it's like a less aggressive way to communicate with a potential petition signer. And first of all, we want to qualify that individual to find out if they are or aren't actually registered in the Chicago database.
And has Joe B donated to your mayoral campaign?
Yeah, she mails me cash in the mail. That's how cool of a chick she is.
God bless her. In a world of someone, be a Joe B.
I heard her in Politically Correct today, and she's got some speech, and they're so ignorant and so stupid. Patty's like, "I ain't going to no motherfucking Iran with no motherfucking rifle and goddamn bayonet to kill those motherfuckers. You send your own sons and daughters to die in that motherfucking war. Fuck that shit. And we would lose." And they are employed, and they are they are government employees. Like, Patty works for a colonel, and she's on this app 24/7 spouting anti-American propaganda. It's like, hello?
Yeah, I don't go to the black people yelling at each other rooms.
I've also issued a mayoral proclamation.
Sure, I said stop lying. Yes, you do. I see. No, I don't. Yes, you do. I never go to those.
I might pop in for 1 second and leave instantly. I literally don't go to those rooms.
I've also issued a mayoral proclamation that Chicago will establish a vaccine injury reparations fund to compensate family members of Chicagoans killed by Pfizer, Moderna, J&J mRNA spike proteins that induced myocarditis, Alzheimer's, and other deadly injuries. I will also instruct the Attorney General to sue all major U.S. and international COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers, medical hospital groups, and insurers for fraud, serious bodily injury, and mass deaths.